All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of our Sustainable AI conference. Today we're starting here with the session on foundations of sustainable AI. Next to me is Tim Robin Kozak from the DLR, the German Aerospace Center, and he's going to present on sustainable AI as a prerequisite for trustworthy AI. The floor is yours. I'll give you a sign when you have 2 minutes left. You have 20 minutes, you know the drill. Good luck.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I have the honor to start the presentations for today, and I decided to not directly bombard you with a lot of empirical data and a lot of calculations. I'll try to keep it rather easy and try to give a discussion point for the upcoming presentations that we have later this day. Before I start, I would just like to briefly mention that the views and positions that I expressed right now are not or do not necessarily reflect those of the German Aerospace Center, just to have this said here. And as Rosalie just said, I'm going to talk about the connection between sustainability or sustainable AI at the one side and trustworthy AI at the other side. Okay, so as I said, I have roughly 20 minutes. I would like to start with a very brief introduction on the German Aerospace Center or on our institute at the DLR. And after this, I would like to take most of my time to talk about this connection between trustworthiness and trustworthy AI and sustainability. And the overall point that I would like to make today is that sustainability and sustainable AI is a must-have to actually have trustworthy AI. I will stress this point out further in the presentation. And last but not least, I would like to give at least just 2 very short examples on how we implement AI at the DLR or how we use AI to actually achieve the goal of sustainability in some projects. So we might have like a short positive outlook on this. Okay, so to start, I come from an institute which is called Institute for AI Safety and Security at the DLR, and of course we deal with aerospace, but not only aviation and spaceflight. We also deal a lot with traffic, with topics of automated driving, with energy, some also safety and security aspects. So it's not only aerospace itself, it's quite broad spectrum. And we mainly try to enhance the safety and security of AI systems being used in all those different fields here. So the main goal of our institute is to develop in a way so that AI is, of course, safe and secure. As the title says, I think that's quite obvious. By safety, we mean the rather internal side of AI systems, so the operation process, the way how the AI system works with users, that it's safe for them to use, that it's more or less flawless and reliable for a user in the actual process of using an AI system. By secure or security, we rather mean the external side of AI systems, so to protect AI systems against external attacks, so aspects of data poisoning, manipulation, all of those things which are getting more and more important as we see in the geopolitical time that we have right now. So we have this division between safety and security, and we are focusing on both of those aspects. But I would like to stress out another point, which I would like to talk about today a bit more. We not only want AI to be safe and secure, we also want AI systems to be ethical. Of course, as a political scientist, which I am, just to mention this here shortly, the whole idea of safety and security is purely ethical. But for us, this also means that we want to develop AI systems in a way so that they are accepted and trustworthy, and that they adhere to social norms and values, and of course to legal regulations that we have here in Germany and in the European Union. And for me, for today, the point of trustworthy AI is the most important one. When we talk about AI ethics in the European Union, one of the first documents that you will find are the so-called ethic guidelines on trustworthy AI, which were published back in 2019. They were also mentioned here yesterday shortly. It's a quite long document published by the European Commission and developed by the so-called high-level expert group on artificial intelligence, and it's an overall idea on how to develop AI ethics in the European Union. So when we talk about AI ethics, this is like the one main document that we find here first. And this document actually states that if we want to have trustworthy AI, an AI system must be lawful, ethical, and robust. this sounds quite good, but if I go to my colleagues, if I go to my friends and developers and tell them, okay, please develop your perception algorithm in a way that it's lawful, ethical, and robust, this is absolutely not helpful. So we need a process to operationalize the idea of trustworthiness, to actually measure it. We want to have an actual process to say, okay, if we implement X, Y, Z, a system is getting more trustworthy. So the actual necessary thing for us is this so-called assessment list for trustworthy AI, also ALTAI. It's a self-assessment tool mainly addressed to developers and deployers of AI system, and it's also quite useful for us. It's not legally binding, so it's more like a soft law tool, but for us it's a quite important point to start the whole conversation on trustworthy AI. The main idea of this document is that on the one side, we protect the people's fundamental rights in the European Union, and on the other side, we thus minimize the risks of using AI systems while maximizing the possible benefits of using AI. So that's the whole idea of AI ethics and especially of trustworthy AI. And this assessment list for trustworthy AI, it's the main important point for me for today. Overall, the idea is that you break down this whole philosophical idea of trustworthiness into 7 different requirements, and from those requirements you have this emerging idea of trustworthiness. Overall, you can imagine like a quite long survey or questionnaire with about 140, 150 questions, and depending on the way you as a developer answer those questions, you get a different scoring in different categories, and depending on your scoring, your AI system is more or less trustworthy. But what is quite important is that you have to fulfill all of those 7 categories and all of those 7 requirements. If you just fulfill 2, if you score very high in 2 of those requirements and do not do anything in the others, then your AI system can't be trustworthy. So this idea of emerging trustworthiness, it's quite important. I will just go shortly over all of those requirements here because I won't have the time to talk about all of them. Human agency and oversight. For those of you who are familiar with AI systems, those are basic oversight measures, like talking about human-in-the-loop systems. Of course, we have technical robustness and safety, which is like one of the most or core topics of our institute. We have topics of privacy and data governance, transparency, which to some degree also contains explainable AI, topics of diversity, non-discrimination and fairness, societal and environmental well-being, and accountability. So those are like those 7 requirements, which if you fulfill them, you can say that your AI system is deemed truly trustworthy. I would like to only focus on one of those arguments or one of those requirements here, and you could probably already guess which one it will be. Of course, it's societal and environmental well-being. And if we look further down into the assessment list for trustworthy AI, we can see that this requirement is having 3 subcategories, one on impact on work and skills, one on environmental well-being, and one on the impact on society at large or democracy. As I said, there are many, many sub-questions from those subcategories here again, and the idea is to measure the impact of AI system on this. So, going a bit deeper here, the idea to measure the impact of AI systems on society at large or democracy, we also talked about this yesterday shortly. So as an example, the effect of AI systems on election processes, on institutions, on electoral context, so amplifying fake news, facilitating totalitarian behavior, as we see with some large language models or some generative AI models. This would be one of the aspects that we need to address here. The impact on work and skills is focusing more on work arrangements, also on the consultation with worker councils. Topics here could include the risk of de-skilling or the possible need for new digital skills to actually work with AI systems. So impact of work and skills as the second aspect here. And last but not least, which is probably one of the most common topics of our conference here, the idea of environmental well-being, that we want AI systems to be as environmentally friendly as possible. And as we also heard yesterday, this actually also follows a life cycle approach. So energy consumption, carbon emission, that is quite important here. For those of you who have dealt with the development and deployment of AI systems, you may be familiar with the development operations loop, the DevOps loop. This is the whole idea to develop and deploy an AI system and to follow a specific life cycle and to look at every single part of this life cycle, to also look here into the aspect of environmental well-being. This is like the whole idea here. So we have those three subcategories in this sixth requirement of the ALTAI, societal and environmental well-being. And as you all could probably guess why I talk about this, the idea of sustainability, if we take a very general approach, if we focus on environmental, economical, and social aspects, or sustainability as a lasting balance between economic, ecological, and social performance, then we can see quite many parallels between this general approach and this sixth requirement of the ALTAI. So we can, of course, see the social aspects here in the impact on society at large or democracy. We can see economical aspects in the impact of AI systems on work and skills. And of course, environmental aspects here in the idea of environmental well-being. So what we can surely say is that this sixth requirement of the ALTAI requires AI systems to be sustainable in a specific way. And this is quite important for us because, as I just said, this whole idea of developing and deploying trustworthy AI, it's an emerging idea. So it's just one of the subcategories of overall developing trustworthy AI. And you have to fulfill this one requirement to overall achieve your goal of trustworthy AI. So there's a quite strong argument for sustainability in this assessment list. And what does this directly mean for us? There won't be any trustworthy AI without also developing sustainable AI. There's no other way around this. I would like to stress this point a bit more. Overall, I think I mentioned like this first argument here. If we follow this soft law argument, which we have here in the European Union, and if we have a tool to actually develop and deploy trustworthy AI, it won't make any sense if we develop AI systems in a way that they directly harm, as an example, our environment. They would also directly undermine the very societal well-being that the ALTAI, that our main tool for developing trustworthy AI, actually requires. So if we have a soft law tool, if we want to follow this, if we want to develop trustworthy AI, we need to also work on our idea of sustainable AI. Second point, I try to not get too political here, but I would say we can all agree that climate change is one of the greatest risks that we as humanity face right now. Maybe in Germany and some other democracies, it's also the risk of democratic backsliding, and we could also talk about sustainability here. That's maybe something for future discussions. But if we could all agree that climate change is one of the greatest risks that we face right now and that we want to deal with sustainability here, that there won't be any point in trusting an artificial intelligence system which is directly facilitating one of the greatest risks that we face right now. There's no point in trusting such a system. So how can we actually trust a system? Basically, in my opinion, only if it actually mitigates or works with dealing with our greatest risk, and climate change is one of them. So also we have to deal with sustainable AI and the overall idea of facing the risks that we have right now. And last but not least, you may have heard that I only talked about trustworthiness until this point, but I would also like to stress out that trustworthiness of AI systems does not equal directly to actually trust in AI systems. There's a quite big difference between this. For any kind of trust that you have, may it be the trust in your digital devices, may it be the trust in your partner, you more or less always have a long-term process. You always want reliability and expectability. If your partner just behaves completely unreliable and unexpected, you probably won't trust them. The same with your mobile device, the same with trustworthy AI or with AI in general. So we need a long-term process to actually trust AI systems because we want reliability and expectability. This is one of the core fundamentals to actually develop trust here. And if we want to have a long-term process, we must have sustainable AI systems. As an example, if we have AI systems which just belongs on fossil fuels, they won't be reliable on the long run, so they can't be sustainable, they can't be trustworthy. We must have sustainable AI to have this long-term process to actually work and deal with AI systems, and only then they can also be trustworthy here. Okay, coming back to the Altai for a short second. So we at the DLR try to assess AI systems in the way so that they are trustworthy, and we have, of course, all of those 7 categories here. And for us, we also have a small ELSA team, so for ethical, legal, and social aspects. And for most of those 7 requirements, we can already use technical standards, ISO norms, or legal regulations, and implement them in this development operations process into the actual designing of AI systems to start with this very idea of trustworthy AI from the first place. So we try to work on this aspect of trustworthiness by design. So as I said, for most of those aspects, we can more or less deal with them quite good. What is a challenge for us right now are those 2 aspects of diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness, and societal and environmental well-being. For most of the other aspects, for human agency and oversight, we can develop aspects of human-in-the-loop systems. For technical robustness and safety, we can develop safety measures. For privacy and data governance, we have legal regulations in the European Union. We have the General Data Protection Regulation. For transparency, we can work on tracking and tracing. We can work on explainable AI. But what is a real challenge for us if we want to develop trustworthy AI with this assessment list for trustworthy AI are the aspects of diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness, and societal and environmental well-being. And this is mostly the case since those 2 aspects here are quite hard to operationalize. How should we actually want to measure the impact of an AI system on democracy at large or on political institutions? We may measure the energy consumption of AI models, but this is just one single part of sustainability, and to measure the overall idea of sustainability and to also keep track of everything which is connected to fairness, to biases or unwanted biases, and to the idea of diversity. This is way harder for us right now because we cannot just implement like an ISO norm 4021 to say, okay, we care about diversity and non-discrimination. It's sadly not as easy. So for us, this is like the one main point we have to work on. Those are the parts which are, for us at least right now, the hardest ones to operationalize. Okay, but since I wanted to end on a rather positive note, I would still like to give you like 2 very short examples on projects where we are working on, where we try to achieve this idea of sustainable AI or sustainability in general through AI. One of those projects is Resi Coast, if it is loads here. So the idea is to have resilient supply infrastructure in the context of coastal extreme weather events. And here we can use AI-based prediction models to actually forecast or to have outlooks on coastal erosion. This is also quite important for us here in Germany, but of course everywhere in Europe. We can use AI systems for aspects like this. And a bit more in the aerospace domain, we also have a project called SmartFly, where we can use smart moduling modules to predict the fuel consumption on airplanes. We mainly focus here on traffic and logistic airplanes, but so we can have this one here from the start and to already work on the fuel consumption of airplanes by using AI systems here and to make those airplanes overall more sustainable here. So those were just 2 very short ideas or aspects that we are working on and to achieve the idea of sustainable AI. That's actually it from my side for today. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for listening. And I hope that we have a nice conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, so much. Now I open the floor for questions, and also to the people online. You can ask questions in the Q&A chat, and then I'll read them out loud. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that. It was a really, really great presentation. My question is, obviously, these ethical guidelines in general have got a bit of a bad rap, I think, in general, because of the fear that it can lead to just ethics washing. These are kind of non-binding guidelines. And there are obviously, I think you mentioned, there is a kind of connection between these types of projects and the legal domain. And you even threaded through the ethical guidelines, you talk about the need to protect fundamental rights. And I just wondered, I don't know if it's part of your project, but to connect a lot of these standards, a lot of these ideas to sort of binding, for example, rights-based norms, and whether that's part of thinking through, so that it's not just, okay, well, we need AI to be as environmentally friendly as possible as a kind of aspiration, but actually, no, this is actually, for example, maybe there is a standard required under the right to a healthy environment that actually this is binding.
Yeah. I completely agree. This is one of the problems that we face here. If we have a non-binding tool, some companies may just ignore this. But since, I think, August 2020, we also have the AI Act, as you probably all know. And actually, if we look into this ALTAI, or if we look into the all ethic guidelines for trustworthy AI, we may say that they dealt as some kind of blueprint for the AI Act in some domain. Especially if you look at, I think it's Article 11 to 15 or 16, like the requirements for high-risk AI systems, you can see quite large overlap between those aspects for trustworthy AI and the requirements for high-risk AI systems in the European AI Act. So from human agency and oversight to aspects of diversity and non-discrimination, also to problems of data, the overall data that you use in those AI systems. All of this is already included in the AI Act. So if you, as a company, have to follow the AI Act, you also have to, at least to some domain, have to follow those aspects of the idea of trustworthy AI here. What was also mentioned, I think, yesterday here shortly, that of course some aspects are missing there because the whole AI Act is an horizontal regulation. It's not topic-wise directly a regulation. So some aspects of privacy and data governance are not mentioned there. For this we have the GDPR, or for other aspects like the whole idea of sustainability and energy consumption, we have other regulations. So not everything is addressed there. But I stress, yes, of course, we need to have a harder regulation on this. Only having soft law alone, it's probably not enough.
All right. Any other questions? Let's see. Alex and then Larissa.
So thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. So you end your presentation with 2 examples of projects that have fulfilled the 7 criteria, the 7 requirements. Do you have any example of a project from the German space agency that applied, that was an intent to be deployed, but did not fulfill some of the requirements and was blocked?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. For those projects that I just mentioned here, we work on them, but they were mainly, I can go to them again, they were mainly to actually point to this idea of sustainability through AI. On those projects okay, it's not showing them. On those projects, we did not fulfill all of those 7 requirements. We are working on this right now. Our team that we are working with them, it's quite young. We are just here for 2 years. So it's still a process of integrating this assessment list or integrating this ELSA check, so ethical, legal, and social aspects right now. We are dealing on this right now. But I can still give you an example. We worked with air traffic control systems, so to actually mitigate the 2 airplanes meet each other at an airport. We also use machine learning for this, and there's a large aspect of human-AI interaction because you have human operators dealing with those AI systems, and of course you want to have a trustworthy AI system because that's a high-risk scenario. If something goes wrong, we want to talk about the consequences. And for this, it's actually quite hard to talk about some of those domains because we can have those aspects of human oversight, human control, transparency. As I said, those are relatively easy. But at some domains, we actually have to ask ourselves, are questions of sustainability and questions of non-discrimination actually important here? So for some of those projects that we have here, we probably don't even need to talk about all single aspects of trustworthy AI because, as an example, if we have a perception algorithm which is trying to differentiate between a log on the street and a shadow, this is not so much about society, this is not so much about questions of discrimination here. So the further we go deep down into actual projects and the less connection is there to humans dealing with AI systems, the more we can also exclude some of the aspects of the ALTA here. But it's quite hard to tell which of them they will be in every single project. And right now we have to assess every single project here to tell, okay, which aspects are really important. Some of them are more or less every time in there, like human oversight, safety, and robustness are more or less in every project. But especially those two requirements which I mentioned, diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness, and societal and environmental well-being, maybe they are not always as important in every single project.
Thank you for your talk. I enjoyed it. I was wondering, or let's say, you mentioned that sustainability for one, and also this like bias and fairness issue is something that you struggle to operationalize. And to be honest, I'm not very surprised because, well, it seems like all of these other categories are properties of an algorithm, right, or properties of an AI system, whereas sustainability and fairness are not properties of this algorithm.
Exactly.
So maybe isn't then the high-level expert group maybe asking a little bit too much of you to operationalize this? Maybe this is not quite the right approach. There are certainly things that are properties of an algorithm, like energy efficiency, for example, is a property of the algorithm. Sustainability is not. So are there these kinds of, you've been nodding, so it seems like there are these kinds of discussions within the DLR. I'd just like to hear how you approach this.
Yes, especially when, so I'm start from a slightly different point. Since we work directly on technologies and we not do so much of fundamental work, we are working on applied sciences here, and sometimes it's quite hard to actually implement the whole idea of ethic guidelines into AI systems as a whole. If we start from the very idea of human oversight, non-discrimination, etc., and if we want to go further down to these topics, it's even harder to implement them there. And there are some people questioning this. I still think that there are some, like in most projects, that they're very important there, but of course we have those discussions there, and as you just said, if we want to implement ideas which are not directly part of an algorithm, it's quite hard because we have to look at the actual consequences. And the consequences are sometimes just obvious on the very long run, especially when we talk about those very large ideas of the impact of an AI system on democracy. This is not something we can do in a 3 years project. So this is a bit harder there. And right now we are focusing, as I said, just more on the other aspects because we are relatively good at those. And if we, as an example, deal with perception algorithms for drones, this is a bit easier there. And as I also mentioned in this question, it's for us a bit easier if we do not have like a direct connection to so many humans. We can roughly say that the risk or that the need for trustworthy AI is always higher if we have a larger connection to actual humans and to the consequences, which may affect more and more people.
All right, thank you, Tim, once again.
Thank you.
All right, and now we go to the next talk. I'll just change the slides. Well, we set up the slides. I'll already introduce our next speaker. So Dr. Julia Maria Meunig from the Center of Science and Thought here at the University of Bonn is going to present to us about the we turn in AI ethics. Okay. Just a second. All right, okay. We'll start and the slides will show up soon. All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Rosalie. As Rosalie said, my talk today is about sustainability and the we turn in AI ethics. And now I need my notes because I don't have the presentation, sorry. So the background behind this is that I was wondering actually whether there is an actual we turn in AI ethics. If we think of other historical examples from. Sorry, it's okay.
Yeah, here it is.
Okay.
Sorry. Do you want to?
Full screen or presentation mode?
Yeah, I don't know where it is because it's just the PDF right now.
Either here or here, I guess. Okay, so I was wondering whether there is an actual return, because there are ethics, well, from the beginning on has been about the other. Then I was wondering, well, if we talk about sustainability, it's kind of always about the other. So it's maybe the value par excellence that takes into account the others.
Not opening in PowerPoint, but I think.
No, it's PDF, but I think you can go to full screen in the PDF. It should be. Yeah, so a full width mode is done. Voll width Modus.
Ist es?
Da war noch eine andere Option. Das, was du sorry, das hast du gut gemacht hast. Was du gerade da drunter? Okay, ich dachte, es stand da drunter.
Ah, Voll width Modus.
Genau.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, thank you so much. And I'm going to start with this great overview that my colleague Nicolas Kluge-Correa made with his colleagues. And I used to cite this even before you worked with me. So the worldwide AI ethics dashboard to show 200, it's not showing there, to show... So you made this great overview with an actual dashboard. So there are many other approaches who try to analyze existing guidelines and codices of conduct in AI ethics and algorithm ethics. And Nicolas actually made this very handy overview. And what I wanted to say about this for now, is that I put a question mark behind it, whether this is actually worldwide, because what you have shown when analyzing the guidelines is that there is only, for instance, one document from South Africa. So this would be my question mark, and this would be like a bit of the opening. And the next slide I have, is also a visual one. So I'm talking about this right now, and it's also a paper by our colleagues here. So by Amy and Sophia Falk, and I think with your colleague, with another colleague, and there you show the geographical distribution. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. You show the geographical distribution of AI development life cycle stages, and there's only one thing I want to highlight for now, because you can go to the paper to see the details. I highlighted this in blue and in orange, and so you can relate it to the maps in question, that there are the data center locations in blue, and in orange we have the e-waste receiving countries, and we see that, these are pretty much not the same countries. So we know about this digital global divide, and I guess in this, with this audience I might not have to say much more about it. And of course there has to be someone who quotes the moral machine experiment, which you might know. It's an online game, so to say, or gamification thing, in which you can test the trolley problem. So you can actually choose who should be killed by the car, or it's phrased a bit nicer, where the car should drive. And there, unsurprisingly, they also found local and cultural differences, who wanted to spare the young and who wanted to spare the old. And unsurprisingly, in Eastern cultures, it was rather the old who would be protected or should be protected, and in Western countries, it would rather be young persons. So I'm sorry, I don't have the presentation here. And then we have the return there is Yasu Deguchi, who claims that there is a we turn in AI ethics. And sorry, really, is there another way? Can I duplicate the screen maybe? Kann ich den duplizieren, den Screen, oder? Sorry. Okay, because otherwise I have to need to talking like this. Duplicate, Suite, es gibt diese Einstellung, dass das auf beiden Screens
Ja, ja.
gleich anzeigt.
Sekunde. Die Frage ist, wo diese Einstellung
Ist das eine Tastenkombination hier?
Weiß ich nicht. Wenn, dann weiß Markus das. Okay. Gibt es eine Tastenkombination fürs Duplizieren von dem Screen? Steuerung U.
Will work. Ja, sonst machst du wieder zurück.
Ja? Okay.
Das
Sorry.
muss ich irgendwie.
Das ist wirklich doof, dass das nicht geht.
Okay, sorry. Yasu Deguchi argues that this we-turn is about recognizing the fundamental incapability to do anything on one's own and to always think back or turn to the perspective that one is a member of we. And in this we, he also wants to include non-human life forms, not only plants and animals, but he also suggests to include inanimate objects, for instance, computers and robots. So he says, he argues in favor of a fellowship model, and he says that rather than a serve-be-served relationship that serves the unilateral interests of humans, we should establish a more equal relationship with them. There's also, of course, criticism against this. For instance, we have many reasons why we can discard of a computer, but how we want to protect a person's dignity. So, but that's so. The we-turn is his. He coins this phrase. And I was wondering, actually, who is the we behind this? We always ask this, like in political theory, right? So is we the perspective of the person who claims that the respective value should be respected? Is this about collectivistic rather than individualistic cultures? Or is it rather about a neoliberal, we have discussed this yesterday too, I think Benedetta raised this too, a neoliberal patriarchal focus on the subject, which kind of is the mainstream Occidental approach, of course. And we also see this, for instance, in the privacy discourse and in latest or now already for a few years, the criticism of privacy as a focus on a white male subject. This, of course, also raises the question to which authority we should or we want to obey to. I quote here our colleague Anna Ilievska. And we have heard this yesterday also, I guess, that this Western perspective on autonomy is about the protection of self-determination. But we also have different perspectives, for instance, African perspectives, that the authority that you would like to listen to and that needs to be included into the discourse, for instance, also if we talk about AI ethics, should be the perspectives of older persons, because, of course, they are the ones who have the wisdoms and the knowledge they gained throughout life. And if we think about this, we is also the question who the actor is, who defines who the others are. So we ask who are the we, but also who are the others, if we say there is a we. And the question is then also whether he is this person, he or she is speaking, or if they are speaking of on behalf of themselves or on behalf of a underrepresented group, for instance. So we also have all these old questions, or at least going back to the 1970s, these questions about representation and about underrepresentation. And participation, of course. So going back to the principles, I was wondering if we kind of agree that these are Western principles, then can we say that they are divided into principles that protect the we and the I, so to say? So I already mentioned privacy. There it's already hard because, if we go back to John Locke and others, of course, there is this white male person who is being protected and the head of the household, no matter what the other family members do and whether their rights are protected. But on the other hand, there is also a social dimension of privacy. And if that's protected, it also regards other members of the family and also relational privacy, for instance. So I try to kind of break this down and wonder, well, are there values that are only protecting an individual's rights? And this is really hard to say, I'd say. If this was a seminar, I would really ask you to do this with me, this exercise. And of course, this is also about what I said on the slide before. The other is, in this case, or in the case of AI, usually a corporation that wants to make profit. And also, like, no matter what. So they make profits because they use our data, etc. So I guess this is not really, helpful. Oh, helpful, yes, it was helpful, but it's not really that evident, this difference between the we and the I. So I was remembering that 4 years ago when we had the first Sustainable AI conference, everybody was quoting the Brundtland report because there was not much. I mean, there was, of course, your paper, Amy, on the sustainability of AI and AI for sustainability. But yeah, everybody quoted this one. And this is still important, I think, even though, of course, in 1987, nobody talked about AI, or not the mainstream discussions weren't about AI. But this is also an international approach. So it's about sustainability in order to protect future generations' ability to meet their own needs. So the sustainability approach is also very often tied to a social needs discussion. And yes, this is Amy's definition. Back then, as I said, everybody quoted this one too. I'm not going to read it because from here I can't really see it. But I guess in this audience everybody has come across this paper, which still is so important, I think, for the debate. And then in November 21, so Amy's paper is from June, so early 2021, and then November 2021 we already had the UNESCO recommendations, and of course they also take into account living in peaceful, just and interconnected societies. So this is also about the we, ensuring diversity and inclusiveness, and environment and ecosystem flourishing. And then there is another turn, I already said, this also goes back to discussions in the 70s about participation, inclusion, and representation. But recently, people have said that there is a participatory turn in AI ethics because luckily people have realized, or corporations have realized, they have to ask the users about what they think about their system. But this also is, of course, a bit tricky, or can be tricky, if it's only about, for instance, user needs and not really about us as citizens. And then there are some colleagues who claim that now we have a shift, a bit similar to the we turn. It's a shift to relational, it's called relational shift. And so from the rational concept of autonomy, which is rooted in this European Western discourse about the individual, the single person, we have a shift to the relational concept of autonomy. And they suggest, so this is Mlabi and Tiribelli, they suggest a relational concept of autonomy is a crucial step in decolonizing AI and restoring autonomy to whom it has been systematically denied. And there are meaningful contributions on relational autonomy developed also in Western non-mainstream philosophy, whose consideration is crucial to revise the AI ethics concept of autonomy in a more adequate way. And this is basically where I was coming from when I had the idea for this talk today, that I was thinking that there are approaches in the so-called Western and continental debate that do take into account the other, and that also have the we, that takes the we into consideration. For instance, when we think of the Ubuntu saying, I am because we are, I was thinking, well, that basically is, sorry. Well, my phrase was going what Hannah Arendt is saying, but okay, oh, I have, okay. But before I turn to Hannah Arendt, I wanted to point to the European AI Act, of course. And someone was here yesterday on the panel who said that sustainability didn't make it into the AI Act, but, well, maybe not the term, but in the second paragraph here we have the environmental protection at least, so that's at least, you know, something. But I actually wanted to point to the fact that next to the trustworthiness that we've heard about from Tim too, the European Union is focusing on a human-centered approach. So this also raises, of course, a question: who is the human behind this human-centric approach, and is it only a single human, or is it also the community of human? Especially if we think that we are next to an economic union, also a political union. So this we turn to kind of summarize. It's reflected already in the AI, in the sustainability of AI, of course, and it's reflected in approaches that think about those who were before us on the earth and that come after us. We do see a participatory turn, but we have to be careful about this. And we have, of course, feminist ethics and ethics of care who do take into account the other and who are also criticizing the traditional liberal approaches or neoliberal views on the world. And as I said, there are also European or continental approaches who do this. And I'm missing a slide here. Sorry, this is really, sorry. How much time do I have? 2 minutes. Okay, then that's good. I wanted to talk about Hans Jonas and Hannah Arendt, but I don't know why the slides are not here. That's weird. I'm going to conclude already and give an outlook at the same time. So if we talk about the we and the I, then we're talking also about the person and about humanity at large. And there are some dominant notions of personhood, and I try to make a list. Maybe we can continue discussing from this also, that in Western approaches, we rather have the subjective view, individualistic, and a solitary individual. That's, at least in the Western philosophy, is this male person usually. And in African approaches, and I also go back to work by Amara Esther Shimakona, it's a communal approach, which is relational and holistic, rather. And if I had more time, I would also go into several centrisms, but I would like to thank you all, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience with the technical things.
Thank you, Julia, and we are sorry for the inconvenience with the slides, but we could still follow your talk, and it was very interesting. Thank you. The floor is now open for questions, and also to the people online, you can write questions in the chat.
Congratulations for your presentation. I'd like to ask you regarding our Western culture. Is it possible really to to embrace this Brundtland report and really do something different and constructing and building this we. But our culture is so individualistic, the Western culture. How we can get rid of our culture being, continuing to being Western people and doing better things related to the sustainable AI future?
Yeah, I think it's a very important point. And I think there are, so I can answer from my point of view, but I can also quote, for instance, Hannah Arendt, who criticizes the term individual as such, because she says that this has happened during modern times, that there was, well, the political will maybe, but also the economic dynamics that led to the fact that people became individuals. And for her, that's nothing positive, because these individuals are not reunited in a political sphere. They are just like atomistic, so solitary beings. But she does highlight that we are all unique. So it's the individual in this positive modern sense or everyday sense. That, of course, she does respect, and she is in favor of it. But so this individualism is something that has part of led to some of the problems that we have, because it's also related to egoism and to people who just want to do what they want. And it's also pretty much related to neoliberalism and to capitalism, because it's, of course, the companies don't want us to, unite and stand up against, their products. They want us to buy ever more and consume ever more and get addicted to their platforms. We should be careful about this, and maybe with this distinction we can kind of keep the idea that, of course, we should protect everybody's autonomy, and worldwide, not only for those in the global north, but we can maybe think critically about this idea of individualism. And I think it's, even if everybody thinks of themselves, it's already that usually you think already about the well-being of your closest, of your family and your friends. That's already something you already take into account others. So with this distinction, maybe we can kind of save the autonomy, individual autonomy, but take into account others.
There's another question over there, and then
Thank you for your talk. The way I understood how you presented the we turn, the participatory turn, and the relational shift or turn, it is still focusing on humans. But then you also presented Degushi's view that the we is actually also including AI systems and robots. So I was wondering, what is your personal stance towards this current development of ascribing legal rights and also moral status to AI systems and robots, telling that we are building up relations with them that are of moral significance?
Yeah, thank you. I would be very careful about describing moral statuses or legal statuses. I mean, we have seen that this, for instance, happened with this robot called Sophia in Saudi Arabia, that she has now citizens' rights. I think it's very important that what I briefly mentioned as a criticism of Degushi too, humans are, of course, not the only ones on Earth, maybe not even the only ones in the universe, but, there are, as you say, there is a nature and there are sentient animals, and animals that might be pretty much, not as intelligent as us, as we currently know, but very intelligent animals too, and other species. So these, of course, need to be protected. But I would say for moral status and legal status for robots, that's on the long run. Of course, we have to discuss as philosophers. We have to think about these possibilities. But I personally wouldn't go with Yasuo Deguchi here.
Thank you for halfway presentation I experienced. I enjoyed it, but I keep thinking about, from what Christine said, and also when he was asking question of how Western individualistic, they can translate to communal aspect. I keep thinking there's no need. And I think you try to answer that question. And yesterday to Larissa also raised the question, it's time for us to critique the reasoning behind some concepts and ideas that we hold today. Who does it serve when they say Western, they are individualistic? Who does it serve when we say Africans are communal? I can tell you based on a lot of examples that Africans are not communal like we think. And I can also have examples to say that Westerners are not individualistic like we think. Yesterday, one of the presentation, Heidegger, even philosophy of being with, is not an idea of individualistic. It's an idea of relationality. It's an idea of communal. So perhaps it serves somebody to use the template saying that you are individualistic, you are communal. That's what I feel. So perhaps it's time for us philosophers to start questioning existing template of dividing the world into, I don't know, it serves somebody. The other thing about agency, I think we also need to start redefining what is agency. Who is an agent in our physical world? And if we are able to define this agency correctly, I think we can also get an answer to whether autonomous systems or robots or inanimate, non-human agential entities can have that moral right or not. I'm saying this because I read a book from somebody called Soran Reader who tried to explain the non-essential entities to be also agents. And with that, if you expand his theory, you can also include robots, inanimate objects, animals to even become agents and also have moral status. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you so much for your question. And this is actually work in progress. I don't know whether I mentioned this. And this is your impulse to say, but not all Africans are communal and not all Europeans are individualistic. That exactly was also my impulse when I came up with this talk. As I said, this I am because we are is what very often quoted, the Ubuntu approach, and it's very often quoted, interestingly, by Western scholars, so to say. Of course, there's also a lot of literature from Africa, but this was exactly also my idea or my impulse to say, but the divide is not that clear, and it's not might not be a good idea to like sharpen the divide and say, oh, this is the new turn, and now because we have Japanese or whatever values coming into the discussion. There is this turn. No, it's because there was a focus on egoistic and liberal and neoliberal worldviews that we have, or that's part of why we have these problems we are facing now. And yes, you're also right that we have to think about the possibilities that inanimate objects might have moral rights at some point. Yeah, definitely.
Right, thank you. Modesta, one more question, then we're out of time, I'm afraid. And keep it very short and also the answer.
Thank you so much for the we turn that you're introducing to AI sustainability. But I'm just wondering, this we is still human beings. But of course, it's an advantage over individual subjective conception because then we take care of each other. But if it's still human beings, is it not too anthropocentric? What about nature? Because if it's still us we are considering, then we have the right to exploit nature however we want, and that is also very problematic. So I'm just wondering, is there space in your we turn to include physical nature?
Yeah, definitely.
Very short answer.
Oh, okay, very short. I didn't have time to go into this. That was kind of this last slide. Yeah, there is space. That's exactly what is important, that the we does, and also our actions don't only affect other human beings, but nature and animals as well. That would be the shortest answer I could
great.
do.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Julia.
Thank you.
And the next session is the keynote. We just wait a few minutes for the other participants to join us. So you can stay in the room, and then we're back in a couple minutes. And at 11, there will be a coffee break.
this is your presentation, right?
Yep.
Great.
No, I'm good. I'm waking up was rough.
Yeah.
So shall we good?
I think everything should be fine. This laptop is kind of stupid. Sometimes it does not take the input from the keys.
Okay.
So that was a problem just in the talk before.
Okay.
So
if I...
Gibt es eine Chance, dass wir einen anderen Laptop hier dran stecken, weil diese Taste nimmt den Input nicht. Deswegen konnte nicht weiter...
thank you.
Sie konnte nicht weiterspulen, weil die Taste nicht...
Ja,
das
aber
Problem, was wir auch am Anfang
wir haben noch
schon
hier
hatten.
den Präsenter.
Okay, damit geht's auch?
Ja.
Okay, perfekt.
Okay, would you like to
I prefer the laptop if I can, if it doesn't work.
If it doesn't work, you can
Yeah.
fix it quicker, right? Yeah, that was just a problem, and I think that one slide was skipped because of that.
So I'm going to do your, read your bio, and Josh is amazing, but then I'm going to say, personally, I had the chance to work with Josh over the last year,
I'm still alive.
For anyone who saw the fight yesterday, that was what my last
Morning, everyone. Can you close the door for me, Duke? Thank you. Yes. Morning. Hope you all had a nice start to the day. I imagine your brains are still buzzing from yesterday and all of the ideas that were floating around. I know Joshua and I were already talking this morning that he was so inspired yesterday. He's already come up with a new idea to change the system, break the system after Lynn's talk. He wants reliable numbers of data centers and energy consumption, carbon emissions. But that's not what his talk is about today, or is it? Okay, so this morning we have our first keynote, Professor Dr. Joshua Pearce, coming to us from Canada, from Western University. So Dr. Pearce is the John M. Thompson Chair in Information Technology and Innovation at the Thompson Center for Engineering Leadership and Innovation. He holds appointments at the Ivy Business School, which is the best business school in Canada, the top-ranked business school in Canada, and the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Western University in Canada, a top 1% global university. His research concentrates on the use of open source appropriate technology to find collaborative solutions to problems in sustainability and to reduce poverty. His research spans areas of engineering and solar photovoltaic technology, open hardware, and distributed recycling and additive manufacturing, using RepRep 3D printing, but also includes policy and economics. His research is regularly covered by the international and national press, and it is continually ranked in the top 0.1% on academia.edu. Yes. He is the editor-in-chief at HardwareX, the first journal dedicated to open source scientific hardware, and the author of the open source lab, How to Build Your Own Hardware and Reduce Research Costs, Create, Share, and Save Money Using Open Source Projects, and Catch the Sun, an open source book of inspiring stories of communities coming together to harness their own solar energy and how you can do it too. Joshua also writes children's books. I have a couple of those for my kids, which is fabulous. So that's Joshua in a professional context, but I have had the pleasure of working with Joshua for the last year. I was a visiting professor at Western, and so I went back and forth to work with him in his lab, and so I got to meet all of the wonderful researchers. Nima was presenting yesterday on a collaborative project that we were working on. And so what I find so unique and inspiring and wonderful about Joshua is that as an engineer, I don't know if you've ever confronted it, not confronted engineers, but if you've ever confronted, it can be difficult to speak the same language when you're doing interdisciplinary research, yeah? And it can be sometimes combative. Not that we saw anything on the panel yesterday about combativeness, but Joshua has always been so open-minded and so willing to sort of cross over and to engage with me in these topics and to think about how we can actually do research together. So the ethicist and the engineer coming together to think about what can we do together in the space of sustainable AI? So I think it's super unique, rare, and it's been really inspiring to spend the last year working together with Joshua. So I'm really excited for your keynote today. And we will also see Joshua again on the panel on Thursday to get back into it. But anyway, this morning, Joshua Pearce.
Thank you so much, Amy, and thank you for inviting me. It's been a true pleasure to be here at this conference. For those of you that I've got to speak to individually, I really appreciate you sharing your insights with me. I learned a lot yesterday, and like she said, I couldn't sleep last night, especially after your talk, Lynn. So I may not be as crisp as I usually am, but I really appreciate it. You've made me smarter, and what I'm hoping to do today is to share a little love back. What I want to do is to convince you that the energy crisis with AI can be solved with agrivoltaics. And if I'm successful, then I would ask you as a favor to me to help me actually implement it. If I'm not successful, I want you to tear me to shreds by the end of this talk so that I can make it better for next time. All right. So that we all know that AI is growing like crazy. We also know it uses a huge amount of energy. And because of that, we're heading into what is truly an AI energy crisis. And a few years ago, people had started to talk about this, and I'm like, yeah, whatever, so the computers are using a little bit more power. But now they're starting to use enough power that it's getting measurable at the global level. Looking at the near future in numbers that we can actually trust, we're going to be having a new Japan worth of energy use just from data centers for AI. So this is you can't ignore it anymore. The growth looks like it's real. It looks like that part will be sustainable. And because of that, we need an enormous amount of new energy. The way that we're currently using energy, we all know is disastrous. And coming from the States, I usually spend half an hour convincing people of this particular point, but I just want to bring one thing to your attention. my new adopted home in Canada is literally on fire. And so our worst fire in history is caused by climate change that just happened a few years ago, but we only burned 1% of the trees, which means that Canada can sustain a forest fire at the level that you can't go outside and breathe the air indefinitely because of climate change. So this is very real and happening now, and I encourage all of you to come visit me at Western, except not in the summer when you can't go outside and even hike. There is a simple solution to this, and we've known about it for several years, and that's solar photovoltaics. Photovoltaics are a technology that converts sunlight directly into electricity. It is the cleanest and the best form of renewable energy that we have today. And what I want to do for the next couple slides is convince you of that. So to do that, going back to my American roots, I'm going to do some myth busting, because the energy powers that be globally have been putting an enormous effort into tearing solar down because it represents the largest threat today. And so the first myth is that photovoltaics are these fancy new technologies that use a lot of semiconductors. Doesn't it take a huge amount of energy to process them? And it does take some energy to process them, but it is trivial when compared to the amount of energy that they produce. So this is a study that I did way back in 2002. So this is old, like I was still in grad school. And we had been fighting against this kind of premise that the energy payback time didn't make any sense. And so I took the low efficiency and high efficiency of all the largest market solar photovoltaics on the market then. They were all silicon-based: crystal silicon, single crystal, polysilicon, and amorphous silicon. High efficiency, low case, and I took a not good place to put them. So solar efficiency, the energy that you can produce, is somewhat dependent on where you put it. So I chose Detroit in Michigan in the US, which is the cloudiest place that you can have other than northern Alaska where no one lives. So in Detroit, if you take half of your roof, put solar panels on it, and you invest a kilowatt hour in those solar panels, how long until you get that energy back? That's that red line. So we're investing the energy on the y-axis, the x-axis is years, and the x-axis in years is over the warranted lifetime. So this is where the power from the panel is guaranteed by the company that's selling it. Every single type of technology at the time could easily pay for itself. The good stuff would breed itself over 14 times over its entire lifetime. And I'm happy to announce that, the engineers, we've not been sitting on our hands for the last 20 years. Every single solar technology is improved in efficiency. So this is, again, a map of years, measured efficiencies in labs that are proven. And the different colors and different symbols are all the different types of technologies. And so it's not important that you read them, or we don't care who set the record. The point is that every single solar photovoltaic technology is improved with time. They're all getting much better. And my last graph isn't just super conservative. It's wrong. It's so wrong on the conservative stance because all the efficiencies are much higher. Second myth is we don't have enough land to do this. And so there's a couple different ways to kind of look at this problem. Let's take the US, which is heavily energy intensive. 100 mile by 100 mile square put in the current area where we've kind of created a national sacrifice zone from our nuclear tests could power the whole country. If we distribute it, that of course doesn't make any sense. It makes more sense to distribute it where power is used. If we only took up a quarter of the area that we use for roads, we could easily power the whole country. If we want to do the entire world, we need about half of the Gobi Desert. But that also doesn't make complete sense. It makes, again, better sense to put it in the places where people need the energy. And so if we use Canada, all the areas on the map that are colored represent agricultural areas. And the color indicates how much energy we could pull out of it per kilowatt that we install. If we used 4% of the agricultural land in Canada, we couldn't just provide all of our electrical needs, we could provide all of our heating and cooling and all of our transportation energy. If we do just 1% of the land, we could completely eliminate fossil fuels from the grid entirely. Myth 3, we don't have enough raw materials. Well, as I mentioned, the leading method of making a solar panel, we have got lots of different ways, lots of different types of material systems, but silicon is the number one. Silicon is the second most abundant element on the Earth's crust. That is a picture taken a long time ago. That's my hand. It's not a giant. That is not a trick. This sand in that bag is silicon dioxide. If you stripped off the oxygen and took the silicon in that bag, you could coat half the roof in Detroit, and that would get you all the energy that the house needs for the next 25 or 30 years. is so much better in terms of mining than fossil fuels. It's not even funny. 1 ton of sand can produce 500,000 tons worth of coal-related energy. Myth 4. According to the IEA, PV is not growing fast enough. Now, we talked about this a little bit last time, but I'm really glad I got this graph in. This is the IEA's prediction for photovoltaic growth. And every single year, they've been wrong, and not just a little bit wrong, but like wrong, just like you guys are just making stuff up. So the colored lines are their predictions, and the black line is what's actually happening. And that black line is continuing to shoot up at exponential growth. And the reason that photovoltaics is growing so fast is not because the world has grown in environmental conscience. It's because we cost less. If you want to produce a kilowatt hour of electricity, solar is your best bet pretty much everywhere where humans live. And that's why we're seeing this giant growth. Now, to put this in a little bit of perspective and knock down the 5th myth of PV is too expensive, when I was in grad school, our goal as an industry for solar was to get down to $1 a watt. Because if we did that, we were competitive in some markets in the US for electricity. This is a picture I grabbed, I don't know, maybe a week or two ago, but when I set the slides in, that's the spot market for PV on the open market. You can buy solar panels today for 7 US cents per watt, which for people like me that aren't particularly old is mind-blowing that it's so cheap. That is 5 euro cents per watt. It makes solar economic basically everywhere. This is the learning curve for solar. We're down so low that it doesn't even fit the graph anymore. We've truly made massive, massive improvements in the efficiency and the cost efficiency. Now, we still need huge amounts of area. And if we were to stick them all in boxes, we need about 3.3 terawatt boxes to fuel the entire world's energy needs. And if we throw on, data centers and they continue to grow, we might need another box. So where is all of this going to come from? There has been a concern that if we go big in solar, we're going to end up covering farmland and increase the cost of food and starve more people. And the last good example of when this happened is when we decided to try to make sustainable ethanol. So instead of eating the corn, we turned corn into energy, we displaced a little bit of oil, it raised the price of food, people starved to death. So that's the last thing that we want to do, but I'm going to argue that we should put solar on farms, and we should do it on purpose. We should no longer build solar farms if we're not going to also use it for agriculture. And that idea is actually German. So it's really fun to be here and to talk about it. So way back in 1982, a couple physicists made a very important point, and that's that when you build a solar farm, you tilt the solar panels so that you get the maximum amount of energy from the sun throughout the year. And of course, the sun is moving, and it's changing the angle that it is having with the horizon, depending upon the time of year. Because of that, the one row will shade the next row. So you can't put your solar panels right next to each other. You got to space them out a little bit. And so people were already doing this anyway. All the big solar farms had panels at fixed tilts spaced out. And these German physicists were like, well, why don't we plant stuff in between? Because there's a huge amount of sunlight still hitting the ground in between these panels. And so they did the math on it. And that figure, this kind of shows you how the science has changed in the last 40 years or so. That's a figure from the original paper. They're like, hey, guys, check this out. This would probably work. They'd had a lot of math. Their math was right. And now people are finally starting to do it. Behind me in that picture there is the first grid-connected agrivoltaic system in Canada. And it was put in by an Amish guy. Think about that. So going back to the panel yesterday, some groups of religious people choose their technologies based on what makes the best sense for the society. And this is a guy who doesn't have electricity in his own home, helped me build the highest tech system that Canada had at the time. So, agrivoltaics, actually, how many of you have heard of agrivoltaics before this talk? A couple, actually, that's amazingly good. So, 3 years ago, I gave a talk at the Agricultural Technology Conference, an invited talk for Canada. No one in the room other than the people that had invited me knew what the word meant. So now this is great, like it's finally making some inroads. But the idea for agrivoltaics is that you combine agriculture and photovoltaics on purpose in order to be able to get food and energy out of the same place. So it has some benefits. From the solar side, the benefit is that the evapotranspiration from the plants cools the panels. The cooler the solar panels are, the more efficient they are. And so this is better for us. Also, it reduces our O&M costs because people actually go to farms and they can see if things are unplugged or damaged, and like paying someone to do that costs money, and then you could completely eliminate that cost. It also makes it much easier to get permitting. People like the concept of agrivoltaics, basically everywhere, regardless of political persuasion, and that makes it easier to get large-scale solar farms actually produced. From a water use perspective, putting shade over top of cropland reduces the amount of water that you need to feed the plants, reduces the amount of evaporation, which conserves water. It also cuts down on runoff, which of course can cause other pollution problems. And then there's some agricultural benefits, and you're not going to believe me necessarily right off, but I'm going to show you a lot of data to hopefully convince you. So here are the kind of 6 main types of agrivoltaics. The 3 at the top are the conventional ones. So the first one is, I'll call it the German-style agrivoltaics, where you plant stuff in between the rows. The second one is, if you're even more lazy than that, and you just say, you know what, and this is actually how we started it off in Canada, is we're just going to leave the solar farm exactly how it was, except we've already got a fence around it, so why don't we throw some sheep on the grass and let them eat the grass? And it does look like the grass is growing slightly faster underneath those panels. We're not sure, but we'll throw some sheep on. If you're even too lazy to put sheep on, you can, instead of planting grass under your solar panels, you can plant flowers, and then you let the people bring the bees in, and you get a little bit of honey per acre. The bottom 3 are when we're being a little bit more serious about agrivoltaics, where we're either changing the type of arrays that we put up so that we can get more energy, but also do conventional farming underneath, or between rows of vertical farms, or we're grazing things that aren't necessarily so nice to solar panels like cows, or we integrate photovoltaics directly into a greenhouse. So what does all this stuff look like? So the first one, and this is the one that is by far the biggest in terms of acres and number of megawatts, is grazing animals underneath it. So Canada was pretty aggressive at trying sheep first, and it worked. The shepherds liked it, the solar operators liked it, so much so that we started to try other animals. So right now in Alberta, we're trying pigs at grazing underneath, and when I was in the US, we did rabbits. And this was the only study my daughter ever really got me mad at me for, because the idea was to show that we could produce rabbit meat at a lower cost than you could without the solar panels. And as it turned out, this was during COVID. And so I'm happy to announce that not a single rabbit was killed. Everybody bought the rabbits as COVID pets. The rabbit farmer actually ended up making more money, and the rabbits, of course, loved the panels, not just for the shade, but it also protected them from aerial predators. So everybody won in that particular study. No rabbits were hurt. Stilt-mounted agrivoltaics. So it turns out that a lot of fruit trees are especially sensitive to too much sun. You give them a little bit of shade and they like it, so it looks like this. If we're going to get big, and we're going to talk about producing gigawatts of photovoltaic power to power our data centers, we need big style arrays. And one way to do this is to build vertical arrays. And the first time I saw vertical systems, it actually, I'll be honest, it made me pretty mad. So people like me have been working to make solar panels more efficient for decades, and it's really hard. My entire PhD, so spending 5 years, I increased the efficiency of a type of panel by 3%. And that's not 3% absolute, that's 3% not absolute. So let's say it was a 10% efficient panel, I knocked it up by 0.3%, like it's pretty sad. So that's my blood, sweat, and tears for 5 years. It's the hardest thing that I could do. And then you do something like this and you throw away 30% of the energy, like that hurts, because that's something I can't ever hope to overcome because of physics. But now I sort of get it. So systems like this not only have the advantage that you can completely farm around them conventionally, they also move the peak of the power that you're producing out to the shoulders, so that it actually becomes more economic. And in some cases, especially when you're displacing fossil fuels, better for the environment. We could also do greenhouses. And so the pink panels on the top there are changing the color of light as it comes in. And you can do this with dyes, or you can do it with quantum dots. But the whole idea is that you're making the light that's hitting your plants more beneficial for their growth, while also extracting energy from the light that would be hitting the plants to turn into electricity to power the greenhouse. And so this is a review article, I think, from last year, or from this year. And it looks at your kind of conventional farm where you build your solar farm and you build your agricultural farm, and you've got more water losses, your land use efficiency goes down. It's good, it's better than fossil fuels, but it's not great. You combine the two and you actually end up with substantial benefits. Your land use efficiency goes way up. Agrivoltaics is definitely the better solution. But that's not even the good part. This is the good part. And this is completely non-intuitive. If you shade crops with solar panels, you will increase yield. You get more food, not less food. There are studies from all over the world at this point, some in Germany, in Italy, the US, China, Japan, and Malaysia, showing many things that we all like to eat doing better in under solar panels of different kinds. Most of these studies do something like they'll have several different types of photovoltaics, or they maybe space the panels out differently, and they're trying to find an optimum for the particular crop for the particular location. We need so many of these studies, and they're difficult to do because normally to publish in the agricultural literature, it takes 2 years. And so for a physicist like me, that takes like forever. You know, like we publish on arXiv because the latest and greatest is changing. It's a lot of like the AI papers where if you're 2 years old, it's already out of date. But for ag, you've got to take 2 years. These are the studies that have been published, and they range from, modest increases, like 3% for wheat, to very substantial, multi-100% increases, especially in the Midwest and the US, for things like peppers. So are those real? So hopefully I can convince you with some data that we got on strawberries in the last couple of years in Canada. And so strawberries are nutritious, they taste good, we had them yesterday. It's a yummy food that's good for you. Can we actually get strawberries to grow better outside, even in Canada? And so we did a whole big bunch of different types of solar panels, 13 in total. Crystal silicon, where crystal silicon is made up of cells, and we simply space the cells out more inside the panels to allow more light through. And then thin film cells, and those are all the colored ones in the middle, where we're changing the thickness layer of the semiconductor. The thicker it is, the less light gets through. And then we try different coloring for the panels as well. And we monitor all of this with open source electronics. And I was kind of thinking based particularly on the conversation that we had yesterday, I would have changed the whole half of this lecture to hopefully convince you that open source is the way that we're going to get democratic AI. But to kind of practice what I preach, everything that I do is open source. All the source code for all of our software, the hardware designs, the firmware, the data sets, everything that you can get to. And the whole idea is that other people can then use it to do their own research, confirm what we do. But I always put an open source license on it, which says that if you make an improvement, if you make a better data logger than me, I want to see that because my next data logger will be yours and will be better. So we now have a complete SCADA system. These systems are usually tens of thousands of dollars. Now you can make them for under $1,000 using our electronics. And at the end, I'll have a URL that you can get all of this from. And so using the open source data logger and all of these different types of panels, we proved with the best one, we could get 18% more strawberries from underneath the panel than right next to it with no panel. If we expanded this to the entire Canadian strawberry market, we get $27 million more per year from additional strawberries, but $100 million per year in solar electricity. And you might say, well, that could have been a fluke. You got some sort of weird soil thing going on. Are you absolutely sure they were the same? Well, let's prove it. So one of the things that Amy and I are hoping to do is to stick a greenhouse on top of a data center here. And some facilities managers are saying you can't put greenhouses on top of buildings. That bottom picture is the Biotron at Western, where we put a greenhouse on top of a building, so it absolutely can happen. And in those greenhouses, I ran these experiments. So I did the exact same experiments as outside, inside, so completely controlled environment. I had control of the carbon dioxide, I had control of the temperature, the humidity. Everything was automated in terms of watering, everything is monitored in terms of light. We knew exactly what it was, and we did these experiments in the winter, but we simulated summer in London. Like we did that with the lighting and the heating. Same panels, same everything. This is what it looks like on the inside, where they were underneath tables of the exact same panels that were on the outside. And what did we get? 20% yield. So in the controlled conditions, we got 20% yield. In the outside, uncontrolled positions, we got an 18% yield increase. no question you get more food. So if we're going to encourage farmers to do this, large farms will create huge amounts of energy. But what about the small farms? Even a couple acre farm will produce far more energy on the farm than you need to run the farm itself. And so if we're going to kind of get farmers in baby steps, one of the ideas that we had is to start to use agrivoltaic fencing. Now, agrivoltaic fencing is already it's already commercialized in Germany, and it's usually used for the residential market. But you could do the same thing on all the farm fences. So we did a study where we looked at every single type of farm fence used for animals in North America and proved that you could put at least one module on it per 2 uprights. And that is enough to easily power any kind of on-farm energy use, just that alone. It also works for any type of animal, any type of panel. We published how to do the electric wiring for it and all the mechanicals. We have agrivoltaic modeling for these types of vertical rows. So if you do the outside of your farm and it works out okay for you, then maybe that's enough to convince you to do the inside. And so the modeling that we did, and the model itself is completely free and everybody can use it. So we looked at a couple different places in Canada, and we looked at a couple different spacing. And the spacings were different because it would depend on the type of farm equipment that you have on your particular farm. And so some of them you can see are quite large, 45 meters. That's a pretty big piece of farm equipment, but it's still enabling the farmers to do conventional agriculture in exactly the same way. You're just driving between lanes of modules instead of driving between rows. But we could do better than that. A lot of the improvements in photovoltaic economics has come at the module side and the cells. And there hasn't been a lot of work on the racking. And so our group started to look at this in detail. And of course, we wanted it to be sustainable, and we wanted it to be something the farmers could do themselves. And so we're in Canada, surrounded by forests. So wouldn't it make sense if we started to use sustainable wood to do it? And as soon as you put up, say, a 3-panel fence, and you want to make that out of wood, and you run through the mechanical calculations, you quickly realize that you're going to need giant, huge timbers to be able to do that, and that's not going to work economically. And so we can't have fixed modules. So if you can't have fixed modules and you still want to use wood, what do? Well, you let the modules blow in the wind, just like a flag. And so we've been putting modules on hinges so that when the wind blows, they move out of the way. It reduces the mechanical loading, and now you can use normal wood, like 6x6s. So we've done all the mechanicals for this. We've proven that it's less costly, and now we're building systems to prove that it works. But as one of the added bonuses of this, that you remember all the energy that we gave away because the panels aren't facing the sun? Well, when the wind blows, they actually do face the sun. And so it turns out that these panels should get 12% more energy than fixed vertical panels, and that we're proving right now. I'm not sure that that's true. That was just theory. What about cloudy weather? What about night? Solar doesn't work then. Well, we're not the only ones that have been working to drive technology's improvement. The battery people have also been doing a pretty good job. The cost of batteries, especially as electric vehicles have started to scale, has dropped like a rock. And it has dropped so far that in the United States today, many places, as you could, those are the places that we did, that we ran the numbers on, but many places in the US today, it is economically beneficial to leave the grid for a solar battery backup generators type system. And so that's what the graph is showing you on the left. And this is in money. So the big red line down is when you invest in this photovoltaics and battery system. The blue at the top is how much, like the value of the energy that it's producing each year. And then the little numbers underneath the negative are what you have to put in terms of maintenance. The black line is your kind of like return on investment, like where you are in terms of total money with time. And so we're doing pretty good for the first couple years, and then you see another giant drop. Well, that's when you have to change out your batteries. And then it drops down, and we're doing pretty good again, and we cross the 0 line, which means the system's paid for itself, but oh wait, you got to put the batteries back in, drop down again. But then you run this out over the entire lifetime, and you're actually making an enormous amount of money leaving the grid today. Now, I'm not saying that anyone should actually even do that, but the point is that with solar and batteries today in the open market, no subsidies, it is possible to outcompete the electric utility for generating electricity. Let's say that you want to build a data center, and you want to make it solar powered, and you're doing it in an area that maybe hasn't been done before. I had a great talk just before here talking about how you should choose the location. Maybe you want to move to a cooler environment so that your absolute energy efficiency should be improved. The modeling packages that were available to do something like this are all proprietary, and that angers me if it is not obvious already. And so finally it angered me to the point that I couldn't take it anymore, and so I had Ali write the package. So if any of you have done any type of this modeling, and there might be a few of you in the room that know Homer, we made an open source Homer. So Sama can do everything that Homer can do, plus it has any optimization algorithm that you want, plus it has all the newest and greatest technologies. So you want to put on a new battery system that Homer doesn't have yet, Sama allows you to do it, and you can use the optimization. It's completely open source. And I do apologize, you have to know Python to be able to use it right now. But I'm working on that too. Soon it'll be available for everybody, even if you're not a big Linux fan. All right, we're also building integrated greenhouses that look incredibly promising. Right now, for sure, we can get the same yield of a conventional greenhouse with a partially transparent roof that produces enough energy to provide all of the energy needs for the greenhouse. To make these types of systems better, not only do we want to consider storing energy electrically, we can also do it with thermal batteries. Now, thermal batteries are really intriguing. So you use a phase change material to store the energy as heat. They're much less expensive than electric batteries because it's basically a box of wax with a heat exchanger in the middle of it. And it lasts forever. It doesn't wear out. You just melt the wax and then it solidifies again. Melt the wax, solidifies again, and never wears out. And then lastly, one of the things, and we're just starting now, but we've already got pretty good results, is what do you do with the end of life of the solar panels when they run out? And the truth is that right now, economically, it doesn't make sense to recycle them, so the most aren't. We have been experimenting with taking the old crystal silicon and using it to make new batteries. And our results are better than everything on the market now, but we still haven't been able to beat the best in the literature. But that's what we're doing in the bottom right-hand corners. We're taking the old solar panels and turning them into electric batteries. Okay, I'm going to speed up. So, agrivoltaics is definitely doable, even in some place like Canada, which is not known to be a sunny place. We're building an open source research center. Right now we're at around 100 kilowatts of power in 10 kilowatt arrays, so I can do 10 experiments a year. And one of the places that we're pushing that energy is into controlled environmental ag. So this is an agri-tunnel where you grow food on purpose. It's about 1,000 square feet. We can produce the same amount of food as in 10 acres. This is what it looks like inside. And so we're using the energy from the solar panels on the outside to provide the lighting, the HVAC system, which is done with heat pumps, and the pumping for water. These systems are far more efficient in terms of land use, and it allows you to use the energy from the farm with the agrivoltaics that you're producing in such a way that you can grow food year-round, even in some place like Canada. And so we can use this same concept for AI. When you use agrivoltaics for data centers, you get this whole list of benefits that I've already gone through. With the sake of time, I will not expound on them again, but you also get some other benefits. Think about the people. So right now, the only way that you can economically produce food is to use extremely low-cost farm labor. These people work in the hot sun. It's not fun. It becomes slightly more fun in the shade of agrivoltaics. This has already been done at the large scale. So this is in China, where they've shown that you can rehabilitate destroyed land, start to shade it, you start to get more growth, it creates more employment, and you get more food. And then we're making solar panels that are specifically made for agrivoltaics. I'm working with a European firm, Biosphere Solar. I have their stuff ordered now, and these will be panels that we can infinitely maintain their life. So as the cells wear out, we could take the panel apart, put new cells in, and start again. Agrivoltaics is growing like crazy because it makes economic sense. The money is there. This is a case study of Saskatchewan. They could make $1 billion of additional revenue a year between the food and the electricity. Everybody likes this. We did a survey study looking through the middle part of America, sort of from Texas to Michigan, 82% more likely to back solar development in the area if it's agrivoltaics. Doesn't matter whether you're Republican, Democrat, or in between. This is a graph from the Trump administration. Agrivoltaics in the US now. Even people that seem to be doing everything in their power to destroy solar still back this. The Vatican, the first country to be 100% powered with agrivoltaics. Hopefully not the last. We still have lots of work to do. We've got to make it regenerative. We need tons of studies to be able to pull this off. AI can help. How can it do that? By making us more efficient, the same as with conventional ag. So this is using some open source software, which I don't have time to talk about, to be able to follow our strawberry data. We set the world record because we used open source software in a clever way. We are not the only ones doing this. So Technologies just put out a whole slew of open access papers where all the code is available, where you can use AI to make farming better for everybody. We're looking for partners now. So if you're at a university that might be interested in doing agrivoltaics like Bonn, we want to work with you. We need data desperately all over the world. You mentioned my books. I also use AI for fun. And so one of the outreach things that we do is write stories using AI-generated art in order to teach kids about it. And I will stop here. Everything I do is open source. And so it's not just about what you're doing it, but it's about how you're doing it. So if you want to replicate any of my studies, you can absolutely do it. You can build the same equipment that I made for less cost than buying it commercially. The methods, the literature reviews, the software, the firmware, everything is available. If all of us start to do our research this way, it will all move faster and will drop the costs. So hopefully I've been able to convince you agrivoltaics isn't such a bad idea. If I have, I know I need your help. Engineering only takes us part of the way. We need policy guidance in order to be able to say things like, if you're going to build a data center in Texas, it has to be powered with solar. It has to have agrivoltaics underneath it. That's where you guys come in, and I think you honestly can be a massive help on that front. So thank you for your time and attention. Be happy to answer your questions.
I'm so techno-solutionism. So let's open the floor for questions. Okay, I saw two hands at the back, on the right and then the left. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to remember the order.
Thank you for the talk. I have a curiosity with regards to batteries because, okay, so I can understand we store energy, but if you're thinking about like a hyper-scaled AI data center that requires insane amount of energy and that energy needs to always be there, like what would be the environmental impact of just having those, I don't know, 50 gigawatts of batteries? I mean, that sounds like an insane number. And it's not like we're gonna mine that next to Washington or next to Paris, right? We're gonna mine that, who even cares where, fundamentally, for the people that are using this. So how realistic would you say it actually is to have that amount of battery capacity without destroying the environment and getting it there?
So in comparison, like it always depends on what you're comparing it to. So if we're going to say we absolutely have to have this data center and it absolutely has to be centralized, which is my question for you, because I'm not entirely positive that that has to be that way. But if it is, the using solar and batteries is definitely better for the environment and would be far less damaging than any other approach that we used. So it would still be some damage. There's always going to be something, but it's far less damage. And if we scaled the technology, the costs will come down for everything. And so then you're not just looking at what you're doing for the data center, you're looking at what you're doing for everything else. So that means eliminating all fossil fuels, say, used in transportation, because now batteries are so cheap, we can put them in every car and everybody drives an electric vehicle. The other thing, and this is where I don't know that we need to do centralized data systems. If anybody in the room can explain why it has to be that way, I'd love to know. It doesn't, I heard your talk, which already shows that we can get the same performance with smaller models that we contain, say, in our own companies or our own universities. Why wouldn't we do this? It makes it much more easy to use waste heat from the data centers or from the processors in a more beneficial way, say like heating the building that you happen to be in.
Okay, and then the next question was, yes, right there, Tabea, right there, yeah.
Hello, fantastic. really, really fantastic. It's so exciting. I work for a global research institute on forest and agroforestry across the South. If Bezos' fund was to give you $100 million to spread this across Africa, starting with Kenya or Ghana, where our colleague's from, how would you do it?
100 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, have recently offered that kind of money for what kind of work you're doing.
Yes, so I actually have thought about this. So if it was specifically for data centers, I would try to push the data centers further north if we could. The cooler, agroforestry. So I would make a deal with one of the large solar manufacturers in China to buy their entire output, which would drop the cost of the PV, and the same way with the rest of the material supply. So make a big deal. I would use wood for the racking, although when we ran the case studies comparing Africa and North America it made sense. In Africa, it made more sense to go with metal economically, although not environmentally. But I would do that to get the scale large enough so that everybody could benefit from the improved economic efficiency of finally getting agrivoltaic specialized panels into the market.
Svenja? Is that, I can't remember. Blonde hair, red shirt.
Thank you. I had a question. It's Ivana from Hungary, from Institute of Advanced Studies, COSAC. I just had a question related to the question about the batteries. And I was impressed when you said, so I wouldn't want to repeat what the colleague asked, but I wanted to ask you about these thermal batteries and wax, made of wax, and this crystal silicone you said. This is very interesting to me. And I just wanted to ask you, is this something like very early research, or how far are you with this? And is it something that can realistically replace, for example, lithium, which is very problematic in terms of what the colleague asked about the mining? So is it realistic? I mean, it sounds really fantastic. So how real?
Yeah, there's two things, and I apologize because I went really fast. So there's thermal batteries that can store thermal energy, and they're the ones that last forever and are made out of wax, and you literally can make it out of beeswax. That is relatively, there's certainly still more research going on it, and depending on where you are, it's advanced or not. So Nordic countries in the UK, they've got commercial thermal battery systems. I installed the first thermal battery system in Canada. I had to get it through the special regulations that we have to do in Ontario, which explains why no one else has one yet. But now we're hoping to provide enough data to get people to start to use them in Canada. And still a substantial amount of our energy that we use, and especially in northern countries, is heat. And so thermal batteries makes a lot of sense. It's just a more efficient way to deal with the energy. For electric batteries, the thing that we're doing is using recycled crystal silicon to make improved lithium-ion batteries. And that's at the very early stage. So I would say realistically, that's 5 years away from large-scale commercialization.
Great. And then I wrote down to the left. So who had your hand up to the left? I think you in the blue shirt. Yeah. And then I had a hand to the right. Who was it? Yeah. Okay. Janet, you're after.
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I feel very inspired now. I have a question regarding the recycling of the solar panels that you talked about. So maybe I missed it in the presentation, but in general, if you can't really recycle them right now, how high are the environmental costs of doing that? Getting rid of the waste, and also how high are the environmental costs of creating those batteries that you were talking about?
Okay, so first on the solar. So we definitely can recycle solar panels. That is physically possible, and there's actually a couple commercialized firms, but it's not super economic. It's not really economic. The metal, so a solar panel is made out of usually a glass or two glass sheets, and you put your crystal silicon wafers in the middle, and then you laminate it either between two sheets or with a piece of plastic. And so taking the metal frame off the back is economic. You could recycle metal, that's well established. Recycling glass that's already contaminated with all this stuff isn't a huge market, and you can grind it up and maybe stick it in roads, but that's not where you would get, say, the glass for your cup. But it is physically possible. What I'm arguing we should move towards is away from laminating everything with EVA, where it's stuck in there and it's very difficult to take apart. Instead, what Biosphere Solar is doing is they're building solar modules the same way you make a window. So they have 2 layers of glass spacers in between, and then they only do like a PIB coating around the outer edge. And so it will hold up the length of a window, last just as long, but then at the end of that, you could strip off that PIB sheet, take the cells out that are dropped in efficiency maybe of 1% per year, put in new cells that absolutely would be better, because people like me aren't going to stop. We're going to keep making the technology better, reseal it, and now you have a new module. And so that is ready to make it economic. Again, can be done policy-wise, either demanding that you have circular modules everywhere, or demanding that take back, just like you do for other electronics in the EU. In North America, that's slightly more challenging, but still possible. And then the same with batteries. And so the batteries, the materials inside them are more valuable, and so there's already a market for recycling them. But I also like the downcycling, where you take a battery from, say, an electric vehicle and then move it into, say, a house electric storage battery, and then at the end of its life, then recycle it, because you don't need the performance as much. It doesn't need to be as fast when it's doing something like, say, powering your home.
Okay, thank you. Great. Then I had Janet, and then yeah.
Oh, sorry. Raise your hand.
Hi, I'm Janet Raffner, and I'm at the Center for Hybrid Intelligence at Aarhus University. I have a background in physics, a couple degrees in that, and now I'm at a business school. And so first, I really appreciated the talk, fascinating, and let's just pretend for a moment that, again, like the question about the 100 million, billion, whatever it was, that this is the next thing, and it's going to change the world. What I didn't see in your studies, in your presentation, was studies on how the cultures or societies accept the technology in that place. And so I completely appreciate that it's not your area of expertise, but if this is going to be the next big thing, then I would be worried that we would, as of from yesterday, talking about this techno-optimist or solutionist approach, even if it does have the potential to revolutionize everything, then I would be worried that it wouldn't be rolled out properly or have the right community involvement. I come from background participatory design, participatory democracy, and so I'm, I guess, curious, have there been any studies that have been looking at the culture or the communities and how they respond to having this new technology there? Or if not, why not? Maybe this is the space to also discuss if there's going to be some big studies on the yield of a product. Why not also blend in an anthropologist or an expert to study what the community thinks about it?
Sure. So we actually did 3 studies that at least got to I think where you're going. And the first one, we interviewed the solar industry, where we're like, why haven't you done this yet? And many people were in favor of it, but it added another layer of complexity. So they're used to putting a fence around their system, nobody's allowed to go in it, they control it. And now you're going to ask a farmer to go into it every day. That gives them the heebie-jeebies, and you've got to have contracts in place. But enough people have done it now that it's quite substantial. So just as an example, in Texas, they now have 3 times more sheep than they did before agrivoltaics, because agrivoltaic sheep makes so much economic sense. In Ontario, a shepherd can earn $100,000 a year doing agrivoltaic sheep, for sure. Today, I did the study with a shepherd. So the solar industry is kind of on board. They're moving in the right direction. We interviewed farmers, and for the most part, after they understood what was going on, they liked the idea. But they're still, the number of farms that I showed on that American map is large from a PV perspective, but from a farming perspective, that's nothing. So the vast majority of farmers have never seen something like this. They don't have one in their community yet. It's coming. And so eventually I think we could do the study. And then the last one was the survey study that we did through Middle America. And that one showed that people were much more likely to be in favor of solar. Right now, for most of my history as an American solar person, we were the good guys. Everybody liked us. But right towards around when COVID was hitting, we suddenly started to become the bad guys, because they had this concept of industrial solar, ruining farming communities, getting rid of labor because you would take away the farming jobs. Yeah, sure, you get some solar deployment jobs, but then solar panels basically take care of themselves, so you're not employing hundreds of people per acre. But people were in favor of it if you kept the agriculture employment. And so now we have enough examples where we can show real pictures of real farms that are in operation. The farmers are making money. Usually they're not the ones that invest in solar. They're leasing the land to a solar developer that have a separate contract for the thing, so they get a guaranteed income for that lease value, and they're still able to farm the same way they always have. So I think as we do more of this, we'll get more of those social studies, but for now, it looks okay. It looks pretty good, actually.
Sorry, your examples are from just the United States, though, right?
Or United States and Canada.
In Canada. So, I mean, you present this as a world solution. And so the question is, okay, I understand maybe it hasn't happened now, but if it's going to be a world solution, then there needs to be a community research that may go beyond a survey.
You're absolutely right. And I think we'll get there as an entire community. So right now, the bulk of the agrivoltaics is concentrated in Europe. France, Germany, Italy all actually have actual legislation for it. North America. And then China does these things where they'll just put in like 100 megawatts and call it good. Like they don't even do the study for it. They're just like, oh, look at my slide. And it's like, that's more solar panels than we've ever even touched. But the studies that have come out of China, I don't think I've seen any looking at social acceptance, but I know that they do have some that look at employment, and the employment's increased. So I think that's probably good.
I'll do it. We work together. I got you. I want to say Giorgio, we met yesterday. Is that your name? Was I right? Yes. Giorgio, and then Alex. And then sorry, we're already at time.
Great pitch. I really liked it. Also from the industrial perspective, great insights. The only thing I didn't catch is from the battery perspective, what is, in your opinion, the state of art in a warm country like a Mediterranean environment, for instance, like here in Europe? I could see this apply to because they provide shading, which is an issue for desertification, so what would be the best technology for electrical batteries, so not thermal, in Europe now and in the next 2-3 years?
That's a really good question, and I think we don't necessarily have the data yet. So all of the studies that have come out so far they're very small. It's usually looking only at one crop. It's got an agrologist that really knows about legumes or something, and so we don't have a model yet where I could say, this crop in this location, this is the best way to do it. We don't have that. And especially once you start getting a little bit more complicated, well, let's make a agrivoltaic system for this data center. Like, we got no data yet. Hopefully we'll get some. But once we have that, then I think we could expand I think we have some of the beginnings of it. So if you tell me how big your data center is, I know how much waste heat is coming off of it. I know what we might be able to do with it. I'm intrigued, or maybe we can talk afterwards about maybe trigeneration, which neither of us got to.
Absolutely.
But that would be, I think there are some things to look at to optimizing, but right now there's no tools I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. And last question is Alex right here in the blazer.
Thank you very much for the very inspiring talk. My question is also battery related, but have you considered what are your views of, instead of using batteries, going for the technological route of hydrogen and fuel cells?
That's a very good question. So I think I'm the only one that has an industrial 3-phase off-grid power supply in the world. And the reason is my university wouldn't let me attach some of my experiments to the grid. And one of the things I did with it was run, at the time, it was the largest AEM fuel cell or electrolyzer in the world, with the purpose of making hydrogen from the excess electricity. And so the efficiencies for those are also getting better. The economics aren't as clean as the electric batteries right now, but one could see how that could make a lot of sense in the future, and especially when we're talking about the potential for huge amounts of excess solar energy. Like if you're, and this is something I didn't get to, is that we used that same Biotron facility to not just do the current climate, we also pushed it forward to 2050. And when you do that, all the crops start to suffer from the excess heat. And so solar panels, with their ability to cool crops, makes agriculture more resilient, more sustainable. And so if everybody is just putting solar panels over crops to have this sort of like value-added shading anyway, and you're getting huge amounts of energy, going to something like hydrogen has, I think, some promise. But I also know that, especially in North America, it is used as a distraction to stop us from electrification now. So got to be careful dancing with the devil. So I think there's a lot of hope and a lot of promise. The electrolyzer efficiencies are also going up. So I mean, I think it's something that should absolutely be looked at, and we are looking at it. So if anybody is interested in those studies, we also have all of that's freely available as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joshua, for your inspiring talk. Everyone. Very good. Okay, so now we have a break for half an hour, and there's coffee and tea, and I believe cake in the foyer. And then at 11:30, our next session starts from 11:30 to 12:30 in your different rooms, and then we have lunch. So enjoy your break, and see you around.
Excuse me. Hi. Okay, hello, welcome back from the break. And now the next session is dedicated to basically a groundbreaking work from Amy von Weinsberg, the paper that defines sustainable AI from two perspectives, the sustainability of AI and AI for sustainability. The next two talks, we will discuss these, both sides. And we're starting with Philipp Olbrich, who is joining us today from the Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ. And his talk is titled Democratizing AI in Practice, Lessons from Fair Forward Artificial Intelligence for All. So welcome with me, Philipp Olbrich, today.
Thank you, Sophia. And yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for the invitation, for organizing the conference. Really, really great to be here. I'm Philipp Olbrich and I work for GIZ, which for those of you who don't know is one of the implementing agencies of German Development Cooperation. And I work for a particular project called Fair Forward Artificial Intelligence for All. And the reason I think I'm here at this conference is twofold. So I, of course, want to share about the work that we've been doing over the past couple of years, 6 years to be exact, and also want to learn from you what we can do better. So I already heard that there's a really good mix of theoretical and conceptual work being presented here at the conference, and also a lot of AI in practice, and as we also just heard in the keynote. And I'm very curious to learn from you about how we, as a project that very much is doing AI in practice, can improve. And to do so, I'm going to talk a little bit about Fair Forward as a project and where we come from, of course also what we are and what we have been doing, and want to close with a few challenges and trade-offs that we are facing again and again in different kinds of projects, also in different geographies, and maybe how we can address them in practice. Because if you are doing AI in practice, you can't just stop at identifying a challenge, but then you also oftentimes have to make a call and go with one way or the other. All right, so within German Development Cooperation, AI is a topic at least since 2019. That's when Germany drafted its AI strategy, and there was one area of action that also addressed international cooperation with emerging and developing countries, and how to use AI for sustainable development, and how the partner countries of Germany can actually benefit from the AI revolution. And in 2019, that was the term we used. Nobody talked about ChatGPT yet. And it was pretty niche. And also within our own organization, we were a little bit the odd one out, because everybody was wondering, okay, why do we really need a project on AI? We have been working or are working successfully in agriculture, forests, forest restoration, health, social protection. What really does? What are the merits of a project dedicated to AI? But implementing this AI strategy, our project, Fair Forward AI for All, started in 2019, and we are implementing since, and still ongoing for another year. But of course, it didn't stop there. There are a lot of projects that by now have taken up AI as part of components in different kinds of areas, from health to financial inclusion, of course, sustainable agriculture as well, and in different geographies, Africa, Latin America, South Asia, Southeast Asia. And of course, also ChatGPT, the advent of ChatGPT has given it a bit of a boost, I would say, in terms that more people were looking at the question, okay, we're implementing a project right now, as we have done over for the past 10, 20 years, what actually can AI do to either make it more efficient or make it more effective? And this politically culminated this year then in the Hamburg Declaration on Responsible AI for Sustainable Development Goals, which was started by the BMZ, so the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and UNDP, and was signed by 40 plus stakeholders across the world, including civil society actors, private businesses, other governments as well, which includes a certain set of principles how to use AI for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, including the protection of human rights, paying attention to the environmental impact of AI, to focus and prioritize open source data sets. So I was also very happy to hear about that in the keynote, about capacity development across the board for policymakers, for practitioners, and so on and so forth. So that was signed in June and is being implemented now by, the signees, who also included commitments in the declaration. So that's kind of the very quick rundown of AI in German development cooperation. And Fair Forward as a project is one of the, early and one of the few projects that is really dedicated to AI as a topic. And what we're trying to do is work with 7 partner countries in Africa and in Asia to promote local AI innovation. And we do that in order to decrease the dependence of those AI ecosystems in the partner countries from buying commercial AI applications that probably weren't designed in the first place to be used in that context, and also to promote local AI innovation so that AI development can address local challenges. And why is it global, and why? Because many of GIZ projects, for example, would work with one partner country in particular, and you focus on that for 3 or 6 years, depending, is because we recognized when we started in 2019 that many of the countries, and to be honest, including Germany and the European Union, face very similar problems. And this has to do with access to data, which is the first area that we are working on, which has to do with capacity development and, of course, also with regulatory frameworks and policies. And I think the main focus is really the first area of action you see here. So we do work with local partners in the different partner countries to improve access to local data sets and open source AI models, and make them available to everyone, to civil society, to businesses, to government, and to continuously build on. And there are maybe 2 focus areas I would like to mention. One is the area of language technologies, especially voice technologies, and the other one would be satellite imagery analysis. So these are the 2 areas that we have been focused on mostly, and also across geographies, I would say. The second part on capacity development really stretches from introductory courses on AI that you would also find in e-learning format or in in-person workshops, to week-long or month-long in-person workshops for AI developers. So it really stretches a whole lot of different areas. And thirdly, then we work with the governments or government actors and civil society themselves to develop AI strategies, or, in the beginning it was mainly AI strategy documents to kind of get an understanding also within the government of what the priorities should be. And then further down in the project, it was more focused on smaller areas, like, for example, building or adapting procurement guidelines within the government and for open source AI solutions. So that's kind of the overview. I would like to give one maybe deep dive for each of those sections and then come to the challenges. So one example for the area of action 1, where we are trying to increase access to AI datasets and AI technologies, I brought today is from India, where we're working on voice technologies. And the problem that we've seen early on talking to universities and AI developers in India was that, we really don't have access to data. There were, here and there were research projects that were funded for, usually 3 years. Then you have a certain amount of research budget to collect your data set, do a study, and then, if you want to use the data set again, well, you can for this very particular research question that this addressed. And if you really find the researcher who did it, because, I mean, they wanted to share the data set, but it was usually on their computers, and there was no way how to publicly share it and make it more accessible. So what we try to do is start from the bottom, basically, and collect high-quality Indian language data in various Indian languages. So there are 22 scheduled in the Constitution. We started off with 9 languages that we collected voice data, both for text-to-speech applications and for automatic speech recognition. For both of those, you need a little bit of different kind of data to begin with. So we did that together with in collaboration with the Indian government, with the IT ministry there, with the Indian Institute of Science, a leading university for computer science and engineering, and and basically try to address also answer many research questions like how many hours of speech data do you need actually to build a model that is accepted by users? Is that the same for each language? If you have different kinds of languages, how do you cope with dialects and accents or code switching? That means if you speak Hindi and you use English words in between or words of other Indian languages in between. So this kind of stuff was addressed during the collection phase, and at the end we published all of the data sets under an open license. So it's a Creative Commons attribution, so you can use them. You just mention that this is a data set created by the Indian Institute of Science, and you can use it for public benefit applications, but you can also use it commercially. We also created first AI models for each of those languages, also made them available on Hugging Face, on GitHub. We also have, with the IT ministry in India, now an API running so that you can really build an application and include the API directly in your, if you develop a smartphone app, in your smartphone app, or if you have it on a website, on your website. And the Indian government is bearing the costs for the API calls at the moment. And we see this now happening with, both NGOs in India, mostly NGOs in India, but also internationally. So one example here is Audiopedia, which is actually a German NGO, which is trying to make knowledge accessible for on health-related topics, sexual and reproductive health rights, agriculture, water management, and so on. And they have used the application, the open source models, to translate their content and to create audio messages so that it's accessible for everyone in their first language. And it's accessible not only in text, but also in voice, so that people who either prefer voice over reading and writing or who cannot read and write also have access to it. Right. The example on capacity development is, tries to address, I think, a pretty common problem that AI research and AI development is a pretty male-dominated sector at the moment. And this is also true in many of our partner countries. And we started a AI for Women boot camp in South Africa, which, selected, I think, 25 women to go through a 4-month course, and well, learn everything from the basics of AI, AI governance, to AI development, but also public speak, like skills like public speaking, application or writing applications, and so on and so forth. So it was really a pretty broad kind of set of topics that were covered in the training plan. And I mean, it was an AI bootcamp for women, and I think the topics themselves, they didn't really differ that much. It was more the surroundings, something like when would the training happen, that it was more would more pay to the needs and requirements of women in South Africa, so that it would be possible to also join lessons virtually if they couldn't join in person, or that they were mostly later in the evening and not in the early evening, if they, for example, had caregiving responsibilities, and so on and so forth. And so it was quite a success in South Africa, so that we adapted the training to different contexts and also conducted the training in Ghana, Uganda, and in Rwanda. And after the training, also brought in private sector companies, civil society, and government institutions who can offer work opportunities or internship opportunities, so that the participants who successfully finished the training also had an opportunity to use what they learned right away, and in some cases also find a job at their follow-on activity. And at the same time, of course, you know, there's so many things that are changing constantly with AI that we also offer quite a bit of e-learning offers on the e-learning platform Atingi, which is also created by the German Development Corporation. Right, and then in the third area, AI, responsible AI policies, I briefly would like to talk about the Africa-Asia AI Policymaker Network. That's also something that we started pretty early on, actually during COVID in 2021. And it started out with the idea, which I mentioned in the beginning, that we had policymakers were facing very similar problems in the beginning. And oftentimes that would even mean that, you know, in government, sometimes people are moved around, not necessarily because they have a certain training or expertise, but if a new AI unit is founded, then someone has to go there, right? And then they are the go-to persons within their government for everything AI. So we started out with a capacity building program for mid-level officials in IT ministries, digital ministries, communication ministries, working on AI. And after the end of the training, COVID was subsiding. We could do an in-person event with everyone, which was a huge success, and people were wondering if they can continue working with their peers over time. And that's when we founded the network, or established the network, which continuously offers different capacity building programs. We're inviting speakers. There's a meeting once a year where people then bring certain challenges they face currently and discuss with the group. That now really is like there are really trusting relationships built up between the policymakers who can share what kind of challenges they face. And I know I only have a few seconds, so I briefly want to end with the challenges, and also would very much like discuss this now, but also during lunch, if you like. And this is only a selection. So one is, for example, that when we work with partner governments, we often face partners who have different incentives. And the incentives range from, okay, I really need an AI solution that I can showcase in my government, because this is how we can politically show that it's relevant, and we need to show impact very quickly, versus let's take a lot of time building language data sets up from the ground so that we can benefit, so that many organizations and people can benefit from it later on, but it isn't as showy and it doesn't show a lot of results and impact early on, but it's only later. And I would have a few examples also for the discussion perhaps. Secondly, digital public goods and open source is awesome. So we think it's a huge part of making AI available to everyone. But if you especially talk about language communities, or if you talk about agricultural communities with a lot of tradition and local knowledge, if you make it open source, what if, for example, a big tech organization comes, takes all the regional language data, builds a very useful AI model, and sells it back to the community that invested in collecting this data in the first place. So there are a lot of, there are different ways how to address this, but only imperfect ones. And I would be happy to talk about that more also in the discussion. And then thirdly, and then I'll pause, building AI solutions really requires a lot of expertise. And we have been facing this issue that we often work with IT ministries who think like an IT ministry. And if we want to build an agricultural solution, the different silos make it very, very difficult to address that problem. Because if you build an AI solution in and of itself, it's already difficult. If you want to do it in a sector with a lot of written and unwritten rules, it requires even more expertise, more political will, more coordination, which just often makes it very, very difficult. Yeah, I stop here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Philip. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, Joshua? Oh, sorry, yeah.
Sorry, for your second kind of challenge where you're taking data from the community and you're concerned about open sourcing it because it could be commercialized back to them, I guess I have two questions. One is, have you considered using licensing to ensure that the production of anything from that data is then freely shared as well? Mm-hmm. Have you looked at that at all?
Yeah, so something like share-alike licenses, for example?
Yeah, but demanding share-alike.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So we have tried out different licenses, and so the worry not necessarily only comes from us, but also from the language communities themselves, right, who are concerned about the product of their work being commercialized to them again. And of course, we have a few data sets that are available as, for example, attribution share-alike, so that anybody who is using it is supposed to use the same license, but enforcement, of course, is very, very difficult. So if I'm a big tech company that develops a multi-language model and uses the data, but uses it not for, the data is so hidden in the process that it's very difficult to enforce the share-alike license. So, I guess that's a bit where the discussions usually go, like who enforces it really? Like, same with the attribution, by the way. So even if attribution is already something that a community or an organization that has been working a lot on creating these data sets, it's very difficult to even enforce that, especially if different data sets are being combined from different institutions. And then there might be in some Git repository a list of contributors.
And I guess the other part of that is that so bad? So even in the worst case scenario, big evil corporation takes some of your data and then offers you back something to purchase, mm-hmm. You wouldn't have that if you didn't share the data. Yeah. So you don't have to buy it. You can still use the data to make your own. Mm-hmm. You're still better off as a community, I think.
Yeah. Oftentimes the discussions end there. And that's also why, for example, in the case of India, which I just presented, we had a lot of discussions with the Indian Institute of Science, how they would like to open source the data. And at the beginning, we were more leaning towards share-alike, but then, exactly arrived also at that kind of conviction, okay, if we make it available with even less restrictions, more people will benefit in the end. However, you can't assume that all data providers arrive at that conclusion. So there will be probably lots of different licenses, and we're actually also working with a few civil society organizations to develop new licenses that maybe have more restrictions than share-alike, but rather, okay, it has to, the data creator has to benefit maybe even in an economic way, or has to be involved in the development. So there are a lot of different ideas on new licenses also.
Okay, the next question was from Shabnam.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think this is a very interesting project. I just wonder about who do you partner with, like with NGOs or with governments? Because we also know, for instance, you gave the example of India, and Indian state has an authoritarian government, for instance. This data that you are producing might also support these governments in creating more surveillance for their populations. So I just wonder who do you partner with in these projects and how you are received by these communities. How do you choose your cases? Who, when, and how to partner with things?
Thank you. So in the case of German Development Corporation, I think standard model would be that government-to-government negotiations come first. So in the case of India, for example, every year there are negotiations between the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development and the Indian government on what are the priority areas for international cooperation. So that could be sustainable agriculture and climate change, sustainable urban development and renewable energy. And they agreed together on what projects should be funded and implemented over the next 3 years or so. And from there, it's very much on the project to identify the collaboration partners to basically implement this decision. And in India, particular, we are working with the IT ministry, which for a long time already has a particular department for Indian languages, because of course they also have an interest in, for example, if they are in, setting up an agricultural scheme for smallholder farmers, that the information gets out in all of the 22 languages. So there was always a Department of Languages, and now that has kind of received quite a bit of funding to also build up digital public goods in those language technologies. So that was the first partner we have been working with, but it's it's never the only partner. So I think for like in our case, we are working with universities, with civil society organizations that also can be critical of the government and that monitor that certain principles are being upheld when creating the AI solutions. But I think your last point, couldn't they also use the language data for surveillance purposes? I think, that's the same answer as with open sourcing. It can be used and misused for these kind of instances, but if it's not being open sourced, it might only be used for these purposes and not for the others.
There was another question over here. Yeah.
Hi, Philip. Is it on? Yeah. Thanks so much for your presentation. I'll try and keep my question short. I'm really interested in the project that you ran with the local ladies in Africa. One of the things I find, my first question is, did they have some sort of basic education requirements before they started? And also, how did you track the long-term success of that? When they actually went into the industry, how many of them maintained jobs? Because from the social perspective, how do you measure that impact?
Right. So the selection of participants and the requirements for participants were different in each of the contexts. For South Africa, I'm pretty sure that some kind of tertiary degree was required and that they weren't currently in employment. Were not. So that were two of the requirements for the South Africa case. I'm not sure for Ghana, Uganda, and Rwanda. However, if you see here, and I'm happy to share that with you, there is a report on, exactly these kind of questions for all the countries available and openly available. And there, I don't know the numbers, so that's why I'm not saying them. There are definitely quite a few of the participants who then stayed on with the companies that they had work opportunities at after the training. But yeah, I would also have to look up the numbers, sorry.
Thank you, Philip. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, but please continue the conversation after the session during the break. Once again, thank you, Philip.
Thank you.
Now we're going to have a 1-2 minute break for technical swapsies, and then we have our next speaker. I'll introduce them. Okay, so our next speaker is David Dow from the United Nations University, Bonn, Germany. He is talking about AI harming effects on sustainability and environment. Please welcome David Dow on the stage.
Hello, everyone. So I'm a scientist working on AI and climate change, but also AI and remote sensing. And today, unfortunately, I mean, I'm not bringing bad news, but I'm going to to talk about the harming effects of AI, whether on sustainability or environment, and of course, climate change. So mainly my talk will focus on 4 main points. So the consuming massive quantities of electricity that especially generative AI is using, but also how much they are emitting, amounts of CO2. We're talking about tons of CO2. And then, of course, they are straining natural resources like water and rare minerals. And finally, generating mountains of electronic waste. Now, let's start with the energy consumption of AI. So we know that generative AI models, they have a first short shelf of life, So they are driven by rising demand for new AI applications. So, and then we know companies, they release every few weeks like new models. And think of, for example, ChatGPT as an example. They arrived just a couple of years ago, and we are now in GPT-5, and I'm not going to mention all the others. Now, just for the sake of curiosity, do you know how many LLM models exist today in the world? Anyone knows? Okay, so just to give you an idea, Hugging Face, which is a platform where they host these LLM models, they have more than 700,000 LLM models hosted there. And I'm not mentioning the one on GitLab or GitHub. And of course, there are some that are never published because they are not open source. So all of these, they consume huge amount of electricity. And the problem is, once a generative AI model is trained, the energy don't disappear. And here I have another question for you. So how many people here used, I don't know, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Claude? Okay. And another question, how many questions you ask ChatGPT, for example, per day? 1, 2, 10, 20? Okay. So what I want to say is when you do research, you find out also that a simple query, which is like a question that you ask for ChatGPT, consumes about 5 to 15 times more electricity than when you just use a web search. By web search, I mean, you just Google or you use DuckDuckGo and so on. But what I want to focus more on here is like what I call inference, which is like how many questions you ask for ChatGPT, and so how does it consume the electricity every time you ask ChatGPT a question. And ChatGPT it's just an example. It could be like the Chinese DeepSeek or any other model. So it could take just a couple of weeks or months for usage emissions to exceed training emissions for popular models like ChatGPT. But so it's not just about the training. It's also about like every time you ask questions, what happens. Now, you need to think like that, because if you think it just in one model, then it's fine. But as I said, you have many models out there. And if ChatGPT today replaces the 9 billion Google search daily, the electricity demand would require almost 10 terawatt, yearly. And these numbers are not mine. So that's equivalent to the annual electricity consumption of 1.5 million European citizens, which is huge. And just for you to compare the numbers, so the global electricity demand today is like 20,000 terawatt hour. And then the one used by ICT, and this includes also, like internet and ChatGPTs, is like 2,000. And the data center alone, and this number is from 2020, it was 200 terawatt per hour. Today it's almost 600. And then the Bitcoin is a bit more than 20 terawatt hour today. So just to understand what's a bit, for you to compare. So like one Google search is around 0.3, a bit less actually, 0.29 in terms of watt hour. Now, if you use a GPT-4.0, so the short query, so you ask basically a very simple question, what's the capital of France, for example? Then it's 0.42. If you go to higher and you start asking like, much more difficult questions, then you would consume much more. And just for you to imagine also another thing for comparison, so daily session, like 8 messages. So if you are just asking like, let's say 8 messages, this jumps to around 10, watt per hour. And this equivalent is almost equivalent to charging 2 phones per day. Now, and this is like a new, so in 2025, so like mid of this year, so I don't have the numbers like the past few months, but again, so one residential household consume around like 11 megawatt hour, and I'm talking per year here. And so if you have one university, say like the University of Bonn, the average is like 1,200. If you go to the hospital, it's like 7,600. And so on. Now, if you look at the GPT-4, and I'm not talking about GPT-5, because it's much more. So you are reaching a huge number, so almost 400,000 between like, if you are asking a simple question or like a very complicated question. And by the way, if you want to, to get like what you want from all these platforms, you have basically to try to tease them, to annoy them, so ask them very difficult questions. And so the way we calculate like the energy in kilowatt hour is like the number of hours of training times the hourly consumption. So if I look, for example, at just like NVIDIA, for example, and so the H100 consumes 700 watt of power, but of course we imagine they are not like 100%, we are not using it 100%, it's in general 60% of its full power. And so it consumes almost 3,700 kilowatt hour per year. That's like 10 kilowatt hour per day. And now if you multiply, like by the end of 2025, we estimate that these guys, NVIDIA alone, they sold around 4.5 million units, right? So if you multiply them by 3.7, 3,700 kilowatt per hour, then you get 16.5 terawatt per hour of energy consumption, and that's equal of the consumption of some small countries, and even for like, it actually surpasses some of these small countries. I skipped the other formula because it's much more complicated, but if you have a question, you can reach out to me. Now I'll move to the CO2 emissions. So despite, ambitious long-term climate pledges, the emissions of major firms, are going all in on AI, and it's soaring really like crazy. So Amazon's emissions, and these numbers comes from Amazon themselves, okay? It surged by 6% in 2024 compared to 2023, okay? Google, for example, they had on their website that they are going to reduce the emissions like every year. But this year, I don't know if any of you noticed, they removed actually this number. And if I'll get back to it later on. But because actually it increased 48% the consumption instead of reducing it. And so last year, for example, the University of Massachusetts, they quantified the emissions saying training a single large language model can emit as much carbon dioxide as almost 600 trips like back and forth between New York and San Francisco. And I'll come back to what I said before about the inferences. So, when you ask a question, so we know there are differences between if you are asking a question like as a text or like if we are talking about images. And that's the people, what they don't know. They don't realize that if you want like to work with images, it's much more expensive in terms of emitting carbon, CO2, than if you are working with text. So basically, just a small comparison, like if you are working with the text, a text generation model generates almost 7,000 times less carbon, which is equivalent to like, 6 times 10 to the power minus 4 if you were driving the same vehicle compared, if you were using like an image. But so generating images is by far the most energy and carbon intensive AI-based task. And that's why sometimes, you wonder why some of these platforms, they don't allow you to work with images. Also, it's very difficult to work with images because you need also to do some labeling. And then just to move like a bit faster. So if you ask like a very complex prompt, this can lead to 50 times more carbon emissions than if you were asking a very simple prompt. And the estimation is by 2030, AI could account of around 4% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and that's huge. Now, these are just a comparison like in terms of CO2 emission, and this is like an old number compared to GPT-3, which it was trained on 175 billions parameter. Today, tokens call it, and today, like if you take GPT-5, we're talking about trillions and not billions. And so these are like the new numbers of today. So we have the one that's generating mostly the carbon emission. It comes from Meta, so it's around 9 tons of CO2. Then you have the second one, it's GPT-4, so we are GPT-5, just remember, but I don't have the numbers, so I couldn't calculate that. And so it's around 5.2. And then the third one comes from Dubai. It's almost like 3 tons of CO2. And then if you look a bit, like you see like the Chinese DeepSeek, which is like around 600 only. But of course, we don't know, like in terms of performance, we know DeepSeek is getting very close to GPT. The difference actually, if you compare from previous years to today, it's around like 5% only. So where it was before like around 40%. And so here I have in 2025, again, you know, like the carbon emissions. So again, if we look at like, okay, how much like one car, you know, emit like per year. So it's just 5, which is already a lot. And then this is one flight, you know, like it's one way also, it's 60. And then, you know, if you have acres of forest of carbon sequestration, it's 100. But then start looking a bit more, go to GPT-4 and here I'm talking only about the inference and not the training. So this is only when you ask your questions. So it's around like 140K of tons of CO2. And then if you are asking a very difficult question, then of course the amount of emissions increases. Now, okay, so most probably I'll end up here, but regarding the data centers, we know that the data centers are, you know, spreading like crazy. So in 2012, we had around like just 500 in the world. Today, we are much more than that, like more than 8 times than that. And then, of course, these centers, they generate also so they use lots of electricity, but also they do emit lots of CO2s. Now, what we need to know is like, today, the electricity consumption of data center rose to 460 terawatt hour, and this was in 2022. So today we don't have exactly the number, and that means at that time, so it's like the 11th largest electricity consumer in terms of countries. So it lays down between Saudi Arabia and France. But if by 2026, we estimate that it will reach 1,050 terawatt per hour, it will jump to the 5th place that put them between Japan and Russia. So this is an example of data centers, and actually this is a joke about, like, you know, the type of data, and then, you know, if you ask a question, you get a wrong answer. So just, you know, keep on steering the pile until they start looking right, which, you know, usually what we call, when you ask a question and you get the wrong answer, they just invent you an answer. So that's what we call, you know, the yeah. And how much time I still have? 1 minute, okay. So, okay, I think I'll stop here, but if you have some questions to me, maybe just one more slide where I show you the annual water consumption by the data centers. So, like, one person, if you know you're drinking water annually, you consume 1 kiloliter per year, right? A swimming pool is around 2,500. Now, look at the GPTs, and this is an example. It doesn't mean the other platforms are not also consuming. So you can just, by looking at the numbers, so you are around 1.6 million of water consumption. And I'm not saying there are no solutions. There are solutions, but this presentation was mainly about, like, the harming effects of AI. And I think, yeah, I'll end up here. So I have much more slides, but yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Are there already questions from the audience? Oh yeah, quite a few. Okay, I'll start. That was the first one going up with you, and then I'll go over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, the first is more a point than a question, but I think with the sort of 0.03 watt hours that kind of gets mentioned quite a lot for an individual thing, I think often this tends to be a median that they use, isn't it, rather than an average. So I think sometimes a lot of tech companies are using this, and it's an underestimation in a lot of ways. So I think that's one thing. But my question is to do with, I suppose, where the onus is, or how you feel it is, on responsibility. Is it us as users of things like ChatGPT, or sort of holding the larger powers to account? I think often we're all familiar with the term greenwashing, but I think one thing that I'm noticing more and more is something called green shifting, whereby a lot of these tech companies are saying, well, you are using ChatGPT 20 times a day, 30 times a day, and in some ways it's almost passing that responsibility to the users and, in a way, getting them off the hook, in a sense. I wondered what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I mean, you're definitely right. I think today the problem is like always, when you have a new tool, many people, they're not aware of, you know, like the harms that when you are using a new tool. So, and if they are clueless, they just keep using it because it's fun, right? I mean, I think during when I was doing my PhD or my master's, like a long time ago, I would have also loved, you know, to ask a question to a tool that they can give me maybe like 100% the right answer, right? So, and we also, as a scientist, we keep on checking, sometimes also asking questions to these tools. It's not like we are not using it, and we arrive to a point where AI is here to stay, and we are not going to halt that because that would be wrong. So, although you have these harming effects, so today AI is not sustainable. So that's the conclusion, if you want, of my presentation. But it doesn't mean like tomorrow AI won't be sustainable, right? So you need to spread the word about, you know, what's happening, like all the harming effects that you just as a user at home or at the university, you know, or even as a kid you are doing. And I think once you spread the word, everyone will be aware that, yeah, I should be careful. I should, only use it when I really need it and not just, for fun, let's say. So yeah, I don't know if I answered your question, but...
No, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next question was over here. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. This was really fascinating, but also very, very concerning, as we heard here already from a few presentations. I wanted to ask you, when you presented all these annual numbers, have you found or heard of different ways on how to put that in the context of alternatives, or how to sort of compare or evaluate when almost a kind of return on energy investment makes sense and when not, or this kind of solutions that you could see that would be useful in future?
Yeah, so look, it's a very good question. It's very difficult also to answer the question, but I'll try. So look, AI is doing lots of good things, and I'm a user, but I'm a developer as well. So, and in our case, we work with images. And images are like super expensive to train, to label, to run, So it's a very difficult task. But however, there are lots of ways, to do things better. For example, that I didn't mention today because I said I want, this talk, it was really focused on the harming effects. But to give you an example, like we know that some of these companies, I don't want to name them, not just to advertise them, but they are investing in building, for example, data centers in the north of the planet. Why? Because like that, you consume much less water, and then so you get the cooling automatically, right? So this is like one of the solutions. We know also that AI can be used actually to automatize everything, like including, like if you are not using the system right now, you can shut down everything just by using AI, so automatically. So there are lots of ways to let's say, improve the things, and that's from technical point of view. So, yeah.
Can I also ask a question? Since I have the microphone, I'll use the opportunity. There is a high uncertainty when we're talking about inference and energy consumption in general in the net. And there's often said, like, we don't have enough transparency to do, like, exact estimates. And I would be very interested in your methodology, how you infer the numbers, and also if you're like sharing them somehow online so people can also use these estimates that you're using.
I can share like the formula I just shared, the second one that was actually for calculating the inferences specifically. So there are lots of parameters that you need to take into account when you calculate that. However, you need also to understand if we don't get the details of what they are using exactly, the uncertainty also can become very high. And so usually, for the time being, I can tell you on the calculation that I showed, the uncertainty is almost 25%, plus or minus. So, but yeah, so I can tell you, for example, one of the reasons why I didn't do some calculation for other LLMs, because they are not sharing the details. For example, what's the PUE, which is the power usage efficiency, right? So if you don't have that, you cannot calculate. I know, for example, for sure that Google has a PUE of 1.2, which is like 12% of overheads. But many other companies, they are even higher than 2, which is like higher than 20%. But if they don't give you the numbers, then I cannot use also my formula, and then I cannot calculate. So, and recently, because I know many people, so especially the past 2 years, when XAI arrived, so to explain how AI functions, these guys who are developing these models, they started hiding, all the let's say, all the details about each chip or, each PUE, or the GPUs they are using, the information about them, because they know you are behind them and you will start calculating, in terms of emission of CO2 or in terms of using, the usage of also electricity. So it's not that simple and not that easy, but you need to keep on pushing and trying.
Yeah.
Luckily, we have collaboration with some of these companies now, again, without mentioning names, and we get usually the numbers from them.
That's
directly.
very relevant work. Yeah, thank you. Joshua has another question.
Yes.
I have a quick question. For a typical AI data center, do you know what the capacity factor is? So what percentage of the units are on at any given time?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So not for training, but for everyday use, like when we're setting in
the inferences.
Yeah, what percentage of the units inside the data center are functioning?
That I'm not sure. I cannot really answer the question, so I don't have the exact numbers, but this is not very difficult, I think, to get. So, if you know some people inside, you can get these numbers. So, yeah, but right now I cannot answer the question, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. Another round of applause for David. And now we're going to go into our lunch break. And yeah, enjoy your food.
presenter, or let me first introduce?
Oh, I think I'm going to want to glance at my notes a little bit, so I'll probably be near here. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So to all of you, I will remember you when you have 5 minutes left, and then when you have 1 minute left. So when I do this, that means finish. Okay? Yes.
If I'm not looking at you, just like tap on the desk. I'll try to get behind you. But
But I will be holding a sign like 5 minutes, 1 minute, done.
Okay. I should take this too.
How are you? Hello. So welcome back to the afternoon session. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Now we have back with a panel on policy, ethics and sustainability. And I'm so happy to chair this session as well with my colleagues, friends presenting. So we will start with Thomas Metcalf. Thomas is, of course, is my colleague, and he is located at the University of Bonn, IWE. Thomas will be talking about towards sustainable AI-assisted research, a policy model for humanities departments, labs, and policy institutes. The floor is yours, Tom.
Thank you, Shebnam. So thank you very much for being here. This is kind of a work in progress or foundation. I'm looking forward to starting conversations and getting input from other people too about their own experiences and hopes and fears about AI-assisted research. So today, as you might expect, there are, I think, advantages and disadvantages to using AI in research. It would be nice if it were all good or all bad, but it is a little bit complicated, as we've seen many times already here at this conference. So I will survey what I believe are the main advantages, look at some of the disadvantages or drawbacks, try to describe which moral principles or ideas I think are most relevant in this context, and then give a kind of a sketch or outline of a policy. So AI-assisted manuscripts and articles are probably already here. They're already with us. This is from a survey that came out, or that was reported on just earlier this year. 70% of people said that AI use can be appropriate, at least when the AI use is disclosed. 42% said it was appropriate even in writing drafts of manuscripts. 8% of people said they had used AI to write their first draft of some article, and 4% of researchers said they did not disclose that they used AI to write it. So they're probably already, I know in fact, they're already appearing as submissions to journals. And so we need, I think, to talk about it. Now, as I said, I'll first talk about several advantages or potential benefits of AI-assisted research. And by this, I don't necessarily mean simply today, if after this conference you logged on to ChatGPT and said, write me a paper. I mean now and in the near future, right? I will also gesture at the future a little bit too. And I would begin by suggesting that sometimes I get the impression that there's a kind of a Schrödingerian nature to LLMs, or at least the frontier LLMs I observe today, right? They are simultaneously sometimes thought of as both incompetent and deadly competent. Now, of course, I don't think that many people believe all of these things at the same time, but we sometimes hear, of course, that they are pointless or that they hallucinate or fabricate too much. But of course, we also often hear that they are in danger of taking our jobs or descaling us or may even kill us. Right, so I will, however, add that in the last, I would say, personal experience in the last 12 months or so, I have heard a lot more on the right-hand side of this slide than I have on the left side. I think that people are talking less, relatively speaking, about the hallucinations and are developing a little more fear or respect. So my view, of course, is they're not that incompetent. They're rapidly getting better. We can talk about these graphs if you want to, or even zoom in, but present-day research suggests that at least in some contexts, for some tasks, this is of course often published by AI vendors, but for some contexts, some tasks, frontier models have less than 1% fabrication or hallucination rate. Other research, again, sometimes published by vendors, we need to take it with a grain or chunk of salt, suggests that they may be doubling in the sorts of tasks they can perform relative to a human in their ability every 7 months or so, which is not very much time. But of course, my view is also they're not writing publishable manuscripts yet. I don't think they can. Then again, if they were, I'm not sure we would be able to notice it, right? They may just be slipping through the net. But again, from my experience, they're not there yet. Now, how might you use them in research? By offering these suggestions, I am not yet endorsing using them in these ways. These are ways that someone may be using them. And of course, we can talk about how good or bad certain models are at certain of these tasks. So before you write, you can ask an LLM to provide you with an outline of a topic, right? Better at the high-level outlines, right? The more specific you get, and especially if you ask further questions, you put more in the context window, they get worse and worse, more and more prone to fabrication. But if you ask for a high-level outline, in many cases, they'll give you something that will at least introduce you. And you can ask a few follow-up questions. You can ask them to summarize a literature. Again, depending on how famous the literature is, how high-level, broad, vague you want to be, they can give you a general idea. You can ask them to find sources for you, right? Sort of functioning in lieu of Googling something, although of course, as we know, unless you ask Google not to, it will also provide you summaries when you Google something. You can have them analyze a source, summarize a source. You can even ask them to suggest a thesis or a topic. You can say, like, I'm interested in this, or you can upload your own published work and you can say, so given my interests, given my research program, what do you think I could say about this? Then when it comes time to write, you can ask them to generate examples, right? You can say, I need a, hypothetical examples of these sorts. You can, of course, as I just mentioned a few slides ago, you can just ask them to write for you. You can ask them to write a section of a paper. You can ask them to write a full manuscript. Once again, I'm not yet endorsing any of these uses. You can, in fact, ask them to simulate refereeing for you. So before you have to wait 3, 6, or 12 months to get a decision from a journal, maybe you just say, hey, I'm thinking about submitting to this journal. Here's who's on the editorial board. Here's, some of the latest issues. Act like a referee. Tell me what your 3 biggest objections are. And of course, if you do get an R&R, if you want to, you can upload the comments. You can upload your original draft. And you can say, how should I revise this? I am going to be talking mostly in terms of philosophy because that's what I know best, mostly in terms of the humanities. There are lots of other interesting complications when we talk about the natural sciences. Most of what I say, I think, will apply to research in both cases, apply to the common ground, in fact, between these 2 areas. But when we talk about the sciences, we often have to talk about getting consent for certain subjects. We have to talk about, in the sciences, we often have to run original experiments, whereas in the humanities, that's not nearly as common. So I think that's something else to keep in mind as we evaluate these uses. So what should we worry about when we're thinking about using AI, enlisting AI for our research? Well, there are many things, of course, that we can worry about generative AI in general, about LLMs in general, right? Most of these criticisms will be familiar to most of the people in this room. We've already talked a lot about the environmental damage involved in producing, consuming, disposing of AI systems. We know that there are measurable biases in the outputs of a lot of these models, and of course you can use them in biased ways too. We are starting to learn more and more about the psychological effects of using LLMs a lot. Some of these are, personally using them and becoming confused about what the AI is telling you or about what it is, or about whether you have discovered some new scientific theory that the LLM encourages you to try to publish. But of course, we can't talk about only those psychological effects. We can also talk about more malicious effects, right? You could, of course, be manipulated by the developers or creators of one of these models in ways that you may not realize. And of course, this has also come up already in our conference. They may contribute to inequality. Development of them can involve exploitative labor. Producing the raw materials can involve exploitative, harmful labor too, right? So these, of course, are objections to using LLMs in general, but I think we have to deal with them because we need to ask about cost-benefit analyses, right, when we're thinking about using them in our research. Maybe that's a bit of an economic way to put it, but to put it in other ways, we need to think about not just using them in research per se, but all the harms that could be involved. However, speaking of research, if the whole point, or one of the whole points of research is to develop knowledge, to discover true facts, then fabrication or hallucination, of course, will be a big problem, right? Beyond that, of course, we may need to think about disemployment. This has not been spoken of as much yet in the literature on using AI in research, but of course, what we're starting to observe in the labor market, from what I gather, is that AI may be having an effect on entry-level positions, and it's not a good effect, right? And so what we may expect then in academia, again, trying to kind of extend this analogy, we may find that entry-level positions in academia, which are already threatened in certain ways, may be even more difficult to achieve, right? It may be that it might have been a research assistant grad student who would have performed some task, but now it's a chatbot. What about journal flooding and AI slop, right? I think this should be a major concern. The journal systems in philosophy, I can speak to that, but I've done some research in many other areas. Journal systems are already overwhelmed with submissions in many cases. They find it difficult to get people to volunteer to referee, and maybe even more difficult if these referees start seeing what is clearly AI slop come across their desks. And there is the topic of de-skilling, right? We talk about this in other contexts, but in the case of, again, maybe philosophy, humanities, it may be especially troubling. In fact, the name de-skilling may even be tendentiously tame, right? If we think of ourselves as doing something very important in critical thinking or in moral reasoning and evaluation, then maybe de-skilling is the wrong word. Maybe we're talking about dehumanizing, stupefying, devirtuing, something more troubling, right? But the word de-skilling is fairly common. In other contexts, maybe we can use that today. So I think these maybe are worries about using LLMs in academic research that are possibly more particular to research than just other background concerns you might have. Let me say a bit more about de-skilling because I think it is under-theorized. I was very happy to see some relevant points in Professor Bravini's first keynote about this idea where offloading our morally important choices and reasoning onto LLMs may be particularly harmful. So I think this is a genuine worry. As I said, I think it's under-theorized. I would say first about it that it is an empirical question, the degree to which we become de-skilled. Now, we do have some empirical research in other contexts that is not particularly auspicious, right? The hints we have start to suggest that it may cause harms to critical thinking, but again, this is a case where I hope people are doing a lot more research. I would also add, and I don't mean to be glib, but this is another area I think it's under-theorized, that we may not care only about the fact that we are offloading this kind of cognitive labor. We may care about to whom we are offloading it, right? Because here we are at a philosophy conference. We are listening to people summarize other people's research. We are listening to the research that other people have done. Why didn't you just look at the program, sit at home, and try to write all of those papers yourself, right? Well, we're sometimes okay with allowing other people to do, in that sense, to do research that we could have done ourselves, right? And we're not worried, I don't think, that we're being harmfully de-skilled in that case. But then again, all of us at least are sitting in this room and I think critically evaluating what we hear, or in other rooms. Maybe that's why we're not fully offloading our capacities. So these are two maybe agnostic or questioning points about the worry about de-skilling, but I would also suggest, right, we can all ask ourselves, what is the point of our research? I believe there may be a spectrum or continuum between research in order to improve ourselves and research in order to generate information or data, right? I remember when people started talking about using LLMs in cognitive projects, someone drew the analogy of lifting weights at a gym using a forklift, right? Why would you let ChatGPT write your essay? Why would you go to the gym and just lift the weights with a machine? And I think that's a good point, but I would also add, in some contexts, it does make sense to lift weights using machines, right? If your job is to transport the weights to some other place, right? Use a crane, whatever, forklift, pick them up, right? And by that I simply mean where we place ourselves on this continuum between my job in doing philosophy or whatever I do is to make myself a better critical thinker, smarter, more morally perceptive, versus the reason we do research is to just produce publishable papers. I doubt any of us thinks we are all on one of those extremes, but I do think that some of us may imagine our roles to be more on the producing knowledge side. In that case, if, and of course it is a big if, LLMs get very good at research assistance, we may not worry as much about de-skilling. All that said, you don't know what you've got till it's gone, and sometimes not even then. I would worry especially about de-skilling in this critical thinking and moral sense, that losing our critical thinking faculties may prevent us from knowing whether we have lost them, and losing our moral faculties may prevent us from understanding how bad that loss really is. So that's one reason I take de-skilling to be one of, in fact, maybe the most troubling possible consequences of relying on AA for our academic research. So how should we make our decision? Let's talk about some moral principles. Some of these will be familiar to lots of people in this room. Maybe there are 3 pillars of sustainability, right? Maybe we care about all 3 of them. Some people might claim they're, in fact, instead intersections or even proper subsets of each other. We've also maybe agreed, I think most of us, that there is such a thing as wrongful bias, and it is, again, present in LLM outputs. We may worry, again, about distributive justice, right, inequality. We may think, as before, as I mentioned, we have some moral duty to protect our critical thinking skills or even improve ourselves, right? W.D. Ross thought that there was, in fact, an independent prima facie duty of self-improvement. We might sacrifice that by offloading our cognitive processes to some degree. I already gestured at the question of what the point of our research is. Is it to generate knowledge, or is it instead simply to improve ourselves, or somewhere in between? I'd also ask, what is the value of your research, right? And this will come up in a moment, but it may matter for using LLMs that have these moral problems. It may matter what we think our research is achieving, right? If I am researching chemical weapons, then I will find it harder to justify my use of an otherwise also harmful technology. If I'm instead researching how to improve people's lives, then I may find it more justifiable. Right, so again, those are 2 questions we might ask when making our decision. Okay, so can I give you a policy that you can take home right now and adopt? No, and I don't want to. But I will say, okay, right, if these are our problems, environmental degradation, we know text-based prompts, summaries are, at least currently from what we can tell, much less energy intensive than video or image generation. Yes, there are biased outputs. As I hinted at on the panel yesterday, we also, however, have to think on the margin. Human researchers are biased. There are psychological harms, right? Again, putting too much humanizing into an AI or thinking it's become conscious, right? This is something that needs to be studied more. But I think that, peer review, this is a case where peer review can help too, right? Stepping outside this bubble of this creature that just tells you you're right about everything. What about inequality and exploitation? Those are big, complicated, tough topics. We can talk about them later, but you can donate money to malaria relief, right? That's just a gesture at one way to try to at least balance what you're doing. Fabrication, check the sources, especially check citations. At least until recently, I haven't completely caught up with the research. Citations are a particularly difficult thing for a lot of LLMs to get completely right. As I said, de-skilling might be especially troubling. Limit what it does for you, right? Don't maybe ask it to write original writing for you. Maybe don't even ask it to critique other people's work. What about disemployment? Again, that's a difficult, complicated topic. We can talk about it more. And then journal flooding with AI slop. Maybe we should already be setting limits on how much we submit to journals, or at least how much we submit without correspondingly agreeing to referee something. So I'm talking about a policy. I'm not just saying, hey, everybody, here's what I think you should do about your research. Well, I think that it's nice to have policies and talk about them. First of all, those of us sympathetic to workplace democracy, to ideas of ethics that are more relational or community-based, may think that this is a great opportunity to talk about ethics among each other and come to an agreement together, right? Second, as I said, people are already doing it, already using it. We may want to be in a position to address it proactively instead of just expecting or hoping that your researchers will do the right thing. Create conversations, right? Many people don't think of things in moral terms until much later possibly than they should, right? We've seen this unfortunately in history where certain types of people were not even considered moral patients at all or morally important at all, right, until relatively late, at least in some countries, right? So this is an opportunity to create a conversation about something that may not be clearly morally important to everyone. Share our knowledge or experience. This is a rapidly changing, rapidly developing field. It's good to get an idea of what other people are doing and some of the harms and benefits that they have observed. And of course, this reemphasizes the ethical dimension of AI, right? So this starts the conversation in ethical terms. Yes, I think we need to follow applicable laws and workplace requirements, but maybe this is what a policy would look like. As I said earlier, topics of further justice may be more justifiable, right? Use text-based prompts, as I said. Leave moral insight, understand and remind yourself of the limitations, leave moral insight to the humans. To avoid de-skilling, verify content and citations, check for bias. You can do that yourself. You can ask an LLM to do that. It may or may not work. Limit your journal submissions, as I said, and consider your effects on the unseen stakeholders. Right, so as we saw, I think your use of this potentially harmful technology will be more justifiable to the degree that you use it to pursue ethically beneficial goals. And so if you use it in your academic research, you have a strong reason to do research that contributes to justice. Of course, you don't need to use AI in your research in order for that to also be a worthy goal anyway. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom, for this thought-provoking talk. So I would like to open the floor for the questions. Yes, Federica.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciated the more provocative arguments, and also I'm totally with you when you talk about the importance of having a policy and having like a good conversation about that. However, I just wanted to really reflect on the de-skilling objection. And first of all, I've trouble thinking that, when you gave the example of we are at a conference and we listen to people summarizing papers. It's like, well, but that's not what a conference is about, right? And so I think if the point is, okay, we do summaries all the time, we do abstracts and so on. I was not sure about that issue, but also the kind of solutions that you give to the de-skilling aspect, because they are kind of individual solutions. And so you say, okay, you can do that, or you should do that. But the problem of the skilling is it's a more systemic problem, is when I write papers where I don't use ChatGPT, like philosophy papers, who is going to be my audience? Who is going to understand it? And if it's ChatGPT, probably my argument will be reduced to such a way that what's the point of even writing it? So I don't think the skilling is an individual problem that you can address with individual solutions, but you really, again, need to think about what it means for the field and how we have to tackle it. As a field.
Yes, thank you. And this is a cheap answer that you hear in philosophy conferences all the time. This is part of a larger project. And so I have other work about, so in fact the other half of this in some context is about, do we really want a world or an academic world in which something like this becomes a norm? And I suggest that some of the same things you've mentioned, that it may in fact undermine some of the community we even see at conferences, right? So if I run into you at a conference and I say, I really enjoyed your paper, I was really thinking about it though, and then you say, well, stop for a second, I can't answer any questions about it. I didn't write it, right? I think that would be a major harm. And so I think that some of the harms that I've identified, right, that again, maybe seem more individual or particular, I think that identifying those as harms is not itself to say that we should be very happy about a world in which this sort of behavior, an academic world in which this sort of behavior becomes common. But I think for that reason you mentioned, and for, again, similar reasons, I tried to hint that I think de-skilling is one of maybe the most troubling, in that context, most troubling possible implications, and a reason to, at least in a policy, strongly consider simply telling people not to use it to write anything. Yeah.
Wait.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom, for your talk. I really enjoyed it. I wondered if you addressed in the paper or if you wanted to give your feedback on the kind of person that you're talking about in terms of the solutions and creating the policy. I'm envisioning, the people in this room. Yeah, we can figure out, we can sort of come up with a sense of balance. We've already done so much of the work in knowing how to write a paper and whatnot. And then how do we integrate GPT into our practice? But then it's a whole different game when it's your kids or my kids, that generation. The solutions will have to change. The framework, the policies might have to change. Can you comment on sort of the differences in, generations or experience, knowledge?
That's a great question, and I haven't thought about it enough. So it's, at this point for me, it may depend on how old your kids are, how old one's kids are. At this point for me, I find it extremely difficult to even picture or conceive of what the broadly construed labor world will be like in 10 years, right? And so a couple of things I could say about that maybe. One of them is, speaking of policy, something that I didn't make it into the talk, but I was also sort of considering is if you have a research unit or a lab or a department or whatever, at the very least, you may also want to try to appoint someone to just keep their finger on some pulses, right? Keep an idea of what's going on and be able to bring back to group or a person or yes, and say, this is something I'm noticing changing, and how do we react to this, right? Otherwise, as I said, it's just very difficult to imagine these future generations, especially maybe, again, kids, are we going to let our kids grow up and just ask ChatGPT everything? And that definitely sounds bad to me. There were some threads of discussion I've heard already at this conference about some ideas of maybe, like a driver's license, right? We don't let people use it too much or use it unsupervised until they turn to 16 or whatever. I would definitely want to consider that too. And one thing that I've also thought about is there could be a market for a safer version of something. You could build a wrapper around an LLM that just contained a constant warning, right? That said, don't take this, this is a machine, don't take it too seriously, it's not conscious. This is covering other stuff than just your worry. It's not conscious, it makes stuff up sometimes, it's optimized to make you feel good, it's optimized to agree with you, and if you use it, you're losing an important opportunity to, no one, as far as I know, has tried to market this kind of thing. And so this is part of why, and this is a broader conversation, I often think of the dangers of LLMs in terms of something like gambling, right? Where it's like, in some sense, people are autonomously choosing to use this thing, but it may be that we at least need warnings, because it seems like I don't think we evolved to deal with creatures like this. And so I'm sorry, that's not a solution. Those are the things I think about, and that important questions like that make me think about. Thank you.
So as we have only 3 minutes left, I would suggest we collect questions. First Doji, then Benedetta, and final question there.
Thanks. I consult for some legal firms, and when you spoke about the workplace issue, I was thinking, I've gotten the situation where a junior lawyer really gave an opinion based on opinion from ChatGPT. So I looked at it and realized, okay, Charlie, you are citing laws which really do not exist. So I want to consult you on this matter pro bono. What do you think I should do? The other one too has to do with New Zealand, and I think the UK too has passed a bill about the use of text at the school. So I don't know how it could also impact your research. Thanks.
Let's collect questions because we don't have much time left. Benedetta?
Okay, thanks.
I suppose that my question is in connection to Federica's and the comments she made, and I was reminded of this quote that I love, that I wanted to use in the talk, and I'm going to use it now, which is from Nadia Urbinati, that reminded us that the quality of individual rights is always impacted by collective rights. So in other words, if you are enjoying your beautiful condo, but then you step out and you can be robbed immediately, and you are surrounded by, neglect and inequalities, then also your individual rights are, compromised. And I think it's important because I also think that yes, there are ways in which we can build the resistance towards the de-skilling, for example, but at the same time, the idea of having a cognitive license, that will protect us is something that I believe in it because precisely, there are some things that we can't just sort out by ourselves. So I wanted to,
Yeah, thank you. Yes, try to talk about both of those. About the case of hallucinated citations in law. There may be reasons to think about specific industries too, and and that's part of why I'm hoping that, individual workplaces can get together and say, we know our industry, maybe this is one in which it's particularly dangerous to use LLMs. And then on the subject of collective rights, I find myself very, very often just thinking about these issues in terms of collective action problems and prisoners' dilemmas, and especially in this case too. And the way we, trying to apply, and I hope people are doing that now. Maybe I'll try to do that too. Applying what we've learned about prisoners' dilemmas now to this context, I think, could be very valuable. I think that's all I can say about now. But I think about that a lot too. That's a great point.
Thank you so much, Tom. Please give us a second to upload the presentation.
Yeah, we can just, this is the right cable.
Okay, so our second speaker is Simon Murris. I hope I pronounce it in the right way. Simon is also a colleague and friend. We are so happy to have him here. He will be talking about AI as sustainability critic, challenging design education in the early design process. Or I also need to say Simon is from Trier University. Floor is yours, Simon.
Thank you. University of Applied Sciences. But yeah, we have both. Not too angry, my colleagues from the other one. Okay, nice. AI as sustainability critic. Okay. So maybe just briefly about me. I come from an architectural background originally, and now I run the this so-called Kind Lab for AI and sustainability in design at the University of Applied Sciences in Trier. And we have 6 different design disciplines. So we have architecture, interior architecture, fashion, and so on. It goes quite broadly. In this talk, I wanted to continue some thoughts. So it's not part of a larger project, I might even say. It's not even a project yet. It might be a proposal or a thought experiment or something like that, which I started maybe 1 or 2 years ago. So maybe it is a project. But basically, thinking about the huge complexities that we have with sustainability issues and what's attached to that once we get into complex design processes. And initially, sort of 2 years ago, when all the current systems were coming up, we were talking a lot about these assistants, right? We still do, actually. And in this talk, I maybe want to push that same technology into a slightly different direction, namely a critic. So this is focused on an educational context right now, sort of experimental in that sense. And it's working with the iterative reality of the design process. And maybe we can help intelligently navigate complexity with a system like this. Another context that I wanted to give you before I start doing that is that my position is funded through a research group. Our website is very trendy, gestaltung.ai. You can go check that out if you want to. It's 5 art and design schools working together on the integration of AI into design education and how that changes the education itself, but also society through it and so on. Right, quite critically focused, so not trying to replace designers, obviously, or looking to replace traditional education in that field or anything like that, but dealing with the changes. Right, so in this talk, I sort of took architecture as an example from the design discipline because it's the one I have most experience in, but also I think it's the one that has the most complexity embedded within it. And the sustainability aspects of this are pretty clear. So for example, I mean, we've all heard these numbers, but the scale of the impact of the built environment, and these are sort of recent EU statistics, is 35% of the greenhouse gas emissions goes to the built environment, 42% of the total energy consumption, and 52% of the material footprint. And then often that, obviously, once we demolish buildings, it even gets worse because some of that cannot be recycled, or most of it currently is sort of toxic waste. But I purposely didn't put sort of fancy architectural pictures, because obviously that's also a very everyday thing that surrounds us all, and the societal impact is quite big. Right. When we look at architecture, we often, and the design process, we have all these discussions about sort of epistemology and the tacit dimension and tacit knowledge and the thinking hand and all of that. So as architects or designers, we assume that a lot of the stuff that we do is obviously informed by facts and briefs and projects and so on. But at the same time, there is this sort of freedom of my hand sketching around and tacit knowledge that I've embedded into myself and then generate again in other projects. Experiences I've made, and they then lead to drawings. And in the architectural debate, we often even say that these drawings are sort of epistemic in themselves. So even the person drawing it might get something out of it, and then the next person viewing it might get something else out of it. And it's a generative process. And then we have these sort of very abstract freehand examples, in this case Frank Gehry for the Guggenheim Museum. We have sort of Carlos Scarpa, for example, mix of technical and freehand in one drawing, so like the really precise details of a constructive detail, for example, mixed with sort of annotations that were part of the thought process, and all of that is then captured in this. And as we'll see, obviously this is an issue once we start to get into LLMs and so on, because this is kind of hard to capture. Or even more sort of analyzing and recording drawings. In this case, from the Manhattan transcripts by Bernard Tschumi. I was looking at how and where this sort of dilemma of huge impact of the built environment and this new AI technology is being captured in the literature. And this was like a year or 2 or 3 ago. We had several publications. Actually, one of the co-authors was just here, but I think she's went to another room, Lynn. And I wasn't here last night for her keynote. I arrived late, so we'll have to ask her later. But this was Rodnick et al., where they looked at sort of the different AI technologies' applicability in different sectors. So, right, let's look at built environment. We actually have buildings in cities on here, contrary to many other cities where it's completely ignored, where they just look at sort of other stuff. And they say, like, optimizing buildings, this technology, like causal inference, might be good for that, and so on. So at least it's there, right? And then we could go much further, obviously, if we were to include the rebound effects and all of that, which she has developed in that paper. So as an example, let's look at something like material choice, right? I'm designing this building and I now know the size of it and where the windows will be and all of that maybe. And now I have to decide how I'm going to make it. And traditionally that would be like steel or concrete or bricks or wood or timber or something. And right now, and this picture is sort of misleading because it's not a traditional architectural technology as a building material, but it's sort of another application which I sneaked in of AI in architecture and architectural research, but we can take it as a bridge to taking these material decisions. Now, if we want to do that from a sustainability perspective and really understand why a certain combination of material or a material might be better suited than another, then we have a lot of factors to look at, right? And often we think like, oh, cool, I can, I don't know, calculate or look up in a table the CO2 equivalent of a certain material per cubic meter or something. And that would help me to make my decision because then, according to some policy or law, it would have to be less than a lump sum for the entire building, for example. But also, many factors are obviously sustainability impacts, and we don't really have data on that very often. So, for example, water toxicity or land toxicity of certain materials is very understudied in many cases. Ecosystem influence, super complex. Land use, water consumption, social justice, material sources, value chains, all of that. We've been discussing a lot of that in this community, obviously. We did a project 2 or 3 years ago where we explored how different databases on the back end and different interfaces on the front end could look like in this context. And basically sketched out some ideas. It wasn't funded for the further sort of deep long-term project, but some studies, initial sketches on that, how we could use digital tools to support that choice of materials in terms of sustainability, and what the data situation and data selection and specificity is like at the moment. And that was with the Wuppertal Institute, and they basically did the sort of sustainability side of the research, and they identified 94 different factors for each material that we should look at. But then, if you say, well, steel is like one material, no, in that case it's not. It's like 2,000 different types of steels have 94 different values in each of these different situations, and so a huge part of that data is basically unknowns. So that sort of sketches from one example, and that's just material choice, yeah? The sort of complexities that in theory would have to go into an ideal architectural design process or other design process, and how almost impossible that is. We have sort of a multi-objective optimization problem, and we have the conflicting goals. So obviously always also cost and other factors come into the design process. We could even almost call it a wicked problem because it's so hard to define, and more data just reveals more complexity and so on, and there's no true or false solutions, and that basically makes it almost impossible to compute algorithmically as well, or to build useful software to help us in that process. Right. So this sort of goes back a little bit to that paper by Rodnick et al., where I said, well, at least they looked at buildings, right? What they did look at was basically stuff like, right, once now we have that building, how can we heat it more efficiently? Or how can we close the windows automatically at night or daytime, depending on the temperatures outside, all of that stuff, smart buildings, as we say. If we look at this World Business Council for Sustainability Development report, Decarbonizing Construction from 2021, and this is sort of common sense, but it's good to stress it again, all the potential in the design decisions are really early on, right? When we decide whether we want to build a building somewhere or not, whether we could put those functions elsewhere, how many square meters we need to live individually, what the building is like, what the shape is like, all of that stuff, whether we work remotely or in offices, what our transport system is like, how we build our cities. All of these decisions are really early on, and they have the big impact. If I don't build the building at all, that's a huge saving, much more than if I close the windows for 2 hours every day or something like that. So our tools for optimization, lifecycle analysis, and everything else is like really late on that graph. We've already have our design, we know everything is sort of set in stone, and then is it a wooden window or a plastic window or a metal window, right? That's a decision. And I can use all those factors and material choice metrics and so on. But actually in the beginning is where we should be looking. And this is sort of very overlooked, I think, and there might be some potential for an AI solution in there. What I would suspect it to look like is something like this, or this is an experiment I'm sort of getting started to set up, and parts of this we have running and are playing around with students at least. Is sort of that in the architectural design process we have those drawings and we have descriptions and planning briefs and all kinds of stuff, and we feed those into a vision language model which we prompt behind the scenes. So it's not like an empty thing, and then I write, I want to have a sustainability assessment, but it's basically, well, nowadays there's often this term agent floating around where it's like specifically prompted to do a specific thing. And we add as much data as we can from a knowledge graph. So for example, if we have different materials and we want to add that information in there, that's possible. If we have best practice projects, if we have philosophy books, I don't know, something could go in there as well on the side. Because of the scope of the problem and the complexity, filtering that and deciding that would be a huge issue, but in theory that could be done. And then we would get feedback. And I imagine this feedback would potentially be completely blocking. So you would result in like a designer's block because we know all the solutions, right? Don't use fossil fuels, don't build, all of that. So if this assistant would be like true or fact-based or ideal, then whatever I put in, it would always tell me, don't do it. Stop doing that. And this is an interesting observation in itself. But let's say it doesn't do that, but it still helps us in this process, and we keep our human agency, and sometimes we decide that we want to build, but at least this system challenged us because I didn't know that this was a material toxic to, I don't know, marine organisms or something. So now at least I was told during the process, and I can reevaluate my choices and my design process and maybe take a different direction once I have this information. So this would be totally iterative, right? The design process is iterative. It's problem finding, not just making solutions for problems, but constantly refining problems and developing them and then taking that to a solution. And then in the educational implementation, that would basically give you lots of questions, I think. So I don't think this system would be useful if it gave us answers in a way. Like sometimes it can give me a fact, like you didn't know that, you didn't know this. There is a best practice case, here is a solution, here's a reference, here's a building you should look at, you should call this office, I don't know, something like that. But very often I think a question would be much more useful in the educational perspective. And there could be a different talk of how this could be translated into practice in industry and so on. Right? So it's basically not so much creating creative anxiety, but productive friction, where just because I was triggered and asked about this stuff, like another person maybe who would be an expert in the field would do, it challenges me to rethink my design. What happens in 50 years in the new climatic circumstances once your building is built like this? Would you need to adapt your design for that because the lifespan is really long? Have you thought about this? Obviously, the knowledge is limited and there's so many unknowns, but it might help. On a technical approach, and I'm going to go really quickly here because I don't think it's that interesting, but I think, and what we've been trying out, it's really possible with quite small language models and local infrastructure and so on. So I could run this system on my computer more or less, not in the cloud or anywhere else. It can feed the drawings in and so on because it's not generative. On the image side, it's quite conservative in the sort of views that we have. The RAG systems and graph-based systems and so on are all out there for the solutions of how theoretically we could bring in that knowledge. It's just that we don't have most of it. But if we had, or if we were to more systematically look at the knowledge we have, then that would be possible. And it could also quite conceivably include regional factors like your local climate and planning conditions and so on. I think it should provide statistics of its use, right? So there could be a counter like, this system does that, and let's make it public. Okay, and then, right, this is the stuff that I said is going to be another talk basically, but educational tools to professional support is a really different story, right? Once we take this into architectural practices or fashion designers' offices or something else, this becomes much more critical, but the concept of the system itself could also be transferred to, for example, participatory design and public involvement and all of that. How and if this is even a good solution for design processes. So it shouldn't replace human judgment, but instead augment the critical thinking. It shouldn't solve the wicked problem, because that's obviously impossible, but navigating them more intelligently. And it shouldn't just be for architecture, but I think we can develop the dealing with complexity in this example as a test case and then move it somewhere else. And obviously it's not going to solve the sustainability problems because we kind of know the answers, but we just don't implement them. Right. Okay, I think that was most of my talk. I have 2 shameless plugs and advertisements. We have a book series coming up. The 2nd and 3rd are being published next week at our Transform conference in Trier. So if any of you want to dive deeper into these topics with the entire research lab and team and network, that's the word I'm looking for, feel free to join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon. It was just on time. I would like to open the floor for questions. Yes, Amy.
Thank you. Thanks, Simon, for your talk. I really enjoyed it. I'm trying to formulate the question in my head, but I really like this idea of AI as a provocateur rather than as the assistant. I think that was on your last slide. And of course, I understand the context of your presentation in architecture and also in education, but I see so many possibilities for this idea outside of education, outside of architecture. I mean, why not use AI to do environmental technology assessments of AI? Is that even possible? And so I'm wondering, because I'm thinking about it in all of these different contexts, how specific, how detailed, how much information do you have to be able to use to train the model so that it can have the holistic approach? Because yesterday, so Lynn Kack was talking about holistic assessment of greenhouse gas emissions, and you know, we were wondering whether it's even possible to have this holistic approach because of all of, you know, transportation, blah, 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 goes on and on. And so, like, how in depth did you have to go in order to create the pilot version of the model that you're talking about? And is it possible? So we didn't see how it was working. We're going off of what you're telling us, but is it actually a provocation that it's providing you with? Because from my experience interacting with GPT, it isn't provoking questions or something. It's really just like, good question, da, 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 this is the answer. So can it actually do what you're saying that it can do?
Well, because of the complexity of the data availability and this basically being a larger project with a larger team, for example, with somebody like Wuppertal Institute, we didn't really try the full scale with the sustainability issues. But what we've been doing is sort of creating other critics and provocateurs. So, for example, a cubist architect who critiques your designs or something, right? Where we're just sort of taking that small element of the general idea or the technology. We don't have that entire data complexity unknowns issue of something in the background that we would ideally bring in. And this is basically already in the models out there. So I can download like one of the really small open source language models, and as long as I stay in the English language, otherwise they quickly break down generally, but within that they know enough about cubism and architecture and whatever to give you a sort of critique, and most of my work is then basically writing a system prompt and making an interface. So if I have that hidden prompt in the background, which in ChatGPT's case and all the others is you're a helpful assistant and blah, 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 blah. In this case, it's like you're a really grumpy architect and you only like cubism and you hate all the other stuff and you look at these drawings and you'd only critique this and that and give a really brief answer or end with a question or whatever, basically already creates half of the infrastructure of the project. And then bringing in more knowledge and making the answers more useful in really specific cases, or deciding whether a reference project or a paper link or whatever might be more relevant, that's sort of a very different story, conceivably. But the initial experiments are going really well. Like, that was a day's work, basically, and they work really well. So for many contexts, the idea of a provocateur or a critic is quite applicable. And I'm not even sure whether critic is the right word, so I had a few others, but this was the one in the abstract, so I stayed with it for the talk.
Yeah, I was also wondering if critic was the right word. I was thinking assessor or something like that. But
yeah,
really, really interesting idea. I want to see how that progresses.
I had consequence mapper and systems thinking companion.
Companion makes it too anthropomorphizing.
Probably, yeah.
Really cool. I don't know.
We have one more question.
Hi,
Hi, Simon, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to having a talk over coffee with you, because this hits at least some of the work we're trying to do with building maybe infrastructures that enable using AI in educational contexts. And I really like this idea of productive friction, the critic. How can you create the tension and the friction that develops students and develops thought? How do you look at your role as a teacher and the ownership of the educational process of the student if you use tools like this? So if you end up having a automated critic or a automated friction creator, that might create adverse frictions or frictions that you as a professional don't agree with. Like there's some sort of tension there. How do you take ownership over having your students go through that process?
Yeah, I think there's also a lot of frustration potentially involved. Like you get all these different experts or provocateurs or whatever screaming around you, like, you have forgotten that and whatever. Don't you dare designing again, this is nonsense. That's an issue, I guess. I mean, it's sort of an interface design question, maybe almost user experience design question in a way. How much of this do we expose? In which context does this even happen, right? If I'm in a, I don't know, CAD program already, does it happen within the program every time I draw a new line? And then this sort of, I had this sort of clippy idea of the Microsoft Word thing. Ooh,
Hi,
you thought about taking timber instead of, right? That's also not quite working, but there's so many different concepts that this could sort of evolve into. From a teaching perspective, at least in architecture, I think, I mean, it's, in my opinion, maybe the most generalized or general profession there is. You have all this sort of mathematical, calculating, technological, building technical, physical side of it. You have the sort of design, aesthetic side of it, the functional side of it, the social side of it, the urbanism. So basically everything somehow obviously connects to architecture. And so it's impossible for me as a teacher or even as a colleague to be knowledgeable in all those fields. And so from the sort of interior perspective, we always have to do that, right? In every project, even if there is no such system, there are so many books and potential people and different people involved in a professional process and so on that come into our office, and like I'm basically managing 50 different people, right? Yeah. This fire safety planner, and then this person and this person and this person, and my tools are phones and emails as an architect, not pens or drawings most of the time. But this is sort of inherently in the process. And so from that perspective and own experience, I don't fear it as much, because it just becomes another voice in this and something else I can balance, and where I have to decide sort of individually and critically when and how much of this should I bring in and what's useful and what not to me, and then the agency sort of still stays with me.
Yeah, I think that's maybe indeed the key question. Are you as a teacher able to have agency in deciding how it will take place in your classroom, or is it something that on an institutional level is brought into your classroom, and then how then your relationship instantly changes, right? Yeah.
In our experiments, we took it even a bit further, where basically we gave them 2 or 3 or 4 of these provocateurs or critics in the beginning, and then later on in the semester, the students were to create their own. So they basically had to modify the system prompts or modify these systems, which in that case, if it's just a system prompt, is really simple, right? They just change the text, basically, to make a system for themselves that proves most helpful for their own position and their own thinking process and their own whatever they are doing in their project, which can be quite individual and diverse. And how does an expert look in that condition? Or what's the most friction creating but still useful thing that I would want in this situation? And that can change over time as well.
Sorry. Thanks for the talk. Quick a question which I hope does not repeat what Amy said, because I just caught the answer, not the question. But super fascinating project and initiative. My sort of two related questions. One was how much you were bounding this tool or this assistive critic, however we call it, and if you have thoughts about scaling it up to things like urban design. Because I was thinking on the first side, if I think about architecture and also architectural education, how a good building is defined is not just about performance, but brings in aesthetics, values, meanings, and so on. So if this gets incorporated in, I'm curious how this could be a part of this system. And then as you scale up, it's sort of about, again, this sort of question about what a good city is. And also sort of what the inputs are to this system, because there's been so many versions of sort of the ideal city. We have current ones, but a lot of different utopic visions throughout history that have different versions of what it means to have a good city that really don't have a lot to do necessarily with performance or optimization.
No, totally.
So it's sort of, I'm curious how you see this fitting in.
I think the sort of idea of optimization or of a performance standpoint is dangerous in general because it's such a complex topic or systematic thing. From a policy maybe perspective on this, I assume in a professional practice or an education setting or something, you would have multiple of these systems, like you have a fire planning, fire safety expert today and some others. And some of them might be obligatory, for example. We could imagine that, right? Just like when you apply for planning permission, you have to have this and this and this. These three areas are non-negotiable, and we want to have those evaluated, and maybe we can do that metrically or through simulations or through whatever. And that data can also obviously be incorporated in a way. There's some interesting work there, sort of in the sort of simulation space as well. But others could be optional, and then maybe different people have different ones, and different architectural practices or urbanist practices have different ones. And then they also scale quite well, I think, because you can definitely go to larger scopes. You'll just have less detail. And if you tell the system where that line is, what sort of feedback you want, they may be sort of useful enough, I think. There's probably edge cases or like a point where it breaks down.
Thank you very much, Simon.
Thank you.
Yes, just give us a second to upload the presentation. Okay, so our third speaker is Azra Zulic from University of Twente. It's a co-authored paper with again colleagues and friends taking part. The name of the paper is Justifiability of Using High-Performance Compute and AI for Academic Research. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Shebnem. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for having me here. It's a pleasure. And maybe in contrast to the last two speakers, I'm going to talk a bit backwards about what AI is made of, specifically high-performance computing. And I'm going to talk about justifying the use of high-performance computing for research and AI. Of course, today I'm not alone. I have moral and professional support from my colleagues from JISC, Kalines, thank you very much, and Doug Batten, who's a regular at the conference from SURF. Without further ado, let's begin. So I'm going to walk you through what you can expect from me today. Parts 1 through 4 are going to be a bit of an introduction into my work, my motivation for my work, why JISC and SURF are here with me today, and what is my vision of sustainability. And parts 5 through 8 are going to be about the main question of justifying HPC, or high-performance computing, in the climate change era. So aside from moral and professional support, Duke and Cal are here because they work for natural research and education institutions, networks that provide services for educational institutions. And they have a stake in HPC, so they use HPC or facilitate academic researchers with HPC time. And most countries now have access to at least one high-performance computer, and they allow large-scale academic research and also AI development. And as a non-profit organization, there's of course a need to balance the values of sustainability with keeping open science and keeping academic freedom. So for them, of course, in the context of sustainable AI in these centers, it matters to them how valuable is it to have this amount of compute and to facilitate this amount of compute when there's a big environmental trade-off. So when is this expenditure actually worth the research? And a little bit about why I was motivated to do this. So I was an intern at SURF for about a period of 3 months. And if I had to describe in one sentence why I did the research I did, is because I really care about people. It may sound cliche, but in the day where we're looking to replace people and automate everything, I really care about the quality of the people's lives and people's lives in general. And I think sustainability is an intrinsically important value. It's not something we can only measure, but it's something we have to care about. And today, technologies exist in those environments that we're trying to protect. And I had a chance to visit the supercomputer that SURF facilitates. It's called Snellius, after a Dutch scientist. And I was just amazed by the amount of care that goes into having a supercomputer. It has to have access to constant cooling, constant water, constantly perfect conditions for it to do the work that it does. And it got me thinking that this technology may have access to resources that many people in the parts of the world don't. And this is not just for technologies. We also have, for example, a surplus of food in one part of the world, while we have famine in the others. And this scarcity of resources, I think, is often unconsidered when we're allocating resources to build a technology. And my argument is that with HPC specifically, the issue is not that we have the technology, is that we're not using it or justifying it to use it for a better research that could potentially offset these environmental issues. So when I talk about resources, I often get asked, okay, but maybe generations in the future won't necessarily need the same resources we do. Like, what if we evolve to be aliens, for example, that don't need air to breathe, right? Or what if we don't even need water? Well, my argument is that things are happening right now. It's not like only in the future we're going to be losing resources. A statistic from 2015, and probably now it's even more, that 2.1 billion people globally lacked safe water at home. And you can imagine for us that's a bit hard to fathom because we have just access to these things on a daily basis. But for some people, the reality is not having access to these things on a daily basis. And also the part of where something happens in the other side of the world, where there's also examples in West Africa causing energy shivers in France. So that means that sustainability is also a global issue. It's not just something you do in front of your own yard. And I did a bit more longer research into the complexity of sustainability while I was at SURF, because I wanted to understand what does it mean for an organization or for a person within an organization to be sustainable. But I didn't just want to start from defining sustainability, because defining means to choose a basis on which something should be done. So I wanted to look at sustainability from a more layered perspective. I wanted to understand what kind of motivations or virtues does a sustainable person or organization need to have to be considered sustainable. So instead of just deciding on one definition, I'm going to show you 3 aspects that I think are important between individuals, organizations, and technology for sustainability. So the first is a value definition, or what I call a value definition, in that sustainability is an intrinsic human value that requires balancing social and economic needs with environmental capabilities of the planet. This is pretty simple, I think. The second one was a bit conflicting to myself, because when you just go through believing that corporate companies are there for profit, but then they tell you they want to be sustainable, you wonder what that means. So I struggled a bit with defining this, but I understood that we should also not only compete for profit, but we should also try to compete to be good in something and to be good for the planet. And I think if you're providing something as a service, then sustainability should be a service that you're providing to your clients, because it shows that you actually care about their values, your values, as well as the entire planet. And the third definition is actually what led me to the topic of HPC, is that we need to look and we need to start thinking about technological or technical sustainability. So if future generations want to have access to resources such as clean water, air, and forests, then they are inevitably going to be using technologies for that. And I think they should also have access to adequate levels of technical knowledge to maintain those ecosystems in the way they think is possible. Because even if they don't need it, they're going to need some other resources, but that's only going to be possible if they have the existing means to do so. So this leads me, like I said, to the main part of my presentation, and the main research question is, if there's such an high environmental cost to HPC, how can we justify it? So HPC is not all that bad, actually. It enables a robust way of research. It can connect researchers on a large scale. If you, for example, want to do climate modeling of the entire planet, you have to use a supercomputer that has way more power than your own laptop, and you need to connect with more people to do that. And organizations that facilitate that can help you with that. It allows also researchers to quickly test and refine scenarios and react on time. And in the case of AI, it enables researchers for important breakthrough that would otherwise take ages or be even more environmentally exhausting. So the energy intensiveness and the CO2 footprint is becoming more and more concerning. So what can be done to get us start thinking about justifying this and giving back to the planet that we are taken away from? So again, with the pyramid, I didn't just want to pick a definition of something, stick with it, and then say this is what has to be done. For me, it was important to talk about what behavioral changes need to be done, not just the way we can measure things and say this has this much CO2, here's the tool, and fix it. I thought there needed to be sort of a root movement to start thinking about sustainability and HPC differently. So the first part of my pyramid was actually to get people to start seeing HPC. We often think about these infrastructures as they are in the cloud, so to say, that they're ephemeral, that we can't really touch them. But HPC is a huge material entity, and it's built in a bigger infrastructure of a data center. So it has a lot of embodied footprint just to build it. I also proposed some technical and behavioral tools that can promote sustainable action. Now the key word here is action, because I think sustainability should be proactive, not just something you can tick off a box. And finally, the areas of impact where we can distribute responsibility between different stakeholders who use, facilitate, and distribute HPC. Now, the first layer of the pyramid is actually materializing or understanding HPC. I'm not going to go about all of these because I think some of them were mentioned in previous presentations in relation to AI. But there are two important things that I want to talk about. One is that an HPC computer exists in a larger data center, and that the energy of the HPC alone can contribute up to 100 times more energy than a typical office building of the same size. So if you have a data center with a supercomputer, it's almost like having an entire neighborhood or an entire smaller country of those data centers running at the same time. And I also want to talk about waste, because high-performance computers are replaced for efficiency, but then there is no actual estimate of where is that waste discarded. We have a vision of where it goes, but not the correct policy for it. Now, the first thing I proposed, because at SURF, I spoke both with corporate responsibility officers as with technical people. And the technical workers, such as engineers, they wanted to know what things can be measured. Behavioral change is not enough to get things moving. So I said, okay, there need to be some tools that both users and facilitators can use. And SURF even had a stake in co-developing a tool called Energy Awareness Runtime, where they can see how much computing time should be allocated depending on the heaviness of the research. And for example, users can use coding communities such as GitHub to actually see which code is the most sustainable for them to use. And these are just simple measurements, metrics, and graphics, or statistics that are specific to the actor that you can use to evaluate your HPC footprint. And again, what was more important to me, because I'm a philosopher, of course, was to have a behavioral change in which we can, for example, prioritize sustainable research. So if a researcher is asking for compute time, but that research can directly offset some of the environmental damage done by HPC, then that research should have priority in getting compute time. Understanding sustainability as practice would mean that we should take a proactive approach and not just lazily think that things will solve on themselves just because we have lowered one of the footprints of HPC. Then if you prioritize sustainable research, you should also award it. There have been coding competitions into which software wins. And it has also been proven by some studies that if you have less material to work with, you will do more sustainably. So thinking about just using less material could be a step forward. Understanding sustainability as a care and necessity for a living. Like I said, that's just my point of liking people and their environments, but I think sustainability should be understood on an emotional level, not just on a technical one. And again, empowerment by responsibility, that means that sustainability should be something that you feel in control of doing. No matter how small your effect is, it still makes a difference in using HPC. And here's an example of how this framework could work if you were, for example, awarding research on directly making AI sustainable. So, for example, you can prioritize that research by giving it more compute time, and the justification would be that that research would directly offset the damage done by HPC or making a high-performance computer. And, of course, you need to use tools to measure based on what you will award that research. And the result should ideally be sustainably done research through HPC to improve the sustainability of the world and improve AI development. Close to the end, I said I was going to talk about some areas of impact. Well, JISC and SURF sort of stand in the middle of this table, so they are the resource facilitator. That means they don't directly host the supercomputer, but they can provide researchers with some supercompute time or help them with their research. And I'm not going to go through each one of them separately, but an example of a research distributor that comes before the facilitator is when a supplier is coming to them with the idea of building a supercomputer, they can, for example, insist on supply chain reporting, see if those materials that they got were fair trade. They can incentivize sustainable research on the computer before it gets made, and they can actually prioritize it. And as a resource facilitator, there's a lot of seminars, workshops, or competitions that can be organized to prioritize sustainability as a behavioral change. And as an end user, an academic, or just an independent researcher, non-academia affiliated, you can still position your research. So you can still see whether it's actually important for you to apply for that HPC time right now or whether it can wait, because there is research in healthcare or climate modeling that may be more important and cost a bit less compute time. And you need to understand sustainability as your responsibility. You can't just delegate it saying, oh, HPC is actually unsustainable, so I'm just not going to use it, or I'm going to use it in any way that I want. No, there should be tools that there should be things that you can take into your own hands to make it less environmentally damaging. And lastly, I want to talk about why talk about justifying HPC at this conference. Well, compute is also known as the currency of artificial intelligence, and compute, AI, and research are necessarily intermingled. So you need compute to make AI, and today also people need AI for most of their research, especially large-scale research like climate modeling and healthcare. And the using of HPC and for AI and research is inherently environmentally unfriendly. There's no going around it. And thus, they should be discussed in settings that question sustainability of artificial intelligence. But like I said, it's not just really a proactive approach to reject HPC and say that you're not going to use it, because this is a systemic question. You have a whole team of facilitators and distributors behind you that are making sure that you have access to this research. So the least that you can do is look at the sustainability of it. And like I said, that's a more proactive approach. And HPC supports academic research, and science requires academic freedom. And having access to tools that enable you to do large-scale research is a form of academic freedom. And the next step in my research, or whoever takes up this research after me maybe, is to engage these different actors about their roles and responsibilities in HPC facilitation, distribution, and usage. And that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have extra time for questions.
Exactly 15 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Yes, Nicolas.
Hello, thank you for the presentation.
Hello.
I wanted to ask if you thought about doing something like because you talk in the end, seeing different actors, different stakeholders and their responsibilities. Did you thought about doing maybe some research or survey of if you are an HPC provider, what do you think are your responsibilities? What do you think? You are a user, you are an IT supporter. Is that something that you have on your roadmap? Because I think it would be super interesting if you could get a lot of people who work on this and see what is their beliefs. Thank you.
Thanks, that's a brilliant question. I did think about this, but the thing with my research, I was only at SURF for 3 months. and I only got a chance to talk to a limited amount of people, and I had to deliver this framework at the end of my internship, so it was difficult. I did, with Duke, have an idea to go to actually NWO and talk about the resource distributor, but I was unfortunately out of time. But definitely, if I were to continue this, and hopefully I would, that is what I would do, and I think that's a brilliant recommendation. What's your name again? Nicolas. Thank you, Nicolas, so much. That's brilliant.
Hi, thanks for your great talk. Lorena Buhr here,
You're
University Medical Center Göttingen. I'm also ethicist and political theorist, and I would be very interested whether you have a special theory of justification or justifiability in mind when you are talking about justifiability, because I think that might be a very valuable but underestimated concept so far in applied ethics.
Yes, of course, I'm a philosopher. We think about these concepts all the time, right? And the idea of justification that I was using had to be a bit more simplistic because of two reasons. One was because of the time I had, and second was because I was part-time working at an organization whose approach to things wasn't necessarily philosophical, but pragmatic. So I was dealing with a lot of technical people who needed a very basic understanding of justifiability. So when I talk about justifiability, I mean the ability to argue in the benefit of something with sound arguments. And that is what I talk about, the synthesis of technical and behavioral tools to help justification. Because I think going deeply into a concept, because I already went deeply into the concept of sustainability, I thought that if I dig deep into justification, then it would be a totally, maybe even a bit more critical stance than just providing tools for a solution. But that's definitely a great question, and I did anticipate that, and I'm really happy that you asked that question, because it also gives me a chance to elaborate that although concepts are important, sometimes you need to deliver work that can be practically applied. And sometimes taking a more, not necessarily banal, but a more, how do you say that, active, like a concept that can be worked upon is a bit more productive than sticking with the digging it. But definitely, yeah. If I wrote a thesis on this, the larger part would be dedicated to justifiability and the concept of justifiability. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your talk. I have a question about justifiability, but because I had the impression that you were a bit too humble, of course, especially if it's publicly funded research, then of course people will ask, why do you do this? Why do you spend this money? And shouldn't you set an example for everybody? But if it's basic research, we need to go there, even though we don't know yet what the outcome will be, and as opposed to applied research. And there are also, I guess, I don't know if you have looked into this, several examples, for instance, from high-performance computing, like the CERN supercomputer and stuff like this, who do environmental reports and who have good reasons why they, I was about to say waste the energy, but why they consume the energy. And that would be my question. Have you looked into other examples, and couldn't you be a bit more, could you phrase it maybe a bit more positive?
Yes, definitely. I would just like to ask, positive in what sense specifically? Like positive as in justifying things is a positive thing to do, or the justification itself is a positive?
I see that people, that the taxpayers will ask, what are you doing with our money, and why are you polluting the environment for this if we don't know what the outcome is, and if it's our money, and if you say, on the other hand, like your colleagues at this conference say, it's so bad, and so for the environment, why are you doing that then? So, but couldn't the original stance be there is a good reason to do it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said, I think on my last, where's the clicker? On my last slide, I think the two most important things were, well, regardless of whether it's necessary for AI or not, right? If you want to, for example, do climate modeling of the entire planet, it's virtually impossible to do that from your own laptop. So that would be directly offsetting the damage done by high-performance computing. And then the other thing is about academic freedom. So it doesn't necessarily enable research that directly offsets its own impact. It also enables healthcare research. So one of the research that was done directly on this supercomputer was, I can't specifically remember the name, but I can link it to you, and I think it's in my reference also, is they were measuring the rate at which the droplets from the saliva fall to try to measure the proximity of disease transmission on the supercomputer, which again would be impossible virtually without using Snellius. So there are definitely justifications for that. And I think that was also my motivation to be a bit more positivistic than my original critical self would be. And again, limits of time, but then I also had a great team that supported me to be critical, but also at one point was like, okay, you need to deliver something that we can work upon. And for me, it's very important that this can be applied rather than it can just be philosophized about. So yeah, I think I definitely agree with you, and I could have been a bit more positivistic, but yeah, I think that was just a little personal touch to it. Yes,
Benedetta.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that we have run in the last 2 years this set of interviews, and we have 45 interviews now with HPC users in 3 different universities, so Australia, in the Netherlands and in Ireland, and now we have the findings, and they're very interesting, and I call this part of the idea of green AI literacy and trying really to improve sustainability by practice, and the results are extraordinary in a way, because a lot of the people that are actually using HPC, they are telling us that very often they are completely unaware of like who owns the cloud they're using, why they're giving so much storage, but when they're prompted and when they're asked about this question, they really engage, and they want to reflect, and they want to do something, because they're actually, it's fascinating to see how people that are so aware of climate change issues are not necessarily asking this question in their practice. So I think it could be very useful to you to see, some of these results, and we hope to publish it quite soon. But for me, it's been an amazing process, learning process, because I see really clearly the way in which we can intervene, for sustainability through changing the practices of these data scientists and people that are currently using HPC in their daily work. So I hope it's useful.
Yeah, thank you. That's precisely the behavioral change I was talking about. So if you have people that work in data science and they are strictly technically oriented, for them, just having the awareness that what they're doing could be potentially environmentally harmful does motivate them to start thinking about, okay, maybe I should use less or not even apply for this research. So I think that fits ideally with, oh, my slide is gone, never mind. Yeah, that fits ideally with my next step of my research.
Yeah, and they actually told us, for example, how do they define efficiency, how do they define speed, they discussed the quantification of the allocation of computer power, so they were absolutely engaged. But, and they want to use this green AI literacy and implement this in their practice. Thank you.
Fantastic, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Ezra, for the talk. It was really interesting. So do I understand correctly, you did a 3-month internship at SURF?
Yes.
Are you still there?
No.
No, okay. Really impressive, the reflections that you have after a 3-month internship, and you're not even in the PhD level yet, so that's good. It gives me hope after Tom's talk and thinking what's going to happen to the future generations. Thank God somebody's thinking. I have a few questions and comments. Are you going to publish? Are you going to try and publish the results of this study?
So there is a framework that we should have linked with the QR code, right, Duke? But we didn't? The framework? Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where you could find the framework. But yeah, I did publish like a 30-page framework where these steps, and especially like the part on how I conceptualize sustainability, are a bit more done in detail.
Okay.
It's published through SURF now.
So it's a SURF, it's like a part of a SURF report, Duke, is that right? But when I said publish, I mean like a peer-reviewed journal. Is that a plan or no?
would be.
That's what you want to do? Okay.
Really like that. That would
So,
be nice.
okay, so then I had some feedback if the plan is to continue with the publishing, and actually even as a report for SURF too. In your last slide, you know, when you said we need HPC for academic research, I think that was the phrase. I would be a little bit careful on having some of the statements were quite bold that, you know, some academic research is necessary. I think the word was necessary. So I would say I would include maybe in brackets some academic research because it's not all. So nobody at my lab, for example. Well, no, some people actually, Sophia. Well, but just to have some sort of nuance in there. And then I was going to ask maybe an unfair question, but has SURF taken on some of your suggestions? So the idea of having an award, but also the idea, sorry Duke, but also the idea of, you know, doing this kind of assessment when you have the requests for data or the compute time, and then have this assessment of, you know, like what is it going to be used for? How sustainable is the project that they're, I mean, SURF could do that easily. It doesn't mean to say that they would give a no, but they could create their own sort of understanding of the levels of sustainability or unsustainability of research that's happening within using the infrastructure that SURF has. So just curious.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for the advice for the publishing. I finished this like a couple of months ago and then just came back to it. And for I think Duke will take the full SURF question, but I would just like to have a bit of an introduction. When I came into SURF, they were still a bit fresh on the sustainability topic. And what I heard from them is that they would really want to have something practical that they could come to users and say, here, if you want to have compute time, this is what you have to do beforehand. Because they do still have to go through a procedure, I think, when they apply for compute time for research. It can't just be any kind of research, it has to be useful, right? But I think Duke can take it from here. But you did tell me just there or yesterday that this is now becoming a bigger problem for SURF and that you're really looking for something.
Excellent question. Productive friction in action. No, so I think this is exactly why I'm so happy that we had Azra for a while, because 2 years ago at this conference I presented a bit on what we tried to do with the supercomputer, which was still very limited. And this system accounts for about 80% of our carbon emissions of the organization, because compute is just very impactful compared to an office with people in it. So I'm looking internally, like, okay, where are our options to turn certain knobs? Like, what are the influences we have? What are our ways of changing things in an organization that might idealistically be on board, but not organizationally be completely? And I think that's what the last part of Azra's research really came into, these different roles that she analyzed are super important, because the reality of it is that there's a national organization, NWO, which provides research funding, who basically buys a supercomputer and asks us to host it. So they distribute the resource of compute to the researchers, and we facilitate that. So with energy-aware runtime, we try to make sure that the amount of energy used per compute gets as low as possible. Excellent for engineers, right? They can optimize that. It's a number. That's what they understand perfectly, and my colleagues do very, very well on that. But a large part of the emission is, for example, in researchers asking for a grant so they get compute time. Then the way that is organized, and I don't have exactly now to put my mind, but they don't make use of the resource effectively. So about 60% of the time they use is used ineffectively because of bad coding, because of not planning jobs correctly, and all those kinds of elements. And so there's a sort of weird balance between those three roles of the distributor, the facilitator, and the user, where we are not really allowed, or it's not really appreciated for us to tell researchers how they should be doing their job. But on the other hand, we have some insights that should help. So that's the tension we're looking into now, and I really think we should be doing more there, because we have past the time in our lives where we should avoid that uncomfortability. And now is the time to sort of step up and say, like, okay, maybe have that difficult conversation about academic freedom and pushing back a bit on the just you have your resource and use it however you want kind of narrative that traditionally follows the research distribution.
Thank you so much. I have to.
I have an idea for you, though. I'll talk to you later.
I have to end discussion here. I guess some kind of framework for regulation is emerging here. So we have the fourth speaker, our Taylor Stone. Taylor is going to present a paper on an ecosystem approach to sustainable AI. Now, currently, he is located at Technical University Delft. The floor is yours, Taylor.
Yes, okay, the title has changed, as these things do. Long session, but the last talk. So, hello, my name is Taylor Stone. So, currently, I'm a program manager at TU Delft as part of something called the AI Initiative, which I will explain in a moment. But formerly, I was a researcher here in the Sustainable AI Lab. So what I'm going to attempt to do with this talk is put together two things. One, talk a little bit about what we're doing or we're trying to do at TU Delft, but then also use some of the research I've done here with Amy to reflect and think a little bit critically about this and how we should be framing these efforts at sort of this systems level of influencing change. I will also say or warn you that this is a very high-level talk, so we're going to zoom out quite a bit to about 30,000 feet or higher. But perhaps it's a nice ending because I think we just had three very nice, very sort of nuanced, case-specific explorations within the context of research and education. So perhaps there's some way to think about how this reflects on these more specific cases. But let's see where we get in the talk and in the Q&A. Not an outline, but very quickly at the start, what I want to try and say or convince you. What I see is a lot of the goals or values currently driving AI policies and technology development, at least in the EU and in this context, are not ends, but are actually starting points. The resultant infrastructures and socio-technical systems, physical, digital, institutional, social, legal, so on, educational, will require continual maintenance and repair. And this is an opportunity to address the sustainability of AI. And adopting such a perspective, that perspective being maintenance or repair, can help to identify these opportunities to intervene within these ecosystems we are developing and I would say all participating in one way or another. So what am I talking about? So at least in my world, I hear this thing, innovation ecosystems, quite a lot. Perhaps you do as well. But I thought it was nice to actually see how these are defined. So this is a nice paper that gave sort of a very long and detailed definition about actors, activities, artifacts, institutions, but also their relations and the substitutions of these relations that are important for the innovative performance. And I would add, when we start thinking about responsibility, it's very much about this question of importance and performance. So it adds a normative goal, but also evaluative criteria to what exactly within these ecosystems we are trying to achieve. Just as sort of a preamble, but okay, so what's part one? What's going on at TU Delft? What is this AI initiative where I am currently situated? If you don't know, the Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, it is an engineering and design institution. And that is the main drive there. So there was a realization that things like AI data digitalization are affecting basically all faculties, all programs, all educational lines at the university. So this thing called the AI Initiative was created as a cross-campus platform to connect different researchers as well as activities. And there's sort of three main lines looking at education, so trying to integrate education about and with AI into all programs. Research, largely trying to think about how we can connect fundamental and applied research using in AI, but also using AI, and innovation activities. Alongside this, they created something called Mondai, the House of AI, which is very much the innovation hub, and it's a hub within the AI for NL, it's now called. I think they changed their names, but it's the South Holland hub within the country. And it's a hub on campus. So really meant to connect to the outside world, both to public and private partners. So these two things, and this is the first, this is about ecosystems, so there's going to be a lot of charts with a lot of arrows on it. I apologize. But this is sort of the first, these are the two sort of core things, at least where I'm situated. So we have this AI initiative, and then we have this thing called Monday that are working together. What we are doing and what my role there is as well to a degree is think about how we can foster this ecosystem to be more responsible. So what it means to have a responsible AI research and innovation ecosystem. And using these sort of principles as a starting point of being collaborative, interdisciplinary, and value-driven. So collaborative, the institution and the actors at TU Delft work in a lot of different centers at different scales and organizations. This is, of course, incomplete. There's a lot more hubs and connectors. Things like SURF is an important hub at a national scale that we work with as well quite a bit. But it's also, as I said, meant to be interdisciplinary. So one of the big pushes at TU Delft is to think about these intersections and to look for research projects that try to combine in some way the more fundamental research into AI, so really the development of models and systems, with applied research, so this is often context or domain specific applications, but also critical reflections on AI systems and the ethics and politics therein. And I would say this too is meant to be all bounded and somehow value-driven, both procedural values, but also looking at substantive end goals therein. And this is sort of values that I think come up a lot in AI ethics and AI research, sustainability, this conference, but also things like transparency, trustworthiness, explainability, but also broader values for an educational institution. At least in the Netherlands, open science is an important value. Perhaps things like critical thinking skills as well are important values that are meant to be and sort of considered in this system. So, okay, this is a bit of a wild slide, but what am I thinking about or what we're trying to do? So we're sort of starting with a complex ecosystem, looking for where those connections are or where they are not, where they could be improved, and thinking about how we can support the researchers, actors, institutions to build out stronger programs, and so on. So this is sort of what's going on at TU Delft and where I work. So with that, I'm now going to pause and take a bit of a side turn towards a different idea, because where this is coming from as well is sort of my own reflection on the role I'm in, but also what we're trying to achieve. And the sort of starting point of questioning, okay, oftentimes it's called something like an innovation ecosystem. Is this the right, the best, the only way to think about what we're doing? To call it innovation specifically. And so to sort of challenge this or to expand this idea a bit, I'm going to talk a little bit about what Susan Lee Starr called the boring things, so infrastructure, maintenance and repair. And this is drawing from a paper that Amy and I wrote a couple of years ago called Repairing AI. So what is this paper about? The starting point of the paper is something that I think has come up a lot at this conference already. I don't think I need to repeat it in too much detail. But drawing on the sort of growing momentum to look at the environmental impacts of AI and this sort of push for more of a material ethics, which we've seen a lot of literature in the past few years, but I would also say if you look at infrastructure studies, and you expand beyond just AI to broader digitalization. This has been going on for quite a long time, these sort of critiques and this looking at these infrastructures. I always love this quote from this book that the internet is always somewhere. I always find that a great one. And so in this paper, we talk a little bit, I think, about a lot of the things that are being discussed here. Thinking a bit about the infrastructures, the data centers, as we've just heard about, that are part of these systems, but also the networks and the connections that exist, as well as where these materials come from, questions of justice and otherwise. Again, I think a lot of the topics and ideas that have come up already and will continue to come up in the talks and the keynotes and panels over the next few days. But the sort of idea, too, with this paper was to draw from the literature of maintenance and repair, both to think about this literally, the sort of questions of what it means to repair and maintain these systems, but also use it as a conceptual lens to think about the sustainability of AI and to think about sort of how we think about these infrastructures and what we're trying to achieve, and ask if something like a lens of maintenance and repair can help to extend and nuance the goals of sustainability or creating a more sustainable AI systems and infrastructures. So looking at and using some of this literature that talks a lot about repair, again, which I really like this quote about its acts of care that give order and meaning, but also where human value is preserved and extended, and this very complicated work of fitting things in. This is from this idea of rethinking repair and this idea of broken world thinking, that all of our infrastructures and our cities and our systems are always sort of on the brink of collapse. And it's actually through this process of almost collapsing and repairing that a lot of this care happens, but also there are a lot of opportunities that exist there and in these moments. And so, what else is sort of discussed in this literature, if we draw from the philosophy of maintenance and repair, and also things like infrastructure studies. So there's sort of a few key tenets I would like to draw out. So first is a process view of technology. So this is really this idea that technology is not static, but is a process extended and guided through time. So they're always dynamic and evolving. Anyone who owns a bike can probably attest to this. Anyone who can't open Zoom because of a software update can probably attest to this. Also, this paper by Mark Thomas Young, I would suggest reading. It's really fascinating. He talks about the Golden Gate Bridge and how at this point, after 100 or so years, there's basically nothing left of the original bridge. It's all been improved, changed, innovated upon through new technology developments, new safety regulations and values that have come in, new secondary technologies that need to be accounted for within a bridge, so on and so on. So really getting away from this idea that artifacts are sort of static things. We can think about a value, embed it in it, and then it stays there. It's thinking a little bit differently, especially once we start thinking on a system scale. Second aspect is reflexivity. So infrastructures often operate at scales where their impacts play a major role in shaping their own operating environment. So this is the idea that there are these causal feedback loops that exist because of any changes we make to these infrastructures. And really trying to get away from this idea, the sort of dualistic thinking that you see criticized a lot in environmental philosophy as well, that there's us, and then there's this thing called the environment or the infrastructure over there that we are going to make changes on, but really seeing this as part of its own environment and not separate. And finally, and importantly, that acts of maintenance and repair have a material function, of course, in terms of the actual literal functionality of technologies, but often carry a social function as well. So they often serve to repair social relations and values as much as they are repairing the performance of a technology based on the choices we make to influence or change a technology and the process we take to undertake that process. That makes sense. So then you can sort of see that, okay, we can think about something like repair, and you can also see it as having two sort of directions. One is maintenance, which is often defined as the conservation of current structures and practices, so keeping things as they are or fighting back decay or decomposition or whatever it is. But you can also think about it as acts of transformation. So using these moments of breakdown, but also of maintenance and continual upkeep and repair to think about how you can transform these technologies towards more just or sustainable ends. And in the paper of Amy and I, this is the one we sort of focus on quite a bit to sort of say, okay, if we're thinking about AI and really want to think about the sustainability of AI as a precursor, we have to think about sort of a transformative approach to this before we can start using sustainability for AI for sustainability. Yeah, but yeah. So this is sort of the idea of the paper, but also I think can be extended to a degree to thinking about these systems and thinking about not just trying to bring in sustainability to these ecosystems, these innovation or maintenance or repair ecosystems, but also thinking about them as acts of transformative repair, thinking about what we're doing in there. Okay, I still think I have 5 minutes, which is great-ish. 4 minutes? 3 minutes? 2 minutes? Okay. Okay. Anyways, this is my ending. So, in place of an ending, I want to talk very quickly about bus stops and a pragmatic outlook. So, this is weird, but stay with me for a second. I think it connects. So, what is this? So, this is actually a very short 2-minute anecdote I have. Some years ago, I was at a conference not unlike this, although a much different topic. It was about cities and urban design and architecture. But and someone gave a talk. He gave a keynote, this big theory about urban enlightenment, and he had this sort of idea about dignity within our urban structures. And one of his sort of proposals, he works in the southern United States, was to think about our transportation system and put in better bus shelters for the people who are using public transit, because his city he was in didn't have a lot of these, and this can be a way to sort of improve to a small degree the life of the people who are using these buses. One of the questions he got during the Q&A was a very, I'd say, valid question, but the sort of bigger question about the systems that we're operating in, and if we should be thinking about bus stops or thinking about our broader mobility systems, infrastructures, class systems, da-da-da-da-da. And this guy's a very specific personality, but he's very aggressively sort of responded that he sort of said, yes, okay, fine, but I'm not going to wait for us to restructure capitalism to make the lives of these people a little bit better. And I think I'm also toning it down a bit, let's say, the words he used when he replied. But what I liked in this idea was this sort of very pragmatic outlook, to sort of think a little bit about where we can make incremental improvements and when and how. We are doing, and I think a lot of people in this room are doing a lot of important work, thinking about national, international policies, governments rethinking these systems at sort of a very large scale. I would say, while we do that, we shouldn't also lose sight of the opportunities we have to make also incremental improvements on a smaller scale. That can be, let's say, a bit more modest, a bit more pragmatic, but also improve the lives of people or improve the systems that we are working on. So I would say let's not lose sight of the bus stops, and let's think about that as well as we could potentially move from innovating and towards maintaining systems. So processes and practices, and thinking about and ideally using this lens of maintenance and repair to identify these overlooked interventions with an eye towards this, not just a material, but the social function that this can have, and having us interact with or see differently these technologies that are becoming ever more pervasive in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taylor. I'm sure we will have several questions. Yes, I would like to open the floor for Q&A. Any questions? Yes, Doji.
Hi, Taylor.
Hello.
Nice to see you again.
You as well.
All right. So just the concluding part, the bus stop. So when you were talking also the issue of the Japanese notion of, is it Kaizen?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. So they have this philosophy of incremental steps. So I don't know how it could inform your work too as well. And also the idea of a broken pot can be mended by melted gold. So if something is broken, does not mean you should throw it away. There's a way to bring it together. So I keep thinking of when you were talking about a repair of AI. And again, the third issue, what is really broken in AI that we need to repair? If you could also elaborate it on it for me.
Yeah, to the first point, I'm not familiar, but we can chat after. It sounds quite interesting.
Get some time, take a vacation to Japan.
This sort of paper we have, we start off with this idea of broken world thinking, but also sort of very quickly say that on a technical, I mean, we can debate. This was maybe before this big ChatGPT boom, so we can debate about performance and hallucinations and so on. But the idea wasn't that these systems are sort of literally broken. They do often perform quite well, at least certain models and systems, and can be used quite well. But our sort of point within this is that what is rather broken is the way we're thinking about this technology on a few different levels. One is not being connected to the very material world and the material infrastructures that it has. And as a result, not really properly understanding the sort of material ethical side of this technology and the environmental impacts, but questions of justice and so on that come with it. And I would say, again, you can use this. My idea here isn't to sort of say that the systems or these innovation ecosystems or otherwise are broken per se. I think we can definitely debate where within these we think is right or wrong or justifiable in terms of where we're putting research, money, effort or otherwise. But rather, again, to use this as a lens to appreciate that this is a process and we can take a process view to this technology and the way they're developing. And use this to start to rethink a little bit about where the interventions could be. And again, I'm also speaking from a specific context of a specific sort of ecosystem, which in this case is the research education underway at an Institute of Engineering and Design.
Yes,
Hi, Taylor. Thank you. I'm curious to know, because you're also directing this project, which is very ambitious, obviously, at Delft. To what extent and how does it work in the space of AI and education? So what is Delft doing in terms of getting involved, for example, social scientists with a conversation on AI and education? And so who are the people that are taking decisions? And if you already have, for example, a sort of a map or a guideline to follow, right, in terms of what are the objectives, what are the values, for example, that you want to follow. I'm very curious because we are going through a similar process in my institution, and so I just wanted to know.
So I would say first, I appreciate you saying I direct it. That is, we have a vice rector who directs it. I'm within it, but I'll accept the description for today. No,
I promoted you.
Yes, thank you. I would say I think it's easier to talk after. There is quite a lot going on, both from a critical reflection perspective, like all institutions, and like the talk we heard earlier about the role that AI is playing in education. There are different projects underway, both on sort of a policy level, but even on a technology development level to think about how this gets integrated in to education, so something a little bit more like Simon's talk. There is a lot of this. This isn't the area I directly work on within the AI initiative, so we can talk about more, but I'm hesitant to give more details because this isn't something that I'm actively working on. So I can only speak again in these sort of broad strokes at this point.
Sure.
but I can also connect you to the appropriate people. Yeah.
And maybe it is classified.
Yeah, it's not classified, but I think the short answer is like all institutions. Delft is very concerned and trying to find a way through, because also a lot of these programs are engineering and design. So there's also this sort of thinking about things like the high performance computing, right? There's a lot of different laboratories and so on, and it's seen as having a lot of potential, but there's also a lot of concern as well about how this can impact scientific research and education.
Thank you. I actually find this answer very interesting when we think about, transparency and, the public service values of a university and universities in general, universities' role, right? And we are referring to something like that also as something that gets privatized in a way, because we are not completely free to talk about it in a way, no? I see this in my institution, for example, social scientists or philosophers are not invited to this conversation. And sometimes we read the press release of our own institution and we say, who wrote this? I don't recognize actually the experts also in this. So I'm always hopeful that there are institutions that are doing this better. So, thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to ask something? Okay, Federico.
Just going back to the boring philosophy of technology part, I'll admit immediately I didn't read the paper. But as you were talking about repair and maintenance, I was thinking about Don Ides' human-technology relationship, and how it talks about how we interact with technologies all the time, and they're kind of are this invisible background, but we just start noticing them when they break. So we notice a broken fridge because it's broken, and we look at the materiality of it, we realize that how important it's in our life, because otherwise it's just invisible and in the background. And I was thinking about repairing something that is broken, how it is important in order to make us realize and feel the materiality of it and understand the infrastructure and the role that it plays in our life. And I was just wondering how if you have been thinking together with repairing also about this relationship that you engage, not only when you are repairing something, but before you repair something, you are aware that something is broken. So probably it goes back to the first question about realizing that something in an AI infrastructure is broken. Whether it is, at very practical, I'm not trying to be like really kind of high level, what is broken, but it's when you realize, is there anything kind of valuable in that breaking of the system before you come and maintain or repair it? Sorry, it might not make much sense.
First I would say absolutely. To connect it to ID or to sort of post-phenomenology or mediation, these sort of ideas, I think there is quite a bit of interesting overlap. Perhaps a way to extend it to, maybe not ID, more Verbeek often I think talks more about artifacts than infrastructures, and this is a way to also think about the mediating role their infrastructures play. The thing that's interesting about some of the work on maintenance and repair that I also like, and this paper by Mark Thomas Young, is he sort of advocates to move away from this idea of breakdown. There's this sort of idea in infrastructure that, of course, once we have them, they become invisible. We only see them once they break down. And these are dramatic moments, right? Because when there's a blackout or a flood or the internet goes down, we sort of notice it, and then everyone wants to know what happened. But that doesn't also give credit to the ongoing maintenance and repair and continual upkeep of the digital and physical infrastructures that we have. And the sort of idea that is embedded there is that, again, this is a continual process. It's not just the moments of breakdown, but these require constant upkeep and maintenance. And it's in these practices and processes and how we decide to design these and what actions we decide to take, where there's also opportunities to rethink in a more incremental and gradual way these systems.
I have to end discussion here. We have one more question, but sorry for that. So thank you very much to our presenters and our participants. Please, now I think we have coffee break. Enjoy.
I'm super excited for your talk, Anya. I think that's Doji's as the next speakers.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome back to the big room. This is our last paper session for today. I'll be your chair today. My name's Larissa Bolte. And this session is all about alternative AI futures. So we'll talk about how we imagine our future with or maybe beyond AI. And we have two speakers lined up. The first one I will introduce now. This is Anya Rogerson from the University of Oslo, who will be talking about critical AI futures. Please take it away.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Or the feedback? Yeah, cool. Okay, sweet. So, yes, so I'm from the University of Oslo, Enya, and I'm a doctoral researcher over there. And my PhD project is, it sometimes can feel increasingly difficult every few months, but it's focused on imagining positive futures with AI. So it's kind of got this focus specifically on positive, but I also use critical theory and try to use that as an entry point to kind of build and imagine these positive futures, which some people think critical theory is all about critique, but I'm kind of the opinion that actually it's about unveiling the limits of the present and kind of reimagining what other possibilities are possible. So in this presentation today, I'll be focusing specifically on how the methods of critical AI studies, so critical theories of artificial intelligence, and the methods, speculative methods. So today I'll focus specifically on science fiction, but it could also be speculative design or other parts of future studies, how they can kind of be integrated. And I've written the word harmonious because there's a lot of risks as well involved with including these two. And I really want to focus on building a methodology that is as non-violent as possible. So first of all, I'm going to deal with a few dimensions of artificial intelligence in this presentation. First, as I'm sure you're all very familiar, the idea of AI as an infrastructure, so a kind of planetary infrastructure that modifies the relations between different cultures, between humans and the planet, but then also as an infrastructure of power. So this is something which I think is integral to the critical AI studies field. So making sure that we're always thinking about power relations and how they're kind of embedded and shaped by the infrastructures of our world. The second aspect I'm going to bring in is knowledges. So we can think about this in a couple of ways. First, AI is always shaped by particular knowledges from, for example, different cultures. So different cultures conceive of AI in different ways, and that feeds into how AI is ultimately designed. But we can also think of AI as something, AI technology specifically as something which is changing the structure of knowledge in the world, maybe making things knowable that weren't possible before. So maybe that's a slightly more positive spin on the possibilities enabled by AI. So I want to keep these two things kind of both present in this discussion today. And lastly is this field of futures. So, you know, a discourse and a way of reimagining the possible and what the future could be like, but also thinking about how all these dimensions come together to shape the world we live in today. So futures, not just as a practice of imagining and like building stories and worlds that are different to the present, but also futures as something that re-engineers the present. So it's also like a method of adapting the world that we live in now. So in this presentation, I want to talk about these three dimensions and how they all interrelate. So kind of classical critical AI studies would bring together socio-technical, and maybe we can call it like an eco-technical conception of infrastructure that brings together these different dimensions, and then also recognizing that discourse and language and knowledges are always feeding into these processes and kind of shaping how they unfold. So in order to explore the interaction of these three dimensions, I want to use a couple of concepts from the decolonial theorists Achille and Mbembe. So the first is borderization. So this is a concept from decolonial theory, which is about how the world is fragmented through technology and different processes that create forms of exclusion and separation. So in his words, the process by which certain spaces are transformed into uncrossable places for certain classes of populations, a logic of containment, fragmentation, and enclosure. So classic to the kind of colonial project, this would be, creating borders between territories, choosing who goes in and out. This is a picture from the film Dune, which is all about the interaction between different cultures in a science fiction world and how they're controlled. We can also think of the wall as a kind of, I think, metaphor for borderization and a way of excluding and separating different cultures. So this is the wall from the film Blade Runner 2049, which I think it's so large and kind of visceral. You really feel this sense of enclosure when you're near this wall. And finally, of course, with AI technologies, there's different ways that borders are kind of enforced. So I really love the article The Deep Border by Louise Amour, where she talks about how AI is changing the structure of surveillance technologies, kind of enabling different forms of enclosure and control. So this idea of borderization is a kind of, the negative concept I want to use today in framing some of these ideas. So we can think about the concept of borderization in all three of the dimensions of AI. So the way infrastructures like surveillance technologies create borders, but also the way different knowledges are included and excluded from AI. So I'm sure there's been some talks, and will be talk after this one as well, on how peripheralized knowledge communities are not playing an active role in shaping the way our AI world unfolds. So that's also a kind of border. And then with the world of futures as well, what are the futures that dominate the psyche of collectives, and which ones are excluded from imagining and shaping the futures that are to come? So I want to kind of juxtapose two concepts in this. So on the one hand, we have borders, and on the other hand, we have disenclosure. So this is another concept from Achille and Mbembe. So the idea of disenclosure is like the opposite of borders. So it's more like an opening up. So the raising of a barrier, an opening, a surging up, the advent of something new, a blossoming, melting away the space of clear distinctions, separations, borders, and closures. So this is a concept he used to describe African decolonization as this opening up of a country that was formerly repressed, where their knowledges couldn't flow and their cultures and communities couldn't flow. So this is the kind of positive concept that I want this kind of critical AI futures to be all about, this idea of opening up the infrastructures of the world, and also the knowledges of the world and the different ways of imagining the future and how those three elements interrelate. So my research question is the following: is a critical and speculative methodology possible that helps to overcome the borders of AI worlds? So that's all three senses of borders, so in infrastructure, knowledges, and futures, and the interrelation between these three elements. So there's a few different positions on this that are kind of trending in the AI space now. So I've come up with three hypotheses that we can use to kind of guide this talk. So hypothesis one is rogue speculation, and this is the idea that actually speculation is harming the critical projects. So there's a really great article from Mark Fisher from 2000 where he comes up with this concept of science fiction capital. And this is where different forms of speculation actually exacerbate power relations. So we can think of a couple of examples today. So for example, Elon Musk is very inspired by science fiction, which directly shapes the technologies that he designs. But you can also think about the AI hype associated with things like superintelligence or mind uploading that take up a lot of space in the collective imagination, and also encourage investors to invest more and more in AI technologies. So that's two kinds of speculation that create more and more hierarchy rather than less. And another perspective on speculation is the idea of futurism fatigue, which I've taken from this critical theorist Kodwo Eshun. And this is the idea that speculation is unethical because it detracts attention from the violence that's happening in the present and the past. So you could think of superintelligence or existential risk movements that dominated AI ethics in the mid-2010s. What did that detract attention from? Maybe it detracted attention away from things like sustainable AI or how gender and colonial inequalities are shaping the way technological systems unfold. So you can think this is this kind of thinking. And for one more quote from today, Lucy Zuchman, the science and technology studies scholar, she wrote this: the climate crisis, inequality, food insecurity, forced migration, conflict and war. How are these concerns marginalized when the space of our resources and attention is taken up with AI framed as an existential threat? So she's making this point that this narrative of superintelligence and existential technologies is actually detracting attention from these really important processes which are happening today. So the first hypothesis is all about kind of rejecting speculation and being cautious about speculation. But there's also a kind of antithesis of this, which is the idea that critique is the problem in itself. So we can trace this back to Bruno Latour in 2004. What would critique do if it could be associated with multiplication, not subtraction? Generating more ideas than we have received, inheriting from a prestigious critical tradition, but not letting it die away, like a piano no longer struck. So this is the idea that critique is like this echo chamber that's maybe it's very good at criticizing the present, but it doesn't create these other ideas that can maybe generate alternative ways of building towards a different future. And you see this also in some of the speculative AI projects today that don't even mention power relations because they just want to focus on alternative futures. So you can already see this kind of dichotomy emerging between these two perspectives in the field. And the third hypothesis is what I kind of want to present through this methodology is the idea of critical speculation. And this is the idea that critique and speculation can actually be complements. So we can look at the work of Ursula Le Guin, for example, the feminist sci-fi author, or Octavia Butler. And there's two different ways that I look at this. One is that you can use imaginaries of alternative futures to critique the present. So I feel like Ursula Le Guin is very good at this. So for example, she has a science fiction world where there's no gender. And then it kind of makes you think, okay, why is our world structured like it is if it could be in this alternative form? And then plural world building is the idea that there shouldn't be one dominant group that structures the world. You know, it's the idea that different groups around the world should all play a role in bringing their knowledges and ideas towards the building of a different future. So enabling marginalized communities to imagine and engineer alternative futures. So this is also taking seriously the fact that imaginaries of the future shape the world that we live in today, but also allowing different kind of groups to play an active role in shaping those futures. How am I for time?
10 more minutes.
Perfect. Cool. Sounds good. So to trace this idea of critical speculation, I want to do like a more detailed kind of story or from the film After Yang, which is a science fiction, a near-future science fiction by the director Kogonada. Has anyone seen it, just out of interest? We've got a couple, yes. So I think this is a really special science fiction because it's very subtle. It doesn't have this idea of like super intelligent weapons or any of this super exaggerated kind of futuristic imagery. It's actually a film where technology, for the most part, is kind of stripped back. There's this kind of peaceful serenity to the film. So the setup for this film is that it follows this family, which we have here. And the family, they're all kind of from different cultural backgrounds. And it's set in the distant future, and there's been some kind of natural disaster in China. So there's millions of these Chinese orphans that need a home. So these two parents, they kind of adopt this daughter, but they're concerned about whether having a daughter from a different cultural background, it will be hard for her to find her true self because she'll be brought up in this environment where she's, not as connected to the identity inherited of her parents. So in this near future, they have these robot assistants called techno-sapiens, which are basically like androids or cyborgs that live with your family, and they help to raise your children in the ideas of their cultural background. So this assistant is called Yang, and he's got loads of knowledge about Chinese culture and history. And he develops a relationship with the daughter to kind of help her discover who she is and where she fits in the world. And for the most part, this kind of, at first glance, it looks like a nice use of technology. You could even maybe say it's some kind of solution to a problem that was there before. But of course, as we all know, every technology comes with an array of accidents. There is always two sides to the story. So in Yang, there's this process of borderization. We can see it happening in the family. So while the daughter and Yang become really close, the parents actually become further away. So in the movie, you see that there's this technological intervention and actually creates more separation between people. So classic critical theory of technology critique that technology actually becomes something that separates people, creating borders between them. So we see lots of beautiful cinematography in this film like this, where the parents, they feel really isolated and disconnected from each other. And yes, also, especially from the daughter. So you could even argue that by having the technology in the family, it actually alienated them more. But then there's a second half to this tale. So halfway through the film, you are provided access to the memories of Yang, the android. So the parents of the family, they're able to see his memories. So you see, let me go back. This is a scene from the film, and it's like a speculative design of what an explainable AI interface could look like in the near future. And it basically converts the memories of Yang into a format where the humans can read it. So they can see the way Yang has been interacting with their family. And by looking at the family through his memories, it kind of changes the way they see themselves. So they start looking at the world in a more critical light. They start looking at themselves and how they've become isolated through this new technology. And Yang has this ability to kind of memorize. Every day he can make a few memories, and he makes all these beautiful memories where he captures the family together in different environments. And by seeing the family through the eyes of Yang, they're actually brought closer together because they realize that they've been disconnected and they need to change their behavior in order to become a family again. So the story ends with, after they've seen the alien knowledge of Yang, after they've experienced this inhuman AI knowledge, the family, they're brought back together. So it's like this act of disenclosure. You've got this borderization at the beginning, maybe because the humans weren't thinking enough about how to use the technology, or they weren't thinking about the way it will shape their systems. But at the end, you kind of see they're all brought back together again. So I think After Yang is a really special science fiction because it's very subtle, but it also has both these sides. It has the critical, how technology can be a force for alienation, but it also has this kind of optimism. How can AI knowledges change the way we see ourselves and our relations with each other? So the idea of critical AI futures, this methodology that I'm developing, would do something like what After Yang is achieving. So it would bring together the best parts of critical and speculative methods. So it would take seriously the inequalities of the world today and the way that different power structures work and shape our worlds. But it would also build these alternative visions of the future and also make sure that different voices and knowledges from around the world, from different communities, especially marginalized communities, shape the way these futures unfold. So I think these positions where people dismiss all speculation, this was also happening in the 90s with decolonial theory. They were saying we shouldn't imagine the future because we need to focus on the past. But by doing that, they also denied Africa, for example, from having its own future, its own image of the future that they could build towards. So there's all these trade-offs to kind of consider, which is what makes the development of a kind of speculative and critical methodology so difficult. So fundamentally, it's about aiming for a disenclosure across these three dimensions. So opening up visions of the future to different communities, allowing different forms of knowledges from different communities of humans, but also from the non-human, like taking seriously the power of AI and its kind of machine knowledge that it creates. And also using these two things to re-engineer the way we think about infrastructure today, because in the end, the power of futures should be in how it allows us to re-engineer and reshape the present. So just to close, one quote from Ursula Le Guin, my idol. Those who build walls are their own prisoners. I'm going to go fulfill my proper function in the social organism. I'm going to unbuild walls. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have about 10 minutes, even a little more, thank you, for Q&A. So if there are, sorry, please, yeah.
Yeah, I was just, I had a kind of, because I'm still developing it, I had a kind of guiding question if I could throw it out there, but I'm also open to others, but I was just curious, where do the people in this crowd with all your different knowledge and expertise, what makes you uncomfortable about the idea of speculation and critique being mixed? This is something which I kind of would love to get your thoughts on out of this conference, whether it's now or later. Yeah.
Great. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So please, people in the room, if you have any questions, raise your hands. Also, people on Zoom, feel encouraged to type out your questions in the Q&A function. I'm taking questions. Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Federica.
Thank you so much. I've been thinking about very similar thing, coming from a completely different perspective. I really enjoyed your presentation. So yes, because of this premise, I don't see anything problematic. But I'll ask you, I think, if I understand it, you are trying to develop a methodology. And my question is a methodology for what and for whom? So who do you want to help think about different alternative futures? And as you mentioned, science fiction, there was an example that you gave, but for example, speculative design, unless the way I interpret it, tries to do that as well. So there is a critical aspect, but it is also a bit of a constructive aspect of moving things forward. So I'm just trying, how would you position yourself with respect to speculative design? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Really great questions. So for whom, fundamentally, this idea of borders and disenclosure, I would like to be part of this for whom. And I feel like a lot of the best speculative projects, or like the most well-funded speculative projects we have today, and like, you know, it makes sense they're in like well-funded institutions and parts of the world. But I think for me, the important thing is to try and build methodologies of imagining futures that kind of bring people from different communities together. So I think it's very much like in the early stages, this development. But I think if you know, a lot of great science fiction is written by like an amazing artist. But when there's just one artist writing science fiction, it's also kind of a form of exclusion. So for me, it's just about bringing together really plural cultures into this space. And I think speculation, like whether you agree or not with superintelligence and existential risk narratives, they take up so much space. Like they're just so central in the kind of collective psyche right now in the West. I had this one image in this from Cyberpunk 2077, the video game. It's like in Gen Z, one of the most common ideas of what the future of AI is. So I think it's just about kind of pluralizing the groups that are in this. That's how I see the question of whom, but I'm not fully there on exactly what it would look like. But I think participatory and collective scenario building and world envisioning practices and speculative design practices could be one way to kind of bridge these gaps. And the question about speculative design was more about kind of what's my perspective on speculative design, or? Yes, I think like speculative design and speculative fiction kind of go hand in hand for me. Like a lot of the most interesting science fiction worlds, they have some type of technology in them that they've kind of extended into what's possible. But I think for me, again, it's just, there are some speculative projects today that it's unclear whether they're critical or not, or they don't position themselves. You know, maybe they're so afraid of being seen as critical that they just want to present the positives. But that's also a risk to me if it doesn't kind of marry these two. So I think there's a really delicate balance to be had in this field that I'm not sure is always kind of lived up to in the work that I've seen. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of ideas of a good speculative design project that I like. Yes, I think also another question maybe that feeds into this is, you know, what are the boundaries of academia and what's the role of artists in this kind of landscape? And I think we had a talk on design earlier, which I thought was really great. It was kind of already bridging these fields. And I think that's something which I feel about speculative fiction and design, that there are people that specialize in imagination, right? That is their forte. And then there are people that are specialized in critique, and they're incredible at unpacking the mechanisms through which hierarchies are produced. So my perspective on speculative design would be the same, to try and bring these like powerful forces of imagination and critique together wherever we can, whether it's taking academics into art spaces or bringing the artist into academia. And one of like my kind of cyber feminist angels is Holly Herndon, who makes music with AI, and it's always got this element of critiquing non-consensual practices, but then she makes these alternative models which show us what reality and society could look like if we had a critical mindset, but also allow our imagination to really unfold. So I think she is kind of a really inspiring case that we can use for this. Thank you for the questions.
Okay, we had another question by the person in the eggshell jacket. And we actually do have 3 more questions now, so if I could ask you to keep the questions and answers short. We have 5 minutes for 3 more questions.
Yes, thank you very much. It was super interesting. I'm a philosopher, and as a philosopher, I noticed over the past years, during writing my dissertation, that philosophers love to criticize, and it happens what you just said, that it works like echo chambers even, and that philosophers are very hesitant with proposing actual ideas. I think for one reason, for example, and this is where I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on that, is being held accountable for it, especially if something goes wrong, maybe. And also connected to this, what is your understanding of critical approaches? Like, how broad do you have critical approaches in mind, or how narrow? Because there are, of course, also different approaches and considerable differences. For example, if it's power relation critical, or just how broad is it? You know?
Yes. So the first question was kind of about people maybe not wanting to be accountable if they propose an alternative. Yeah, it's always a risk. I'm not sure really, I think that's a really great question. I'm not sure I have a very clear answer to it. I have this kind of internal bias that every time I see something critical, I just want to imagine something positive and kind of put it into the room and see what happens. But I think that could also be seen as careless. So I think I have to have a bit more of a think about that question, but it's a really important one. And as for critical theory, yes, it's a really fragment in itself. It's a kind of world of borders and fragmentation and different perspectives. I have a specific branch of critical theory which I use when I do kind of critical theory writing or papers, which is more, I would say, posthumanism and cyberfeminism. That's kind of like my branch. But what I don't like is when a little fragment of critical theory takes the hierarchy above all the other critical theories. I think it's still healthy to have these kind of tensions and debates between different branches. So again, for me, I would just advocate for a pluralist landscape of critical theory that kind of allows different voices to come together and shape how the field unfolds. And yes, philosophers often, there's a lot of ego involved in philosophy and critique, so maybe it's not always easy to achieve that, but that's kind of my somewhat idealistic vision of how I wish it could be.
Yes, thank you. May I cut you off? Because we have 2 more questions and about 3 minutes, but please feel free to find each other later in the break and discuss further. So we had a question from José and from Nicholas, so maybe you can take them together and then we'll hear them both and then you can answer them together and then we move on.
No, thank you very much. The presentation was very interesting, and I'm not super familiar with speculative methodologies, but during your presentation, it reminded me of a book by a philosopher which is called Ancestral Future. The name of this philosopher is Ailton Krenak, in which he talks a lot about the role of ancestrality. I don't know if this is a word in English, but the role of traditions, not necessarily tied to the past, but because they still live. Indigenous epistemologies are an example, but which are not only non-hegemonic, but also some people would call it non-modern traditions or epistemologies. So when you were talking about plural world building, that struck me. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the role of these different forms of thinking that are non-hegemonic in the setting of this speculations towards the futures that you're trying to create. Thanks.
Hi, Enya. I wanted to ask you, because you threw a question at the audience about what do we think about speculative futures and speculative methods, and I saw that you use in your references Mark Fisher, and I love Mark. I really like his work, and I think he's an example of someone who does projects the future and can do an analysis that, I don't know, it resonates with me. But I also think on the opposite side, you can cite people that do this kind of speculative and go really on the other direction, like Nick Land. I don't know if you're familiar with Nick Land, but to me is if you're doing speculative futures, you can also end up on the Nick Land territory, which is, I don't know what your opinions are, but I wanted to hear, because I think these are two, you can go the Mark Fisher route, or you can go the Nick Land route through the same method. And I wanted to know what you think about that.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you both. First of all, with how to kind of bring in alternative knowledge systems into discussions about the future of AI, I think that also applies to kind of how we conceptualize technology specifically too. So there's one really good anthology of, I guess you could say, anthology of AI ethics, which I really like, which is from Bing Song, and it's Chinese perspectives on AI. And in this anthology, one of the kind of core insights for me was the way different ontologies, so for example, Taoist ontology of oneness, which is very different to like a Western ontology where the human is separate from nature, for example. A Taoist ontology of oneness leads to different questions that are prioritized in the ethical landscape. Which maybe if you just have conversations in the West, those ideas, they don't filter in the same way. So I think, thinking about like different indigenous ontologies, but also ethics and how they think about the world and how they want to shape the world, kind of bringing them in to challenge and expose how narrow some of these dominant frameworks of technology are. But I think that's a great question that I'd love to come back to you on later if you have time. And on the second question, yes, this is a fear, and I would put Nick Land in the rogue speculation camp, definitely, because I feel like his vision of speculation, which he extrapolates, kind of Fisher goes less hierarchy and Land goes more hierarchy, right? I would say that the more hierarchy, it opposes what I'm looking for here, because I'm asking for an act of disenclosure, whereas I feel like his is kind of enclosure through power. It's like almost really frightening, but I think it does speak to some of the things which I worry about today in the speculative landscape, which is that I feel like extremist ideologies are getting more creative with speculation as well, which is why I wrote the word harmonious in the beginning. I could have written non-violent, but it is a delicate balance and something that I really want to take seriously. But yeah, Mark Fisher, there's this quote, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. You could say it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of superintelligence now, or like it's that pervasive, this kind of way of thinking about the world. So I think always trying to expand our visions of the future and reflect on the narrow ideas of the present is kind of key. So yeah, I agree with your concerns there and think it's a really good point too. Yeah, thank you both.
Thank you very much. Let's thank Enya again. Now we have a quick tech switcheroo for 1 minute, and then we'll continue with the next speaker. Okay, attention again, please, for the last talk of this session, a talk by Doji Kokuato from the University of Ghana.
Thank you. So, good evening. My work somehow was influenced when I went to a festival, the technology festival in Austria, when I met a man and he said there are two types of knowledge. The structured and non-structured. And structured, it means Western structured, and unstructured means the otherwise. I've been consulting for some companies too as well back in Ghana, and you are sometimes forced to circumvent an idea to make your clients happy. Because if you don't make him happy, you won't be paid. And just listening to him today too, I'm very inspired. And it's always not the best to be the last person to talk, because it seems like everybody has said something about what you want to say. So I'll try and be quick. Now, when it comes to the issue of technology, I think we all understand that there is a conventional understanding of AI. And my work basically is to ask few questions, and can we go beyond the conventional understanding, thinking of AI, and perhaps start thinking of the peripheral understanding of AI? By peripheral understanding of AI, I'm not saying we should create AI from a different perspective, but can we bring in the ethical epistemologies of this peripheral? And I'll try to explain, because there is also the danger for most of us to think that anytime we talk of peripheral, we think about the majority world or the global south. But I dare say they are peripheral even in the Western context, and I'll try and explain myself. When we talk of the hype of AI, the question is, beyond the hype, who wins? Who pays? Who is ignored? This is something that we need to also start thinking about. Because AI, as we said from yesterday, it's like seems to fix everything for a lot of people, and we are all happy about it. But in my investigation, I realized that there are some blind spots that we need to pay attention to, and I don't know the blind spots. Either it is a selective epistemic amnesia, like we intentionally forgot about these blind spots, or it's epistemic ignorance. We don't know. So one of the blind spots that I saw is the issue of AI materiality. And I'm kind of happy when it comes to our lab, because it seems something that we have now raised concerns about it. And for the past 2 days, we have been talking about that over and over, that it's high time we should just stop. We shouldn't reduce the AI discourse on algorithm and transparency and bias. We should also start thinking about AI with regards to the materiality. The other thing is about extractivism, which of course we don't talk about it also as well. And of course, if you look at what this lab does from the beginning, the birth of an AI idea to the time, the end of life of an AI, there's something about extraction. So it's high time you start thinking about it. The other thing too is about labor. And I'm just saying, I don't know whether it is a selected epistemic amnesia, whether we intentionally behave like we are forgotten, or it's an epistemic ignorance. The other one is about e-waste. Because if you look at even the EU Act, or if you map almost all the AI policies in the world, no one really talks about, like, we don't focus on these 4 things, my perspective. Just yesterday in Ghana, part of a team that we just launched Ghana AI guideline for practitioners. And I was so much happy, but I was asking, what are you going to regulate? What models do you have? It's like every country is building policies, and they don't even have the fundamentals of even the AI. So there's something going on that nobody's really, who wins with all these policies around, and we are consistently forgetting about this. So I want to problematize, it's time for us to think about the conventional understanding of AI and what are some of the things that we have when it comes to the problems of conventional AI. It seems like there's inadequate consideration of long-term impacts. When we think about it, we just do it. I'm inspired to do it, we just do it. We really don't think about the long-term impact. It's like we are very emotional about things. The other one has to do is like, there is this power imbalance, and yesterday the keynote address, she raised, and nobody wants to talk about the power imbalance when it comes to the AI landscape. There is, and from where I'm coming from, and in the sub-region, there is something that we may even say what called the soft genocide, and we have said this, I think last year I spoke about it, and it's like, we take the tools, we just use it without knowing the epistemologies or the ethics that has created those tools. And you find people trying to become the very thing they see on what the social media is presenting to them. So people's identity and values are being eroded in the name of AI. So these power imbalances are there. We also have the idea of absence of contextual understanding. I think yesterday one of the panelists said, like, you build a system in this context, you find a system in a different context. And we really don't know the impact of transporting or deploying a system from one A to B, and how that impact will be on the B. The other one has to do with superficial ethical principles. I dare say the definition of ethics now in the field of AI, I think we need to start questioning it. Like ethical washing or sustainability washing. Now the term sustainability seems to have a lot of definition, and we don't really know what sustainability is again. When it comes to ethics also, we have ethical board on a lot of, and we don't know what is ethics. So I feel there are too many ethical principles that are superficial. They really don't touch on what ought not to we are supposed to do and what ought to be done. The other thing is about lack of enforcement mechanism. I have raised this question severally. EU has one of the most beautiful laws when it comes to regulating AI and its industries, but they really don't ask questions where they find themselves. When those industrial players, when they find themselves outside EU, do the laws regulate the activities outside the jurisdiction of EU? Because we have companies in sub-Saharan Africa who are really exploiting the people. And the laws we make here, does it affect the activities outside the EU jurisdiction? So, and the implementation, and US, Donald Trump, who can just sleep, wake up, and make a decision, and everything changes. These are things that we need to critically look. And for me, the conventional AI has these characteristics. The other one has to do with a lack of effective implementation, which is also in relation to the lack of enforcement mechanism. The other one has to do inadequate addressing environmental and labor impact. This, we have said it. I think I don't need to pour more water on it. The other one also has to do over emphasis on technical solutions when it comes to the conventional. I'm just trying to look at some of the qualities of the conventional AI. The other one has to do with the influence from capitalism and commercialization of AI. These 9 points I see are the characteristics of problematizing the current understanding of conventional of AI. So my question is, can we have a different understanding of AI? And why are we having these problems but still continuing perpetuating the same thing? So I said, let's look at the periphery. They have maybe other epistemic ideas that we can borrow from. And my understanding of the periphery, I see it in force, like it has the features of contextual sensitivity. It has a feature of relational accountability. It has a feature of plurality of beings. It has a feature of interdependence and justice. Now, when I use the term periphery, I'm not saying just Africa. I use the term in two senses. Just a minute. So the first sense has to do an internal sense, which is epistemic positioning, which I said just from yesterday's presentation. I realized that philosophers like Hegel and Heidegger have spoken about being with, has spoken about relationality. But it's something that, if you look at conventional ethics of today, even in the European sector, no one talks about it. Why? So it seems this idea of relationality is peripheral. It's like to the conventional understanding of ethics. And my question is that, why have we put these ideas and we don't talk about it? Because for a long time, when you talk about relationality, we think it is African, purely African. But you realize that other communities, even in Europe, within Europe, also have that philosophy. So why have we relegated that idea? The other one is the geographical location. When it is not from us, we are not accepting it. And I think it's also a challenge. So for me, for us to overcome the challenges of conventional understanding of AI, it's high time we start thinking of what are the marginalities, what are the things outside our domain? What are which other ethical epistemologies can we bring into the domain for us to correct the challenges that we have with AI today? They said it is broken. We need to fix it. But we can't fix it using the same method. It's high time you go more than the conventional understanding of AI. I think this is just common sense. Sorry. So my analysis will be comparative analysis of both the peripheral understanding, thinking of AI that I want to propose, which is not new, but just to draw attention to, and also trying to look at AI and sustainability, and also to look at AI governance. Now, all these things have been said, so I won't talk about it. But the question that I want to talk about, basically, is just a question I want to put there. It seems we are becoming, let me use a very beautiful, polite word, though Amy said we should be polite. We are becoming hypocritical. We know the problems, but for some reason, we don't want to solve them. Both in AI and sustainability, AI and governance, we know the problems. So who stands to win? Who stands to benefit? Who is ignored? Perhaps since it is far from us, we don't know that the actions we are taking today affect futures from now. So perhaps watching a little movie will help us appreciate the context I'm trying to. Because this is the context I'm coming from. And I think you are not listening. Am I supposed to do something here?
Is produced in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Tens of thousands of children are estimated to be used to dig for the toxic metal without protective clothing. They are here with their parents, who say the whole family has to work to survive.
We are here because we are suffering. We have nothing to eat. The foreign mining companies won't give us jobs. They are getting rich from our minerals, but we're still poor.
Lithium
in a legal
and cobalt in a different context. And could you imagine that a company sued the Indian government for letting them pay a tax based on the fact that they need to recycle the materials that they are using? So they sued the Indian government. And children are dying, children are being killed because of this. This is also a popular town in Accra, the E-West, which I think most of you know already. And this is a BBC news talking about billions of mobile phones to be disposed as e-waste in 2022. That's 2022, so you could do the math yourself. And most of them are in Ghana. So my proposal is this. If this is the future that we want, then we need to rethink about the conventional understanding of AI and the use of AI. And these are my proposals. To reimagine AI and sustainable features, we should have 4 things. The first one is decolonize AI governance. The second one, these terms are things that we have said several times here. The second one is to think about epistemic plurality. And you have said a lot about it, so I will not talk about that. Thank you for your presentation. The third one has to do with ecological morality. It's high time you start thinking of the world not for only human beings, but other life forms. So I bring in the fourth one, that legal personhood for other life forms. I think it's time, so I'll just leave it here so that if there are questions, I'll clarify most of the terms. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for being conscious about time. Any questions? Yes, please, I see a first hand.
Yeah, thank you so much for this very insightful, very inspiring talk. I've just a remark and a question. First, I really want to underline what you said, that sometimes what we recognize in other ethics, other African ethics, what you introduced, we can also find in European traditions. It's always the problem that we often see the traditions too homogeneous. When we go, I had once a project about nature ethics in the 18th century in Europe, and there we can see traditions that we can make fruitful, and maybe we can combine it. It's also a question of these different traditions, European and African traditions. And that's also my second question. You talked about superficial ethical principles. I totally agree that we need other ethical principles. We also talked during the break about relational ethical principles. But as I think there's always a problem that I also underline that, I think we need that. But a problem I have with that is if we talk about culturally relational principles, they are not as strong often as the former universal principles that we cannot have anymore. And what can be a strategy? Do you have an answer for that? Maybe one strategy I imagined during your talk could be that we define or that we find relational principles that apply not only for one culture, but maybe for Africa and for certain Western cultures, for Asian cultures, that they become stronger. Even if they are relational, they only apply to certain cultures and they are not universal anymore. Do you understand my question?
Yes. When I was talking about the features of the conventional AI, I spoke about, we really don't talk about the long-term impact of the actions we take. And I think when we want to take decisions that affect generation, we need to think about the long term. And then we need to be patient with ourselves and have critical analysis of the decisions that we want to take. If we're able to have time and want to take critical decisions, it means that we'll be able to think about the world in a holistic way, not the world in Eurocentric or Afrocentric way. To do that means we need to think about other ethical epistemology, and that will take time. Look at the AI race, for instance. Every country wants to be the first to be the one to regulate it. So sometimes I feel like the quality of the policies, we don't find the quality of the policies. So we need time, we need patience, we need to think about other jurisdictions. We need to think in a holistic way. And for me, if we start thinking of holistic way of things, then we can also think about what are we missing here? What other ethical epistemologies can inform us to have a proper understanding of this object, this regulation, this subject? And for me, that would be what I would like to say about it. I think we just need to have time. We don't need to rush, because it's like we are rushing who becomes the first country or bloc to implement a policy. So as we rush, we also miss a lot of things. And that's my thinking.
We have another question over here in the front.
Thank you for that really excellent talk. You mentioned this idea of decolonized AI governance. And in my research, when I've come across this, there have been some scholars who have even questioned whether the idea of decolonial AI is even possible. Like that might even just be, there might be an inherent tension there, given what you mentioned about the extractivism of the AI life cycle. I just wondered what your thoughts were on that. Like, do you think a decolonial AI is possible, or do you think there is maybe even something inherently, at least for certain types of AI, just inherently colonial and colonizing?
The fact is that the conventional AI now, my observation is that it's just perpetuating the same colonial legacy in different ways. I spoke about the soft genocide, where communities' values are being eroded because of AI and other social media things. So one way to decolonize is possible when we make sure that communities are involved. We spoke about the Amish community. So communities are supposed to be involved. If you want to implement or you want to design something for a community, it shouldn't be top-down. Let the community from the beginning of the design, let them be part of the design. That's if you want to have a global consumption, let everybody be involved. And perhaps I dare say Joshua Pierce's presentation is one of the challenges that I have. It is about America, North America, but you want a global consumption. How do you situate this? So decolonial is possible. It's really possible.
Okay, we have another question by Alex. Over there.
Thank you very much for your talk. My question is, at the end of your talk, you presented 4 pillars for AI futures. Could you expand more on the 4th pillar, on the legal personhood of other life forms? I would be interested to hear more about that.
Yeah, good. In my PhD thesis, I tried to argue for non-agential entities contributing to even climate risk, to the extent that if you want to have a future that looks at practical understanding of climate risk and to mitigate climate risk, we need to bring these non-agential entities. By non-agential entities, I'm talking about other life forms. In typical African community, a tree is a life form. And I dare even say that a typical African community will even accept a robot based on the way it acts. So if I have no problem with Sophia becoming a member of my community, so far as it contributes to the growth of the community. So there are other life forms that I think we need to start thinking about. It being legal entity, legal personhood is something that we can ascribe and give to an entity based on how it acts. So if it can be given, it can also be taken. So that's my understanding of trying to look at other life forms and they having legal personhood. I think use that word.
Okay, we have one last very quick question from Jose and a very quick answer from Doji.
Hey Doji, thanks for the presentation. One question, like looking at the way that you're conceptual defining periphery, which is like not only the global south and etc., is like how do you see the debate on digital colonialism fitting within this? Like one problem that I see, for instance, like what Kodri and Mejias do when they discuss data colonialism is that they seem to put colonialism as a sort of a global phenomenon that affects everyone, everywhere. Of course, they give some attention to populations of the global south, but I think they read it more as a global phenomenon. So like, how do you see this? considering that it affects different populations differently in different places. Like, how do you see this discussion overall?
All right.
Thanks.
When was Caesar here?
2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, when he spoke about coloniality, and in his definition, he also brought the idea that coloniality is not just Africa and Europe, there are even coloniality within Europe. So that's also one of the inspiration. And for me, if the periphery is a question I asked earlier, why have we forgotten that even in Europe, the concept of relationality exists?
That was a quick answer.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry for cutting you off. I don't mean to be rude. Let's thank Doji again. We have 15 minutes of a break, so this is a bio break. You do what you need to do, and then we'll be back here. I said 15 minutes for the keynote by John Salins. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Cal, do you mind closing the door for me? Can you close the door for me? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for reconvening for our final session this afternoon. Our second keynote of the day, John Sullins, Professor John Sullins, or Professor Dr. John Sullins, sorry. My bad. Anyway, I hope everyone is doing well. Sorry, do you mind closing, Jose or someone? Could you close that door back there? Thank you. I love this, seeing people in like these heated conversations that they can't stop talking, but they probably should while I'm talking. Ah, we good? Is that okay? Okay, thanks. I love it. I was just saying that I love that you're so into it. Okay, so thank you. And yeah, it's really wonderful to see that people are so engaged with things. And I'm actually apologizing now when I walk around with the bell because I know that I'm interfering with people's conversations. But it's a bittersweet thing. You get to come and have another keynote lecture, right? And then you can catch up on talks later. Anyway. So, our second keynote of the day and our last event for today is Professor Dr. John Sullins, who is full professor of computer science at Sonoma State University and director of programming for the Sonoma State University Center for Ethics, Law, and Society. His specializations are philosophy of technology, philosophical issues of AI, robotics, cognitive science, philosophy of science, engineering ethics, and computer ethics. Dr. Sullins is involved in industry and government consultation involving ethical practices in technology design. He was the co-author of the IEEE courses on ethics and AI and autonomous systems, as well as chairing the Committee on Effective Computing for the IEEE Ethically Aligned Design, a vision for prioritizing human well-being with autonomous and intelligent systems, and co-chairs the IEEE Standards Committee P7008, Standard for Ethically Driven Nudging for Robotic, Intelligent, and Autonomous Systems. Right, nudging. Your talk last year was on nudging, wasn't it? Awesome. Okay, so that is Professor Dr. John Sullins in the professional capacity, but a personal note on Professor Dr. John Sullins. We've known each other for quite some time. Actually, I met you in my first year of my PhD when I was studying at the University of Twente in Enschede, the Netherlands, and I went to my first academic conference in the space of philosophy of technology. And I mean, there's PhDs here. You know how nervous you are, and we were all PhDs at one point, you know how nervous you are at your first conference and like nobody will talk to you and networking is so difficult and you don't want to talk to anyone else. And then there's the professors. And so Dr. Sullins was, you know, one of the professors, and he was so nice to me. And it always stands out in my mind. You and Shannon Valor approached me and were talking to me and really engaging with me. And it wasn't just that moment. Since then, our paths have crossed on multiple occasions. We still have yet to publish together. But we've done things with the Foundation for Responsible Robotics. You went along with so many of the things, wild and crazy things that I asked you to do, and I really appreciate it. But I would also say that for me, John has been sort of this mentor in an informal capacity, that I've watched him as an academic, as a colleague, how he treats students, how he takes on all of his projects with such enthusiasm, passion, and dedication. And he has been sort of this role model that I want to be that kind of academic, one who is not keeping their ideas close or restricting themselves and not talking about certain things, but very open and engaging. So thank you for being such a wonderful role model in the space of ethics and philosophy of technology. And thank you for being here to give us a keynote speech this afternoon. John, or Professor Dr. Sullins, the stage is yours.
Great, thank you. And yeah, I'll never live up to that. That's all over. But I'm super excited about this conference, and I'm super excited about getting to walk around the city after sitting all day. So hopefully I will not spend too much of our time before we get to have some fun out in the real world. So let's see what we are up to today. I think I got to hit... I'm trying to remember all this stuff. Here we go. That's it, right? Okay, so I'm really excited about this way that we've set up this conference. I'm always down for whatever crazy ideas Amy has for me to do, but this one was not crazy. This is a great one. Having this long, like 3-day discussion where we get to revisit it in multiple different ways. So. This is my big chance to try to explain what I was trying to say yesterday, and anything I fail to figure out today, we will talk about some more tomorrow. So pretty cool stuff. Okay, so what I want to do here is kind of talk about how what I'm pulling from the conference so far, going over some of the things that I think I've been learning from all of you, and then try to add my wrinkle to this. So essentially what I will be pulling from is a book that I have that is in its second edition, and due to the experiences I had at the last Sustainable AI conference, we added a whole chapter to this book. And so Sustainable AI was like a paragraph in the first edition, and now it's got a whole chapter, so where we solve everything. Okay, so the question that I want to ask right now is generative AI humanity's last invention, right, or its last mistake? By last invention, I mean last invention that we have to do, right? This thing is promised to be the thing that will invent everything else we need after its invention, if we are to believe Sam Altman. And if you weren't in here earlier, Anya gave a great talk about how the imagination of AI is shaping the reality of AI, and some of those imaginations are strange and odd. So will we be in a situation where this machine is going to require so much energy in order to get to the state that many of the practitioners of AI would like it to be in? Will it just burn up the planet on the way there? So we've heard some yay and nays on this, and the first part of this, my talk here, is going to be kind of a review of the book. Like I said, second edition's coming. That's the cover for the second edition, and you can get more information on that little link there. But let's talk. What I want to have us recall. Mostly, I work within the field of philosophy, and we should recall that AI has been sustaining a number of philosophical careers, right, like their whole career, right, from start to finish. And so, you know, this is a little bit of a hit parade here. We're going to go through and see what that was all about, right? So let's take it on back to the 40s and 50s. And what were we talking at this time with AI was whether or not it could be a thing at all. Would there be limitations, or were there limitations such that you could never construct an AI machine? And so this was, of course, the mathematical objection, which went a little something like this. If Gödel's theorem is correct, and it is, then mathematics is undecidable, and it is. So there's not going to be a machine that can find its way out of that trap. So therefore, machines are limited, and they can't do anything. Off to the next thing, right? So that sustained philosophers for quite some time. They were pretty smug that these machines would never exist. Unfortunately, I think that particular mode of philosophizing about AI kind of petered out, right? Wasn't that important? Maybe the machines, of course the machines have the limitation of Gödel's, that Gödel found, but so do our minds, right? Was the argument. So we moved on to the next war within philosophy, which was about semantics and whether or not a machine could understand what it is that it was saying. It could definitely manipulate syntax, but does that syntax mean anything to the machine itself? This war sort of came and went for a while. It kind of hit its heyday right around the 80s with John Searle's Chinese room argument. But I think it's kind of back, right? Because we essentially have a machine. Like, we used to just have to think, pretend along with Searle about, a machine that could answer questions about nearly anything. We now have that, right? Within the last few years, that machine really exists. So this philosophical argument, does this machine, yes, it can answer my questions, but does it even know it's answering my questions? Does it know anything about what it's saying? The fact that these machines hallucinate suggests that it doesn't, right? It suggests that this is we're really just talking to a ghost of some sort. And sometimes that matches our hallucination of reality, and other times our hallucinations are not matching at all, and our relationship with the machines is something like a lava lamp. Consciousness, this is not something that we talk about much here at Sustainable AI, but I believe that it's, if we're going to have machines that are, if Elon Musk succeeds and constructs these machines that he thinks he's going to construct, if they are unconscious, they will just be these sort of unconscious monsters. So consciousness, I think, will also be something that we need to put back on the table at some point, and I will get to this again right before the end of this presentation. And then, of course, we have creativity, and creativity is the one of the latter wars within the philosophical tradition, and that is, okay, so these machines, you've got, they're super fancy, they do stuff, but are they just going to always be limited to just sitting on top of human creativity? They won't have any creativity on their own. This is, again, a piece that I'm going to be coming back to, because in my understanding, we're not going to solve sustainable AI without coming to terms with these last two questions. Okay, and that brings us to my new chapter. Why is there a new chapter? Because there's a new conflict, and the conflict is pretty strong and sometimes heated, as we've seen in this conference that we are at today. This is the whole world of AI ethics, of which sustainable AI is a large and vital chunk of. So can we, as we're fooling around with these machines, and they're very philosophically interesting, philosophically deep, in very in ways that just really resonate with people like us, that's great, but if, as we're fooling around with them, are we burning up the world with it? Okay, so that's the book. And this is, just want to get through a little bit about what I think sustainable AI might mean. So we've got this definition, right, which I learned all this stuff from Amy, and then screwed it up and presenting it to you. So if you want to, just go to the source, right, you'll get a better idea here. But it's about thinking thinking about AI as an intergenerational project. One of my mentors was the science fiction writer Ruddy Rucker, and I did my master's degree with him, and he's also a computer scientist. And And I remember him telling me many times, right, that AI was the cathedral of our time, and that the best you can do is to spend your entire life polishing one frame of glass and sticking it into the cathedral, and over generations, this machine mind will come into existence, and you probably won't get to see the end of it, right? You won't get to see this thing finish. It is this massive project. Many of these people that we're talking about, these careers that came and went in the arguments about AI, those people are literally dead. They did not get to see the end of this, and we're not going to get to see the end of where this technology is going to go either. So in one way, right, sustainability is AI is a thing that can be used to itself to try to find ways to reduce harm and energy use. We've seen some really great papers. The earlier keynote was fantastic on this front. And then there's the ability of AI to think about bits of sustainability that if it's a creative machine, it can start constructing new problems that we haven't really even thought about, are new that we needed to fix in the first place. Okay, so sustainable AI. I'm going to switch my machines here. Sorry if you can let me do that so I can keep my eyes where they need to be. All right. So sustainable AI focuses not on just perpetuating AI development itself, but on crafting AI systems that align with these multi-generational perspectives that we're trying to advance. This means that the ethics is a huge chunk of this, and one of the things we have to spend most of our time thinking about. Unfortunately, a lot of that time is really only spent by us and not spent outside of where we are, just the rooms where we speak. So we've had lots of talk about this, carbon, water, energy. That's been a big focus of this conference so far. And we have our the next most common thing is about power concentration, job displacement. Is AI sustainable in a business sort of way? How are we going to avoid monopolistic practices and job displacement and shifts in the gap between various aspects of our society, and who wins and who loses in a monetary way. We've talked a little bit about this. It's super important, and we need to talk more about it. I just grabbed this latest screen capture just from today when I was reading the news. And where I'm from in California, there's a lot of these ICE agents, cruising around, grabbing people off the street. People that do the actual work in California are the ones who are paying the price for what's happening. And it turns out that quite a lot of this activity is based on AI surveillance and very, like, it wouldn't sustain the most cursory ethical analysis of these AI tools. So this stuff is, even if, I guess my main point here is okay, what if we could just wave a magic wand and AI is now sustainable? Its uses are still, can still be very culturally unsustainable. So this brings us to the sustainable, unsustainable devil's bargain, right? I'm not going to spend much time on this because when I wrote this slide, it was before I saw some of the work that you guys were doing. But I just want to bring up this point which is whatever we say about these models today, the next models will be better at it, right? So the amount of water it's always going to go down. But what I thought was interesting in the article that was mentioned about this, so we go from 50 milliliters of water to 25 or 39 milliliters of water. That's going down, but we're also going up in the number of queries we use. So globally, so even locally it might be going down, but globally we could still be moving in the wrong direction. Same thing with our financial accounting of what's going on. It's getting cheaper to use, but we're using more of it, so therefore it could become, it's still an expensive thing. So this is sort of the point where I want to shift us from talking only about the numbers and instead talk about more of the philosophical impacts of what's going on. So we talked yesterday in the panel about techno-solutionism, and this is the illusion that we rely on technology as our primary solution for various things. In California, just like Canada, we're all constantly on fire, and it's exciting. Like I'm always excited around October because there could be one last gigantic fire, and it could take out my house. But the rain is almost here, and as soon as November comes, then I can start breathing easier again, like literally breathing easier again. So wouldn't it be great, like, I don't know, President Trump wants us to rake our forests, but maybe we should just get a robot to do that. Maybe the robots could rake our forests and put out the fires as they happen. That's a direction that we could go, and one that we will probably explore as well. But we could also, do some other things around this. To always rely on technology as the primary force for changing the world, sometimes I think it's a little bit of a magical thinking. Before you get too angry at me, I want to recall that the reason so much money gets pumped into this technology, a lot of this money is based on this idea about building kind of like an ultimate machine mind. Remember, when I was a young PhD student, I was working at Xerox Palo Alto Research Laboratory, and I went up there, and some of the very first conversations I had with people was about transhumanism. So the engineers and the computer scientists that I worked with up there were all sort of engaged in this idea, and I didn't even know what they were talking about. So I did some research and found out about it, and it's this idea, and even my mentor, Ruddy Rucker, he's really into this idea as well. So this idea that somehow we're going to kind of merge with our machines, and through reality, technology, engineering, and science, we are going to attain these things that we've only wished for through religion, right? Near eternal life and limitless power and the ability to blast off into the stars and colonize space. So there's a lot of this involved in AI, and a lot of the reason that we pump so much time, energy, computes, and money into this isn't it kind of an attempt to achieve this? Is this a worthwhile way for us to spend our scarce resources? That's the question. How long do I go till?
You have another 15.
Excellent. Okay, we're doing good. All right, I do need to speed up a little bit, though. So, sustainability is this new frontier in the AI war. I hope I've made that point. The stakes are addressing climate change. It's really, are we going to stay in business as a species? In order to do so, we've got to try to solve this problem, the AI problems. So these I can also go through because we talk about them all, in mini sessions, right? We've talked about justice and this intergenerational nature of the problems that we're facing. Trying to fit our machines into ecology, trying to fit our machines into such a way that we will not destroy each other's cultures, and then wrapping this all up nicely in a governance bow of some sort. So taking all that stuff together, I believe, requires this thing that I call artificial phronesis. Okay, so I have a lot to say about this, not a lot of time to say it in. But what I mean when I'm talking about artificial phronesis, of course, I'm pulling some ideas from particularly ancient philosophy and particularly Aristotle, but modified greatly by later thinkers, primarily Dewey. Dewey is a big influence on me, and the idea that the skill that is required for solving these problems, because these problems are so difficult and so interrelated, you've got to have this higher capacity, and this is the capacity to pull things together and be skillful, and not only skillful but expert in the way that you construct your potential solutions. So this is what I was talking about yesterday when I was annoyed with techno-solutionism, because it spends very little time on the problem, and like I said, is just we just treat it like this 15-minute TED Talk speech. Even less time than I've had to speak right now, we're going to solve some gigantic problem. And it just ignores this skill of phronesis. So phronesis is understanding complex situations as complex situations, yet nonetheless constructing expert ways of navigating that territory. So the question is, some humans can do it. Not all of us are good at it. Some of us are exemplary at it. Others of us are absolutely the worst. And most of us fit somewhere in between. Where would a machine fit? So if we want AI human systems to have the capacity to reason with expertise on ethical problems such as AI sustainability, then we will need to create machines that help us uncover our latent skills in phronesis. So this is sort of what I talked about at the last time I spoke at this conference, was can we build machines that help us, those of us who are not reincarnations of Gandhi, nonetheless have some of those skills. So the ability to understand what the short-term and the long-term, short-term benefits weighed against long-term harms, and making that all work the way it should. Here's where I start to pull on the work of my colleague and friend Shannon Valor, and she's also someone that's interested in virtue ethics, and she emphasizes the importance of creating a future that aligns with ethical values and virtues. She talks about the way that AI is a mirror of humanity, which is really great metaphor, and how it takes it takes what we throw into it, and it reflects that back out of it, out of the machine. So if we put in the worst of ourselves, we're going to get something terrible out of it. But likewise, if we put the best of ourselves into it, we will get something better out of it in the end. So the real risk that I want to leave our discussion with, the last few slides here, is the fact that sometimes when we look into AI, using Valor's metaphor of a mirror, we lose the image of ourselves, and we see ourselves instead as a machine, and we start to have this mechanistic view of the world, and this is where we start to lose our ability to act in phronesis. So, when you read my longer works on this, I spend a lot of time trying to think about how do we construct systems such that the programmers, the users, the people who deploy the systems, and society at large, plus all the people who are hit by all the externalities of this system, you have to take that all into one bunch, the machine included. All of that together is the location for artificial phronesis. So a lot of times people read my work and they think I'm talking about, my iPhone telling me whether or not I should call my mother or whatever. That's a decision that I make myself. The iPhone can facilitate it, and something like a timer on there can facilitate it even better. And maybe a chatbot might facilitate it even more, right? All of that stuff taken together is what I'm talking about when we're constructing artificial phronesis. We can go another direction. The machines like this can also occlude me from my moral duties in the world and push me further away. So they can move me closer or push me further away. So that's the real risk, I think, of AI, is the ability for us to get caught up in the technology itself and forget about the actual problems we're trying to solve. So just going through this one last time. We start with this, with the idea of, is it even possible to construct AI? I think, of course, it is, right? It turned out to be a little different than we thought it would. We thought that we'd be constructing these nothing but truth machines that could not lie. Instead, we built, machines that are filled with lies. They don't even know they're lying. They don't know when they're lying or telling the truth. That's the semantics problem. They are completely unconscious. They're not evil. They couldn't possibly be, because they are unconscious of how they interact with the world, or even that they're in the world. They're like a potted plant that can talk to you, and they reflect or in various ways our own creativity, and all of this works together to either make sustainability something that is more or less easy to attain. Okay, so sustainable AI requires conscious recognition of both environmental and human costs. It has to be mitigated by phronesis, both human and artificial. And the massive paradox is that these machines are capable of doing either of these things. It could exacerbate the challenges of unsustainable, sorry for the typo, systems, or encourage a profound reevaluation of our values and wisdom in addressing these challenges. So the issue is not just like the worst possible future is one in which we lose our abilities in philosophical phronesis because we get too caught up in our own mechanical image within the idea of AI. Let's not go in that direction. Instead, let's produce something that's more sustainable and makes us a better, more virtuous species in the end. Okay.
Thank you. And you even have time to spare. That's great. So we can have more Q&A. Thanks, John.
I did?
Yeah, you did.
That's new. That's new for me.
Yay.
Yay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'd like to open the floor for questions. Hang on, let me get something to write with. Okay, so I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Susanna and then Gri. Okay, go ahead. And then, yeah, I can't remember your name.
Should I start already? Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. Could you expand maybe a little bit on your idea of artificial phronesis?
Mm-hmm.
Because when I think of, for example, Aristotelian Nicomachean ethics, I think right in the beginning he makes this claim about, or he reflects on the type of knowledge, what ethics is about.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's trying to draw a line between other forms of knowledge that could be more easily, I think, substituted by machines, or machines could more easily be thought of to have the capacity to perform that kind of knowledge or whatever.
Right.
So my first question would be, would you really make the claim that these machines could have this capacity of phronesis? And if so, what would you mean by that? Because I think at least in the Aristotelian sense, it's closely connected to this idea of experience, but not in the sense of training a machine learning model, but more in the sense of being a person, evolving as a person, being a virtuous person, and being an older person. So young people are not really capable of exposing that, and so on. So it's somehow bounded to our human nature and living or something like that. So
Yeah, right. Yeah, phronesis is job security for old people, right? And that's great. Like every year, I agree with that more. So there's some lots of things to untangle from that. The reason why I don't just stay with Aristotle, like John Dewey has this great quote, right, that Aristotle is a great place to start and a terrible place to end, right? So it's an inspiration, and there's some things, there's some like not so great things that I think Aristotle is doing in that work. He spends quite a lot of time trying to disentangle intelligence from techne, right? So why would you need to do that? Like, why would an ancient Greek person need to do that? Well, you absolutely need to do that because techne is the thing that slaves do, right? Intelligence is the thing that you need a free, member of the polis, right, to take care of, right? So we've got to have these people off to the side making everything work so that we can do the hard work of actually thinking about society, right? And that's where phronesis stays. So you're right. If Aristotle was around, I believe he would say that phronesis is completely alien to machines. Like no machine could ever do it, right? That's something more like techne, right? So that's just a thing, a mechanical process, right? Take this thing and turn it into that thing, right? You can do that with a factory, right? He'd be super excited about factories. Didn't have a lot of those in ancient Greece, but he does talk about the fact. Right. I think this is in politics, right, where he says that when tools are able to organize themselves, right, then they will just be the slaves, right? We won't need human slaves anymore. We'll just have a machine. The machines will just do it for themselves, right? So I think that's been a powerful something in Western imagination for a long time, right? So can we? Was that for me? No. Okay. I'm waiting for the hook, right? Okay, so, or is it's a toast, time for a toast. So, where were we? Phronesis, right? So, what I like is the way that Dewey tries to reconnect Techne with phronesis, right? And so that is the part that I'm excited about. Maybe it's a little heretical, right? This isn't, I'm not trying to teach you Aristotle. I'm just trying to construct a more useful notion of phronesis. I still think it's a great word, and I still think there's a lot to this idea. I just think Aristotle is an elitist, colonialist bastard, right? In many ways, we owe him a lot, but he's just from a different time, right? We don't need to recapitulate that time. So, so Dewey helps us get out of the crummy part of Aristotle and pull in what's still cool about it. So this I think does sort of open the door to the fact that machines could properly designed machines, not this machine, right, but some machine could do phronesis. For instance, how about an evolved machine that's sort of biomechanical, right, that has a brain like this, that's standing in front of you, right? This machine can do phronesis. So that means at least one can, and that means that there could be more, right? I agree with you, it's not this machine. But is it ChatGPT 12? 24? 48? Right? Let's make it 48, because I won't be alive then, and this way I can sustain my career all the way to that moment. Like any good philosopher has done before me, right? I learned from my elders.
Nice. Okay, thank you. Next question is Gree.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Solens. Dr. Professor Solens?
Yeah, get that right.
Professor Dr. Solens.
Perfect. So I love maps and phases. So the phases that you're describing, the AI wars and the different phases are really interesting in terms of kind of the philosophical debates that you're describing. The only ask I have of you is maybe if you could explain in terms of how they intertwine with the political landscape and the technological landscape, because when I see the last battle, AI war that you're talking about, which is the ethics and sustainability, in terms of ethics and sustainability, I actually think we're in a different place right now. And I would say that it's much more connected with real wars, actually, geopolitical battles, wars, the ones that we are actually hearing often, the ones that wins the AI battle are also the ones that wins real wars.
Right.
In terms of where we are, in terms of the technological development, we are in a moment now where, people are asking themselves if AI can write a perfectly sounding song that sounds like Beatles or make a piece of art, then what is it that human beings can do? And then the battle becomes much more a question of kind of existential nature. So I would love for you to give an interpretation of that kind of AI war. Where are we right now?
Yeah.
In maybe like 2 minutes, because I have 4 more questions to get through this.
All right, in 2 minutes.
Or between 2 and 3.
Between 2 and 3. Okay, so yes, that is a place where we have to spend a lot of time and energy thinking, and I do. I should make sure that I tell you that nothing that I'm saying here has anything to do with my employers being the state of California, nor the Department of Defense, because I have some grants from them. And in those grants from them, I do nothing that's top secret or dangerous in any way. But I do hang around with people who are confronting this very thing that you're talking about, right? And so I'm trying to help my group. We've got this project called Project Storm. It's a socio-technical operations resource management, and it is constructing kind of an app that helps somebody who is like maybe buying a military robot of some sort. Which of the many 10,000 different laws and treaties and responsible AI pronouncements, what of that applies to my particular, I just want to do this thing with this robot. This app will pull through all those documents and then give that person a nice little report that tells, these are the things that you've got to pay attention to in your particular thing. So I'm hoping that, once this thing gets deployed, I got renewed for another couple of years. So we will eventually have this thing in front of actual real people, and hopefully that thing will help them make more responsible decisions. So it's complex, right? And this is part of how I think this artificial phronesis works. Is the machine is stupid. It doesn't have wisdom. I do, but I'm kind of stupid because I don't have access to all the information that I need. And together, we're a more powerful agent, right?
Yeah, agree? You good? You happy? Yeah, okay. Philip, can you raise your hand so that Tabea knows where to go? Thanks.
Thank you so much for this very inspiring talk. I have actually a following up question to the concept of phronesis. In Aristotle, as far as I know, phronesis is something like a situational knowledge. We have to decide in every specific situation what is the right thing between the extremes. So would you also agree, phronesis, with regard to sustainable AI, that this is a very situational, it's not a universal ethics of sustainability? And my second question, as you know, it's connected in Aristotle with his virtue ethics. So would you also say phronesis is something like an environmental skill as Mark Kockelberg developed it?
Right. Absolutely, right. So I'm inspired by Mark's work as well. He just didn't get a shout out in this particular talk, but he gets shout outs in a lot of other ways in my work. So yes, it is the problem with phronesis is you have to solve this for every single situation that you're in. I remember one of the very first talks that I gave to a room full of engineers like this. I start my talk and I'm talking about, ethics and stuff, and the person who was running that meeting just said, Sullins, just like, shut up, right? This is not why we called you here. We want to know what is the 5 things that we need to know about ethics in order to make sure that we will produce ethical machines. Go. And then they're like ready to type, right? Like looking at me, and I'm like, phronesis? Because it's not, I can't give you 5 commandments, right? What we want, and I understand why, right? We want just give me the 5, I'm busy, right? Just the 5 things I'll tattoo it on the back of my hand, and I'll never make a mistake, right? Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, and Aristotle gives us that argument. Like I can't give you the name of the person that should be your best friend. You have to discover that on your own, right? And you work your way through that. It requires constant adaptation. What is right, what is morally right for one person might be quite off for another. So this is why the skepticism, you can't really program that into a machine. I get it, right? That's why you can't just really program that into a machine. And the early wars tell us, right? This thing is not a living being. It does not share the world with us the way that other living beings share the world with us. You get a lot more. Don't tell my cat I said this, but my cat has a lot more phronesis than my computer ever will, right? So, and my cat's a bastard. So hopefully, I'm basically just trying to agree with you that this is a pretty complex idea, but I don't want you to think that I'm making a TED talk like it's just like phronesis. That's the answer. I think it's a very important piece of the puzzle, and it's going to take a lot of work. The paper that I have coming out with MIT, it goes through the 30, 40 different virtues, because I think the virtues that we want to produce, we want to pull out of a machine are very different than the virtues that I would, teach my children, right? So, but together, my child with a machine that's properly taught with machine learning could then become a much more skillful. This is my hope, right? That person will be more ethical and more capable and more successful in this world than I ever could have been without the use of these technologies.
Great. Next question, Tabea, just behind you. Just behind you. Just behind you.
So, when it comes down to this Aristotelian virtue ethic type of thinking, there's generally the concept of eudaimonia behind it somewhere. So there's a theological final goal that we're trying to achieve. Now, let's say we're trying to personalize this. So I have my final goal, you might have your final goal, whatever. But so on the person-to-person basis, it sort of works. But if we're thinking about a system like ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, that sort of goes throughout the whole social structure and affects each individual, well, that also has a goal in itself. And then it's like, where I see the problem with this practical wisdom that we have with AI is that practical wisdom will be intermediated by the AI's eudaimonic or teleological endpoint, right? So in that case, do you have any thoughts about how can this be addressed, or about who should actually have the right in a way to decide these type of endpoints? And how can we figure out what they are?
Yeah, lots of thoughts, and they're all sort of laid out in this paper that is supposed to be due out in December. I've been writing that thing for like 6 years, and it will be the core of the book on artificial phronesis that comes out after that. So. How your intuition is correct. If I'm a sucker and just just take these systems as they're given to me, then through the AI nudging, which I also write about, someone like Sam Altman, or even if it's not Sam Altman, it's just the construct that is OpenAI, can convince me and nudge me into directions that I feel I've constructed for myself, but really were not constructed by myself. This is the danger of AI nudging. So I can go marching off, and I might find myself smashing the windows of the Capitol and not really knowing, like, how did I get here? I don't know. I'm here now, right? And that is, of course, an anathema. It's monstrosity, and it's nothing that Aristotle or Dewey or anyone else was talking about. So how do we not go in that direction? We have to rethink what these massively powerful pieces of technology are, and how we deploy them in the world. I don't think it's great that we currently deploy them in this highly super capitalistic way. I know I can argue with some people in this room about that, and we will tomorrow, right? But I think that's dangerous for exactly this reason, right? There's other ways, though, that we could construct and deploy and program and operate these technologies that would have a lot less of that. And that's the direction that I want us to go in, and I can give you more details about that in these longer works, right, that I have.
Great, thank you. Tabea, yellow sweater, black top. Raise your hand for Tabea. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much for this very aesthetically pleasing presentation. I would like to ask you something about the human phronesis, because you presented the biggest risk that you perceive in a way as if the artificial phronesis and the human phronesis were interconnected, in a way that if that grows, our human capability of wisdom would decrease. But coming from a very Arendian setting, I believe that there are like so many other conditions, especially regimes or let's say labor society, making only something important to us and not us not capable anymore to put political action, and, for example, on the table, just as a hobby maybe. So would you really say that this interconnectivity of us like losing phronesis with technological growth of phronesis is the biggest risk? That's what I wonder, because I just wrote down, how do we lose phronesis?
Right.
You know?
I think when you assume you're in a kind of the societies that we find ourselves in this room, I think that's the bigger risk. But I totally agree with you that it's easy to imagine other social situations where you just cannot be a moral person, right? You may be in a society that's designed in such a way that you just never get to make a moral choice, and you're always sort of railroaded or nudged into making these really terrible choices, like get yourself enlisted in a really evil army, right? And you're not going to be your best most phronetic agent that you could have possibly have been given other circumstances in the world. So yes, all of that matters. I don't want to diminish any of that, but what I myself am particularly interested in is how do computer technologies do this. One of my fundamental interests is, since I teach in a computer science department, is to how do you take these armies full of future coders that come through my classrooms and make them moral individuals, right? I don't want to just say, here's the 10 commandments, right? Memorize these and then go off and do your job. I never say that, right? I never give them, when they ask that, what's the best thing to do? I never give them an answer to that. But what I'm trying to have them develop is the critical capacity to make those decisions based on the situations that they find themselves in, and to perhaps be highly skeptical of people who try to give them easy answers. So that's what I'm trying to do. There's other things that need to be done to construct a better society. This is just my little. This is the piece of stained glass I'm polishing, right, and trying to put up in the cathedral. I can't build the whole thing by myself.
So 2 last questions, Tom, and then Federica, and we're at time, so keep the questions short and the answers short too, please. Thank you.
Thanks, this is really great. So I'm thinking about who will teach the machines phronesis. And I think ethicists, and I think, well, we have good theoretical knowledge, but the research suggests we're not that great at phronesis. We don't return our library books, we don't clean up after ourselves at conferences. And so do you think that we should teach the machines phronesis, or will they end up teaching us phronesis?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's, of course, has to go both ways, right? Because I won't be a better agent, right, until this is the part about nudging that I like, right? So I write on what I call ethical nudging. So I don't think nudging is just by its own nature wrong. I think there are potential ways in which, especially if I construct the nudge for myself, right? So the way I think about, I teach. I'm a fencing teacher and have been for 35 years or more, and And the way that we teach, that, you know, I make you a better fencer, is you and I talk about what could make you a better fencer, and you and I rationally decide on those things that will make you a better fencer. And then I just turn that into a habit, right? We get on the strip and I just do things and make you learn it in your body, right? And then when it happens on the strip, you cannot be thinking anything. You have to be in the zone. You're having no conscious thoughts really of any sort. It's your body that's doing the correct action, right? That's the way I think phronesis works, right? We talk about it, we construct it, we program it, and then if we do that correctly, then it becomes an effortless behavior out in the actual world.
Federica, last question. Yeah, thanks, John. I have a question about the artificial qualification of phronesis. Because if I understand what you're saying, you are, I would paraphrase it as a hybrid phronesis, in the sense that you are not just talking about the phronesis of the machine or the practical wisdom of the machine, but you're talking about, on one hand, the practical wisdom that is designed and programmed in the machine, but also the way the machine, the system, the model mediates and interferes with other, or let's say mediates our way of conducting and thinking and deciding in situations. So my question for you is, isn't that a little risky to talk about artificial phronesis, because then it risks to suggest that there is a phronesis that it's not artificial, as in a way always our practical wisdom is mediated by our tools, be them like practical artifacts or concepts or so on.
Right. So if you go down the reasoning path of Dewey, then there was never a phronesis that wasn't also attached to tools, right? So everything's really instrumental in that school of philosophy, and we use mental tools. Like language itself is a kind of a tool, right? Under that interpretation. So am I following your? Yeah. So that's. I think the big reason why I started down this path was because I was telling. I was at my first tenure review. Right, and I'm just trying to be move from assistant to associate professor, and the person that was judging me in that, they asked me, "What do you do?" And I'm talking, I interested in computer machine morality, and he said, "That's fucking stupid." Oh, sorry. We were supposed to say that.
It's okay. We'll edit that out.
That was not frenetic of me. That was stupid, right? You're being an idiot because phronesis, right? Just like you're wrong. I'm not going to give you tenure. Haven't you ever read Aristotle, you dummy, right? So that was when I had to say, well, shoot, I better rethink this, right? So before the tenure review, that's when I wrote the first paper on artificial phronesis, right? Using Dewey, saying that there never was, like, you're the idiot, right? There never was a phronesis that was divorced from technology, right? So that's the school of thought that I marched down with, right?
Wonderful.
And is it dangerous? Yes, it is dangerous.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. Another round of applause for Professor Dr. Salins.
Thank you. Okay. Right. It's not your way.
No. All is good. Okay, thank you again so much, and thank you everyone for your attention at the end of the day. I know it's been a long 2 days, so just 4 things that I wanted to do, like super quick things that I wanted to do before we say goodbye. The first one is talking with Cal yesterday. He wanted to just do a quick pitch. It's not a sales pitch, but just like to let you know of something that you might be interested in to sign up for. So come on up. So, easy.
Yes, sorry, I'll be really, really quick because I know it's the end of the day. But yeah, basically I work for JISC, which is a non-profit organisation in the UK. as well as doing lots of sort of network solutions for people working in education and research in the UK. We also put out a digital sustainability newsletter, the idea being that every month I can put together, whether it's journalistic articles or academic articles, latest news stories around anything to do with AI, sustainability, the cloud, anything to do with where the digital world and the environmental world collide, essentially. The idea being that people don't have to troll through reams and reams of different articles to find things, and then on the other side, being able to advertise and promote everything that you guys are doing. So if anybody has anything, whether it's an event, whether it's an academic paper they're publishing, whether it's a journalistic article that they've written, I would love to be able to just promote your work, really. It's a completely free resource to anyone and everyone. If you Google, or whatever your search provider is, JISC, so that's JISC, and Digital Sustainability Newsletter, you should find us through there. It looks like something from 1995, but that's very, very much on purpose, really trying to stick to our morals of digital sustainability, keeping minimalist. But yeah, check us out, Digital Sustainability Newsletter from JISC, and let us just promote what you're doing, really. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Or sign up for the newsletter, right, too. Or you can also, instead of just looking for it online, you can go to Cal and talk to him about it while you're still here. That's also something we can do. And so this came up when we were having coffee or talking, and we were talking about this idea of establishing a community, and that's sort of what this conference is essentially about, and the history of the conference. So if somebody else has something that they want to share with the group, just to put it out there really quickly, then come find me at a certain point, and then we can find a moment where we can do that, yeah? Okay, the second thing that I want to do is somebody's birthday today. Professor Dr. Benedetta Bravini has her birthday today, and so I wanted to embarrass her and make her feel super uncomfortable in front of everyone. No, we're gonna sing. We're gonna sing. We're gonna sing. We're gonna sing. So ready, everybody? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Benedetta. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Happy birthday! Awesome. Thank you for indulging me in that, and thank you. Okay, so two last things. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, there's another morning run. Feel free to join us. We had a huge group this morning. It was intense, yeah. And the last thing is, this evening there is the evening walk through the city tour of Bonn with Rosalie. Can you wave? And Rosalie, you want people to just wait out here to meet you in the front, in the foyer? Or you say? Yep. Great. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Ciao.